Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر بالاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Hello and welcome to the Gamers8 Riyadh Masters, where we are here in the B stream about to kick off with an amazing day of Dota 2. That's right, we've got huge teams, we've got a huge prize pool, we've got a huge stage, and I've got a cute little analyst with me, Jenkins. How's it going?
That's me. I'm good. I'm excited to see some good Dota today. Lots of money on the line for these teams. I'm interested to see D-boosters play as well. They did some really clowny, interesting stuff yesterday. Which is exactly what you want to see for these young up-and-coming squads. It's the cool strats.
Absolutely. Play your game, play the way you want, and that's what these guys have been doing. Let's have a look at the format we've got for this event, because we're starting things off here in the group stage. We're split into 2 groups of 5. These guys will all be playing against each other in best of 2s, which means it's pretty brutal. If you lose 2 of these matches, then it suddenly becomes very, very difficult to qualify for the main event without at least having to play yourself in a bit of a tiebreaker, which no one really wants to do. And then, of course, we have the single elimination playoffs, which is the best of 3. Jenkins, thoughts on single elimination versus double elimination there?
I think from a viewer standpoint, it's interesting. It means every game is like incredibly dramatic. Even in the group stage, we're gonna have 2 teams dropping out of each group. Yeah. And instead, the top team gets to go through to the semifinals, and then the second and third team are in the quarterfinals. So yeah, it's interesting. It means that every single match matters a lot, and when there's so much money on the line, it's like the psychological pressure is high for these teams.
And we can take a cheeky little peeky at that prize pool as well and see exactly what these guys are playing for. $5 million. That is an insane amount of money. Yeah, it's the highest independently funded prize pool we've had, obviously outside of TI, which is crowdfunded. And look at that, 1,005.
You checked the stat. That's good. Because when you said that originally to me, I was like, "What? Really? That's crazy." But yeah, Dota's been all about TI for so long, so it's great to have these tournaments. I mean, it's fantastic. Yeah. I like, to me, this a lot of people wanted. This reminds me of like back when we had the majors with the huge prize pools, and then also people were asking a lot around that time for like more tier 2 support, and so the teams coming in last place here get $100,000, which is amazing for tier 2.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, it really is a huge amount of money, and definitely going to help them out on their journey to hopefully TI. And talking about which, let's have a look at the teams which are competing at this event, because you might recognize a few of these names. You know, you might see these guys knocking around for a while here. Liquid, I don't know, LGD, those little team coming out of China there. I think that's a big one as well. The Chinese team taking part. You know, obviously I've been casting the China region all year, and finally I get to see my boys playing against the rest of the world. And as we mentioned, it's a very unforgiving schedule, and for the Chinese teams that is a big deal, because they have to figure out the rest of the world in the case of like a couple of series. And they haven't been here long. They haven't been here like scrimming for a long time. They had to play the DPC on Sunday, so this is like pretty damn intense for them, and we can see exactly how they're standing up in the groups against each other. And as you can see, we've got LGD on one side and RNG on the other, and so far looking pretty even for RNG, 2-2. But what a series versus OG yesterday.
Yeah, LGD has had a day to calibrate. Very lucky, the only team that has not played a game yet, so they get a day to look at RNG, and it's like, okay, well, here's the Chinese meta versus the world meta. Actually, who did RNG play? So RNG played against OG, and they played against Nigma. Okay, so they get to see what the Chinese meta looks like against the Western EU meta, which still they have yet to play NA, yet to play Eastern EU as well. So we'll see how that goes.
Yes, we will. In fact, we'll see some of that today as we have this schedule, and we can see exactly that RNG will be playing up against, I believe, TSM today. That's right, in the bottom right there. TSM also going to be playing against Nibin Galaxy. Meanwhile, Tundra will be playing against D-Boosters, and Secret will also be playing against D-Boosters. So we could see that red cross approaching for D-Boosters by the end of the day, if they're not able to pull out a win here. But I don't know, maybe it's possible. We can dream, but it feels like a big ask for this team.
Yeah, they're playing against a couple of teams with stand-ins, but the stand-ins are obviously working out very well for some of these teams. You know, some of the stand-ins are 2-time TI winners, for example. So it's you know, not that much of a light in the darkness for D boosters. They're gonna have to pull out some crazy stuff. But you know what? You know what allows D boosters and all of these teams to be here? It's the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, and we have some big ones. VOV, number one. These guys have the greatest LAN centers around the world. You're gonna feel like you're in year 3069 when you're in one of these LAN centers. It's crazy. Google it. Look at the images. And then also the second one we want to shout out right now is Aramco, fueling the world. These are the oil giants of the world, sustainably, of course. So shout outs to these guys. Thank you for getting involved in the Dota scene. We appreciate you. Please keep sponsoring our game and not League of Legends. We would appreciate that.
Absolutely not League of Legends. Yeah, it is the money which keeps it going and enables us to have such a massive prize pool here and such beautiful production as well. We are now going to throw things over to a break, after which we shall be back with our first series of the day, and that one is going to be Secret versus D Boosters here on the B Stream. We'll see you soon. By the way. Hello and welcome back to the B stream as we are getting into our first series. But what does the B stand for, Jenkins? What would you say the B stream stands for?
Bodacious.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll take that. The bodacious stream
means,
as
but it is a word that I've thought of.
Yeah. I think it's. I think I know what it means, and I think it does suit us very, very well, and also suits these teams very well. We got the boosters coming in. You know, they've got the home crowd advantage, except they're playing the back rooms or the B streams. They don't have the crowd with them yet, but I'm sure they're feeling the energy regardless. You said they did some crazy stuff yesterday. What was that crazy stuff? Fill me in.
They did, yeah. They did some offlane Elder Titan, and it actually owned, and they did an offlane Cuddle, and that didn't own. So they're 1 for 2, and hopefully we're gonna have 2 for 3 coming today.
All right, let's put some faces to the names and have a look at these beautiful boys in this intro video. And there they are as well, sitting down, ready to game. What are the energy levels looking like, would you say?
They look tired. They look tired. If I'm being totally honest with you.
Yeah.
What time is it for them? It's not.
It's like
that...
11 o'clock, I think. Oh, no, it's actually midday. It's like 12, I think.
It's noon. Well, for gamers, I mean, that's pretty early. Let's be totally real here. These guys are pretty well-known pub players in the EU sort of scene. So these guys are degens when it comes to that sleep schedule. So maybe they're a little tired, but hopefully they got some coffee and some warm-up games in, and maybe some draft practice.
Perhaps, of course. You might recognize some names there as well. They have been playing up in the Div 2 of the EU DPC. You recognize Pleb, you recognize Malik, I'm sure. These guys, they've been around for a while, so, not nobodies, but certainly nothing on the same level as their opponents here with Team Secret, who had a hell of an opening yesterday. They absolutely destroyed Tundra, and unfortunately for Tundra, it was, the game 1 wasn't too bad, but game 2 it was a toughie.
Yeah, I guess there's a couple of ways you can look at that. Like maybe Team Tundra just isn't the same team without 33. Maybe Team Secret is just way too good with Resolution and Zayats. Like they looked amazing.
Yeah, Resolution back with his bubby as well. It's cute to steal your term. Let's have a look at Team Secret and see how fresh they're looking today. Secret looking fresh. Oh no, they're looking ready to go. They're chatting, they're smiling, they're laughing. The vibes are completely different over in this booth. I'm already worried.
Yeah, they're ready. They're ready to go, but they couldn't because you and I were not in the right slots in the lobby. So they look very, very hyped, very ready to go. With Puppy as your captain, your leader, your ruler with an iron fist. Of course, these guys are all going to be getting up at the break of dawn in the morning and probably doing a quick workout. Looking at Resolution in particular, this man is absolutely jacked. Looks like David and Goliath combined.
He really does. Yeah, he's a very fit individual. Of course, if you don't get up at the break of dawn and start exercising, then Puppy's going to come in with a cattle prod, and nobody really wants that, waking them up in the morning. Or maybe you do. We're not going to judge. But yeah, going into this first game, anything you expecting to be highly contested between these two guys, as the EU expert?
Probably Dawnbreaker. Both of these teams, both of these teams highly value the Dawnbreaker. Zeus has been like a top tier hero in Western EU. Marcy comes to mind. I think that's like the one hero that most teams are not even trying to counter. Like Dawnbreaker, there's a couple of teams that are like, oh, we'll get the Nyx Assassin. Like we'll do something to counter it, Not Marcy. People just don't let it through or they first pick it, basically.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting to see someone pick up the Dawnbreaker into a Chinese team and then get Monkey King, because China have been running this Monkey King against the Dawnbreaker a lot. They love it. Just put a monkey, just follow it around, and it's got a ridiculously good win rate against it. So indeed, we're going to start off. D boosters. They got this nice gold logo, so they're going to grab the Dawnbreaker to match that as well, looking
DB
fresh.
Also stands for Dawnbreaker, so they've picked their namesake
it really does.
Hero. This is perfect draft from them actually so far.
It's incredible. I mean, what can Team Secret do? TS? There's no TS in the game. They're in trouble.
Thunderstruck. Zeus. Oh no, it's banned.
Oh, it's banned.
See.
Wait, isn't that Disruptor?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait, Timbersaw, they did it.
Razor. Okay.
Holy hell! They actually did it.
You're
that is
kidding.
Unbelievable.
You're kidding me. What? Okay, I gotta move on because that is what are the chances? That's insane, actually. And they picked two goblin type guys, right? Did you know, for example, Timbersaw is not the robot; he's the goblin riding around in that robot. Just for your future reference, so you know.
So what's the robot's name?
Robot 69,000.
Good name, strong name.
Yeah, for sure.
Timber and Clock though, is this a terrifying off lane? Does it strike fear into their opponents?
No, I don't think so. It's like there's if you're deboosters, you're thinking about getting something to counter the Timber just because there's 3 bans for it. They go for the Razor. That you know, shreds through the armor. It's a hero that will do very well against a Timber in lane. I don't know if Clock and Timber are going to be laning together. That feels a little weird. You know, it's like just two melee heroes. Like Timber wants to get on top of people. Cogs kind of prevents that a little bit. I imagine this would probably be like a 5 Clockwork. Because I think a 5 Clockwork running around and trading with the Dawnbreaker does fairly well. And then I think also like a Timber in a lane versus Dawnbreaker does fairly well. So they've like strengthened both of their side lanes to be strong versus a Dawnbreaker, which presumably will be in a side lane. Like we're not seeing much mid Dawn lately.
No, we're not. No, it's been held to the side lanes, but when it comes to the side lanes, you know, she's very flexible in that regard. She's been doing her yoga, can run many different positions.
Literally any position. Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Yeah. Pretty stupid. But I still think it's good. Like this hero, a big reason that I think Dawnbreaker is powerful is because of her level 2 is stronger than like most hero in Dota's level 2. Her laning is really incredible. And so if you pick 2 heroes to counter it in the first phase and you know it's going to be in a side lane, it's like even if it's a support, you're like countering a big reason that the hero gets picked, which is that strong laning. So I think this is pretty cool from Secret, even though like we're not really seeing much Timber first phase these days from any teams. Terrorblade, stand out.
Yep, TV, Bat, and Bloodseeker all gotten rid of here. I mean, do you like are there any good answers to the Razor in Dota at the moment?
I think Batrider's a great answer. Like anything that just can, like he wants to man up against you, right? So like any hero that can man up against him just completely counters how he works, and Batrider can do that because of the magical damage. You know, heroes that can like jump away from the Razor in lane. I've seen a lot of like Weaver being picked up, sometimes like Faceless Void. But the thing with these heroes, and I think a large reason that Razor is getting picked up in it was getting picked up a lot in Western EU like right before this tournament. And I think it's because like if you max Q and lane on Razor, then you can like lane against these Weavers and these faceless voids. Like heroes can get away from your static link. Like his Q just does 80% of the damage to a range creep at level 1, right? So it's like the laning on Razor is just so incredibly strong if you are like versatile in the build that you go for.
It's too easy. Give this guy a nerf.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's insanely easy.
Yeah. It's not as bad as the heroes which have like 2 ways to last. Like that's what triggers me, right? 2 ways to last hit a range creep, and I'm just like, all right, you know, you just got 2 get out of jail free cards here. Get me out.
Yeah. It's like they trade Mars. They trade Mars. Yeah, they trade with you and they use a spell, and you're like, oh, now I can like deny the range, and then they just get it anyway. That's very annoying. Speaking of range creep securing, Winter Wyvern, very good at that. This is a hero that has been getting picked up a pretty decent amount. I'd say it's trending lately. The flying ability, the arc, whatever the hell it's called, the Q ability has 2 extra seconds, which is fairly significant. It feels like she's just always flying and hitting you. It's pretty annoying for like the lane harass. The uptime on it is incredible. And the funny thing is, like, this used to be the thing casters always said about Winter Wyvern that makes her suck at laning, was that the uptime on the Q was horrible. But now
only 8 seconds.
Yeah,
now it's 10 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. And the cooldown also got reduced in a couple of patches ago, so it's very strong. And then the W, it's super speedy now. Like it's really easy to hit people if they're standing on the creep wave with the Splinter Blast. It's super easy. So the hero's laning got significantly better, and people are playing it as a mid as well with the Witchblade. So it's also versatile.
Yeah, very fun. And also a really nice answer to the Dawnbreaker as well. You throw down that ultimate on anyone the Dawnbreaker's jumping onto, and all of a sudden just jumps on down and start hitting a teammate. That's no
true.
good at all.
Yeah, that's true. We saw that yesterday a lot. Even like a Void Spirit, the same thing was happening where like he would dissimulate and then come out of the dissimulate and just get caught in the curse. Like it does feel like a pretty good patch for curse. There's also a lot of like Beastmasters, and which we see as banned here. Lycans, Visages, like these heroes are being picked up as well. Lots of physical damage heroes. Like Wyvern just feels super solid.
That she does. But here's an interesting one coming out from Do Boosters. They're going to grab themselves the Pugner here. So not too sure what to make of this, you know? Usually we see the Pugner as answer like an Ursa or something like that, but this just feels like a comfort thing for Do Boosters.
other than the Clockwork, it's a pretty decent game for it because
Okay.
I feel like if you cold embrace somebody in front of a Pugna, he's just gonna murder them, right? And if you in Timber, he's great against physical damage, not so great against the magical damage coming out from Pugna. But with that being said, it looks like it is going to be a Pugna support. So I was thinking maybe it was a Pugna mid, because the support Pugna, the big reason this hero was such a strong support was the damage reduction on the Nether Ward, and that's been nerfed. Still decent though.
Still decent, yeah. I mean, as you say, if you do cold embrace in front of him, he's still just gonna life drain. It's like handing him a Capri Sun, and he just gets his straw out and starts sucking away.
Yeah, it's such a juicy bait to cold embrace somebody. It is a little weird though, like Pugna with the Razor. It doesn't feel like it feels like there's a bit of counter synergy there. Because if you like want to focus one guy, I guess that means it's probably going to be a Pugna that's healing more than he is going to be like aggressively sucking. And Weaver is the pickup versus Razor, which is very typical. Even in the game too. Actually, I've seen a lot of Weaver versus Dawnbreaker. It's one of those heroes where like it doesn't on paper seem like that great of a counter to Dawnbreaker, and then you play Dawnbreaker against Weaver, and you're like, this is such a pain. Because you can just never catch him with your Q or your W. Like none of your abilities will ever connect on a Weaver because of Sakuchi. Even the ult, like just nothing works against him. And eventually, like he has enough minus armor and sustained damage that no matter how tanky a Dawnbreaker gets, which is like she gets like 4,000 HP at level 25. It's insane. Weaver can still kill a Dawnbreaker when he's maxed out.
Weaver looking very, very good this game. Always like to see Weaver. I mean, it's a little bit annoying versus the Void Spirit. You're just running around, and all of a sudden you get caught by a stray remnant. But you got to make sure you're at the steering wheel on this Weaver for sure. But no, overall, I mean, I don't think Deboosters are in like a horrible position on this draft. I do think that Team Secret though have a nice draft, and it looks like they've answered a lot of what Deboosters have put out. And I don't really feel the same way in the opposite direction. I don't really feel like, this Timber's really been answered particularly well.
I agree. Yeah, I think Deboosters, this is something we saw in their first draft yesterday, where it felt like they have a bunch of like fairly decent heroes, fairly meta heroes, but no super obvious combo and no super obvious counter to like the enemy lineup. So it does beg the question, like, is that what we're going to see last pick here? Is this going to be some like cheese pick that brings us together in a way? You know what I mean? It's like they don't have like a Void Spirit Mirana. They don't have like the DK Skyrat. There's nothing where it's obvious where it's like, oh, here's the combo. I mean, I suppose to a degree, like you have the Pugna Decrepify with the Void Spirit magic damage, which is pretty decent. People are going for this Ethereal Blade on Void Spirit, so maybe that's the idea. But it's not. It doesn't seem like that crazy of a combo. So we'll see what their last pick is. I mean, it could all come together on the last pick.
It really could. Interesting bans from D-Boosters. So they ban out the Quap, they ban out AA, which is really odd. Why an AA would be cursed.
It really would, but I guess that it could be like a Wyvern mid, and then Ancient Apparition as the 5. You could maybe even run it with the Timber in lane. But it's like Pugna, Dawnbreaker, two like just heal and turn the fight heroes. AA would definitely cripple their draft. I think that's actually a pretty smart ban from them.
Fair point. I mean, I was also thinking it wouldn't look too bad for them either against the Timber and against the Wyvern. Could find its uses, but unless they go in a different direction. What boxes does this pick from the booster need to pick then? Need to tick?
You know what? I feel like Bloodseeker is the easiest Bloodseeker game of the... Oh, it's banned. I see. GG.
Yeah, second phase by themselves. Sad.
What do they need? I feel like they're lacking in lockdown a little bit. Let's see. I mean, they could go with some like TA. Oh, they go Alchemist. Right. Okay. Well, that's lockdown. They're picking Alk into Timber, which is one of the highest win rate heroes in the game versus Alk. Not only because he's a strength hero, so you obviously dumpster him with the Whirling Death in lane and in game, but also because like the pace that Timber sets, I think is just totally the antithesis of what Alchemist wants, right? Timber runs and he can run in and like take all of the tier 1 towers super early. He's ultra strong in the early game, and Alchemist just wants to like chill. But with that being said, Wyvern Clockwork are not the absolute best heroes for chasing an Alk around the jungle. There's no like Bane or something where there's some like obvious setup. You do have the hook shot on Clockwork, but oftentimes you can survive that on Alk with the ult. So I guess that's the idea, is that like you see a lot of Alk picks into Wyvern just because Wyvern is more of a, I want to sit in a lane and push it out and hold the lane. But this could still be a Wyvern mid. They can still pick something to like hunt the Alk here. Even if it's not a Wyvern mid, I think picking a mid that hunts the Alk is probably solid here.
Yeah, I could definitely see the logic there. Team Secret. Options are very much open for them. And that's what I like, right? Nice and flexible, you know, they can do whatever they're comfortable with. Anyone comes up with a good idea or says, you know what, this looks like a really good Huskar game. And they can just do it. And I'm going to go for the Doom. Huh. Interesting. So it's going to be Nisha Timbersaw. Interesting. Resolution Wyvern. All right, this is this is not what we expected, but I like it. I definitely like it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Well, we've actually seen Nisha play Timbersaw in the Western EU DPC, and it looked really good. I was questioning him playing Timber. It's like, you should never question Nisha. That was my first mistake. But I was like, he was like silver tier on Timber. So I was like, yeah, does he really play this? You know, a lot of mid laners, like, they don't play Timber. He plays it. He's extremely good at it. He's very aggressive. Totally dumpstered the lane. I think that's the idea here, is that if he's mid, he's going to have an incredibly strong start, which means he can run around and hunt the Alchemist. It does mean that Pleb is against a Winter Wyvern, maybe Winter Wyvern Clock, maybe Winter Wyvern Doom. It's hard to say, but that doesn't seem like that strong of a lane to play into the Alk. Like, I feel like Pleb is kind of happy with the fact that he sees Nisha on the Timber. It's like, oh, thank God I don't have to lane against the Timbersaw.
Touched a bullet there. Definitely feels that way. But does that mean that Secret are more kind of worried about the early mid rather than the laning phase? They're like, okay, we'll just have a stable laning phase. We won't stomp them in the lanes. But when we come out with this Timbersaw over-leveled in the middle lane, that's when we're going to bring the hate. That's when we're going to bring the hurt onto do boosters and take them down.
That's definitely right. That's definitely right. Like they've done this. They've done this for a reason. It's because they think the timing is going to be stronger versus Alk. And with how Nisha played this in the DPC, I can understand why they would feel that this is the right move. Like, Nisha was top net worth in like 1v5 mode, and when you're playing into an Alk, it's like he has a BKB timing where he's stronger than you on Timber. But I feel like if Timber has any decent amount of net worth, which if you're mid you will, you honestly even beat an Alk like late game, just because he's a strength hero. You shred through him.
Absolutely, yeah, and so good at hunting as well. You know, it's a very hard hero to punish. So Malik just runs up on Nisha there and places down the little flag in his face.
Deep breaths, buddy. Deep breaths.
That's Chad. And Malik, by the way, was the guy playing like the weird heroes yesterday. He was on the Caudal off lane, and then on the Elder Titan. So not playing anything as like weird today, but and then Yatoro was also tipping Malik quite a bit. There seems to be some friendly rivalries going on.
I love a bit of that.
Yeah, Puck Champ player. So obviously, you know, people know who he is. There's some friends in this game.
Good old Puck Champ. Good team. Had some really promising performances.
They did. And then they fell off, which was very unfortunate.
They did. Yeah. Rezo trying to fight up for the rune here, but it looks like the boosters have come in to secure this one, and they will chase away this Wyvern as well. Kill potential looks pretty low though, so I think that said, they're gonna have this stun available from Pleb. He's chosen to get the unstable concoction. A couple more right clicks will be required under the tower. They get the kill. Resolution goes down, and it is gonna be the Alchemist who gets the first blood onto Resolution. Wow.
You know, in a previous patch, I would say like, oh man, Alchemist getting first blood. That's not what you want to see. That never happens. But with Unstable Concoction, having such a low cooldown at level 1 and being so high damage, you actually do see this quite frequently. It's just such a strong level 1 hero.
Yeah, it's only like 14 seconds cooldown, but then it's also starts going on cooldown when you start cocking it up. So it's more like 7 seconds. It's a bit crazy.
Yeah, and like while he's charging, you have to be careful as well, as the suck comes out on the puppy.
Well, hold on now. There's a Pugner in this game. That's not the real suck.
That's right. We need to be careful about who's sucking who here.
We do. We call this one the link.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So, yeah, I feel like, as we mentioned, you know, these lanes are going to be pretty undramatic for the most part, I would say. Although, Zayats is getting his face kicked in by Pleb at the moment, but Pleb also taking some damage back in response. Resolution just getting the DPS, using that Arctic Burn to the best of its ability.
Yeah, we'll see how this lane progresses. Like, my gut read is that Doom Wyvern seems like a very weak lane, but both of these heroes are fairly different from how they were a few patches ago when they were being picked previously. You know, it's like the Doom is not being played as a mid anymore. This is a 4-position Doom. People are maxing Scorched Earth. Wyvern's been buffed, obviously. He's a core in this game, not a support. So it's like, it is hard to get a read for like how sick this lane is.
Yeah. Zayats could be in some trouble here. The concoction being cocked up once again. Fairy Fire comes out. Will that be enough to save the day? I mean, Pleb's taking a lot of damage in response. Can they get the kill? They can. Will Pleb pay for it? No, he won't. He gets away on a sliver of HP. Resolution chased back under the tower. Won't be dying here, but wow. Oh, he did actually end up going. He killed himself to neutral creeps. All right.
He killed himself, which is fair at this point. Like, you know, if he sends out a salve, it's going to take a lot longer than his res timer anyway, so he didn't really have much of an option. But this lane's going amazing for the boosters up here. This is an Alk lane, an Alk Pugna, which I think is pretty damn weak. Like, I remember at the major, a lot of people were saying, like, with the Pugna safe lane, it's a weak laner, and so people would pick heroes to enable it in lane. And it's like, is Alk really that hero? Is Alk that strong at laning? I mean, it's pretty good now with the unstable concoction, but you're still an alchemist, you know? This hero, like, just wants to farm and hit creeps. So winning this lane is pretty huge for the boosters.
That's a big deal as Nisha in the middle lane. I mean, this is a trade-off, right? They wanted to give Nisha a good time, and they wanted to let him lay the smack down a little bit onto Evo. Is he able to do that so far? Somewhat.
Try again. Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy lane. Like, Void Spirit doesn't really have enough damage to ever take a Timber down. He just can't pass that threshold of like a Timber's full HP pool.
Oh, they're going on to Rezo in the top lane. Once again, throwing down the Acid Spray as well as the Blast. Rezo juking and jiving through the trees. He's eating his way through. Still chasing. Meanwhile, P1's taking quite a lot of damage from Zayats at the same time. And Rezo even turning around for a couple of right clicks out onto the Pugna. And they might actually be able to finish him off. They can get one more hit onto him, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so. In fact, P1 even turning around some right clicks onto Zayats. The Resolution has TP'd back to base, so he's no longer a factor. And now they can just focus on running down this Doom. And Pleb, well, he's hungry. Oh, Zayats? No, you don't get away with that.
He blocked himself.
Oh no, bottom lane as well. Looks like the boosters are trying to get a little bit more here, but Puppy, he's a fast little robot. He's going to speed himself away from this one and to safety.
And P1 just suicided again. Like, this top lane is just use all of your resources and then suicide. It's like there's actually a lot of action in this top lane for it being such like typically passive heroes. But we've not really been looking too much at this bot lane, which is
yes.
It's about even. Both sides are farming decently down here.
Yeah, the heroes in this lane are actually allowed to hit creeps because they're not constantly trying to murder each other.
That's right. There's less murder in this lane. Well, never mind. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Still.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They're still clicking each other. Oh, Chrysalis. That was close. That was close. Did have a Fairy Fire, though. Little sweaty. Hope he's got a moisture wicking gaming chair to get rid of that sweat.
Chrysalis has boots on Weaver.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Really valuing the move speed in this lane.
I guess to stay away from the Dawnbreaker and the Razor, it makes a lot of sense, but we dare look away from top lane for more than 2 seconds.
How dare
we will be punished for it.
That, you know, for all we know, that could have been a suicide too, just, you know, given how this lane is going. It's just suiciding and murdering and all sorts of death action up here.
It's violent. I'm talking about violence in the middle lane. It looks like Evo's really started to be shut out. Now that Nisha is 6, he can't come close to this creep wave, and Nisha is making sure he knows that. He's hammering the message home. Top lane, P1 in some trouble here. Zayat's going to be able to bring him down, but in comes Pleb. He's got that stun, but I don't think by himself he's got enough damage to really bring down Zayat here, so will just be a bit of punching.
Fortunately, though, the Doom did push out the lane while going for that kill, so at least Pleb will get some farm as... Holy crap, Nisha is taking a lot of farm on this mid lane. Good lord, his CS just basically doubled with that creep camp. And he protects the catapult, too. So...
This guy's doing it all.
Yeah, it's good chip damage. Denies the rune. By denying the rune, I mean he took it, but he doesn't have a bottle, of course, so he doesn't really care that much about this rune. He's put on a lot of pressure here, and there's really not anything to deal with him currently on the side of the boosters.
So what can be the answers to this Timbersaw? It looks to be really starting to take off in this game. I mean, I'm always looking towards the Spirit Vessel, the Shivas, the Skadis, but all of those items seem like a pretty faraway dream in this kind of game.
Yeah, and the question is, like, who gets the Vessel too? You know, like, I guess Void Spirit, as he actually is rotating towards top. Doesn't want to lane against Timber anymore.
Understandable.
Yeah, Evo's there.
All right, I guess I'll kill Zayats. Remnant is going to miss, though, and yeah, not really connecting with any of their spells. Zayats just running around, but eventually he is going to lose his life. Evo once more, but unfortunately, the Sunlight doesn't quite land onto Resolution there. So he'll be absolutely fine.
It does leave Nisha to be completely solo, completely free from the mid lane. He's just going to chip away at the tower. Yeah, he doesn't really need to go to these side lanes and push these towers just yet. He can take mid. That's a really high value tower versus Alk, because then you can get access to the triangle, stop him from taking Ancients, which presumably there will be some stacking starting fairly soon for deboosters, I would imagine.
Yeah, look at Evo here. He just steps too close to Nisha and automatically loses most of his health. Nisha does use a lot of mana for this one. But Puppy's joining in the party as well as Void Spirit dukes downwards, so Nisha turns his attention towards Mad Frog, but Mad Frog's okay. He's under the tower.
It's a weird, very weird chase.
It is a bit.
Puppy's just trying to force Evo to use spells here. He's just being annoying. This is like the definition of pressure, as Nisha is actually pressuring in the jungle too, just trying to steal the Alk stacks.
Yeah, always what we want to see. Versus Alchemist, try and punish him, but Nisha's getting a little bit low, and the cavalry are coming. P1 and Mad Frog just chasing him away. Get off our lawn. Evo sees a Doom. Not much he can really do about that one at the moment, though. Pretty low mana. It's a messy game, I would say, but I think Secret are okay. They don't mind brawling, especially against an Alchemist.
Yeah, this is the way you deal with Alk, is you have to contest his jungle. I remember back in the patch where Alk was considered to be like the most OP thing in Dota. People tried pushing towers against it, and it didn't work, and then everybody started just running at him in the jungle, and it seems like that's what Secret is. The idea that they're pushing forward in this game too is that, like, they could have easily ran Nisha at any of these towers and take them with the full team, but they want to pressure the jungle and take the stacks. We'll see if that's the right call in this game, because I'm not actually 100% sure. It's been a while since I've seen Timber versus Alk.
Yeah.
Timber's not so popular these days.
No, he definitely isn't.
Fallen off a little bit.
Yeah. Why is that, do you think?
I think that, I mean, the nerfs, you just feel them. The biggest thing is the Timber chain. It's really short. If you do the math on, like, how much distance you're losing for how many times he Timber chains in the game for that -50 distance, it's like, it's a lot. It's thousands. It's literally thousands. So you're just slower. Yeah, it actually is. It's like some Olympic swimming pool length. It's insane.
I still don't quite understand why we use that as a metric for saying how big things are.
I mean, there's a lot of them that don't make any sense. You use stone. What do you know? That's probably the dumbest measurement.
And we committed to it as well, as Mad Frog could get cut down in the top lane. Now a Sad Frog, unfortunately.
Yeah. He's trying to just sit up there and soak and get some XP. Dawnbreaker ult in, which he does not have yet. He was trying to get his 6. Gets punished for trying to soak. You know, poor supports.
Klep moving in here with the stun onto Zayats. P1 just getting blown up by Nisha, but not actually, as P1's going to get the life drain off and heal himself up quite a lot. So a little bit of I mean, I don't want to say misplay from Secret because they're just pressuring. They're not really minding if they get kills or not. Maybe they can turn this around onto Nisha, though. Do they have the damage to bring him down? Little mini Timberchain down to the low ground. I'm about to save it. Oh, what a Winter's Curse coming out. They will obliterate their teammate. Eva gets taken out. P1's follow as well. Zayad's looking pretty low. Can he survive through this? Or will they finally get the kill they came for? Yes, they will. And Madfrog's going to celebrate by just dancing on the cliff. Nisha sees a camp and thinks, I'll go farm for a bit. He doesn't care.
Yeah, this is a classic Alchemist game. They're Timber versus Alch.
They keep committing so much to trying to kill Nisha and they just don't kill him. In fact...
No, he's not going to go for it.
Yeah, low mana.
Yeah, Secret, they just don't care about towers. Like, at any point, they could have committed for the tier 1 mid or the tier 1 safe lane, but instead they want to contest the stacks. And like I said, I'm interested to see... I mean, it looks like it's going very well, but I also think that they're pressing their spells very well. Like the Winter's Curse on the last fight was extremely impactful. On 4 heroes, sets up for the Doom as well. So it is getting to the point where probably Secret wants to start closing in the map and taking towers. I guess the reason that they're not, largely, is because who does tower damage? Like, none of these heroes really do tower damage. Like Crystallis, I guess, at some point, but not now on a Weaver.
Not yet. Yeah, that's the one hero we haven't really seen so much of, is the Weaver. He's just having a good time, vibing in the bottom lane. In his zone, moisturized, hydrated.
He suck, though.
Oh dear. Eva's being bullied a little bit here. Doesn't have any cooldowns to work with at the moment, but does have a big old stick, which is going to pop to keep him surviving a little bit longer until his next round of spells is available, and they will now be coming up again, but guess he's in the neighborhood. It's his best friend, Nisha. Hey, buddy, remember me from the learning phase? Yeah. Oh, no. This is like when your bully at school rocks up and he's not a failure. He's got a nice car, and you're like...
Driving a Bugatti. It's like, God damn it,
God damn
Brent.
it. No
How'd you get a
justice in the
Bugatti?
world.
Please tell me he stole it. Please tell me he stole it. God damn it, he earned it.
Oh, man, he's an investment banker now.
Yes, yeah. Speaking of Bugattis, Fleb is actually doing very well, getting quite farmed. The only person above him temporarily was Nisha. Almost has that sacred relic, which once you have that, I feel like once you have the radiance, I mean, this is very obvious, but like Alk oftentimes has like a little bit of a net worth advantage, but then once you have the radiance, he's just twice the net worth of the next guy. That's how it seems right now. Up until that point, like, it's just a lot harder to farm.
Yeah, like, it'd be nice if he was a little bit higher, but alas, I'll bring up a cool stat in a minute, but not before Madfrog is going to get cut down. So yeah, the cool thing about Alchemist is that you can actually, like, they've added a cool stat to Spectral, where you can check damage per gold on heroes, and Alchemist's damage per gold is like 0.6. So for every amount of gold he has, that's how much damage he's going to do, 0.6. Meanwhile, you know, stuff like Ursa, you know, Weaver and stuff, they've got much higher. They're over 1 damage to gold ratio. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much further ahead Alchemist needs to be in order to output the same amount of damage into fights as these other carry heroes.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You can definitely feel that in the games as P1 slowly and pathetically going down, like a true position 5 he is. But no, you can oh my god, Nisha, leave him alone just for 1 second,
Come on, man.
Did you not hear that damage per gold stat? This man needs to farm. Leave him alone.
Pleb just waving those shovels around. But Nisha not taking the hint.
Cool.
Yeah. Doesn't feel cool though.
No. You know, that's why it's cool on Alk that you can give away Aghanim Scepters, because, like, obviously, you know, Winter Wyvern's damage per gold is going to be much higher. Oh, speaking of Wyvern, he's dead.
He's very dead, yeah. See you later, friend. It's going to be another death for resolution here.
And Rezo does have his Witchblade, so he is surprisingly farmed. Like, I really do feel like Winter Wyvern, once you have items, speaking of damage per gold, like, the hero is legitimately one of the best carries in the game. If you can get to the point where you have the Daedaluses and the Aghanim Scepter and stuff, because you just can't get on top of her. She's like a way better sniper.
Yeah.
It's just getting to those items that's the difficult part. And once you have the Witchblade, you have actual kill threat.
Doom out in the bottom lane. Yeah, they're going to use it here. Hook shot across from Puppy just to get in the neighborhood. They want to try and bring this guy down about halfway through the Doom right now. he might survive this if he can get away. Resolution, Zayats, and Puppey all giving chase right now. Doom's about to end about 1 second, but he jumps forward with the Centaur Stomp with the Cogs as well, and that will take down the Void Spirit a little bit closer than I was expecting, but they do get the kill regardless.
Yeah, Clockwork is a bit clunky when it comes to creep waves, I feel like. Pleb, he's looking for something. Got the Radiance.
And there's a Puppey. This is a nice little kill for him if he can get it, and I'm not sure Puppey's getting away from this one. No hook shot available, so it will just be the Clockwork falling, and oh yeah, farm up those cogs as well. Might need some help here, and that will come in the form of a reverse suck, a spit from P1, but P1 is going to go down here to Nisha. Meanwhile on the sides, Mad Frog, he's entered the fray, and that was his mistake, as he's going to get cut down by Zayats.
Pleb is just out. He just ditched his team. He's like, all right, you guys are on your own, bro. He's an Alk. I get it. He needs to keep farming. He's got the Radiance. Casually showing up to fights with the Radiance is cool. You can sometimes get kills, but really it is a farming item. Like, I think the Blink and the BKB are much bigger timings for Alchemist. They're gonna try a Nisha.
Not again. This one never works out, but maybe it will this time. Who knows? Nisha, Timber chaining around, manages to find a nice little exit through the trees there, and now they look around onto the Alchemist. Can they kill him off? Look at the damage coming through onto him. And out of Winter's Curse as well. They will throw down that ultimate for the Dawnbreak. That's where they help at all. They kill off Pleb, and now look over towards Resolution, trying to get some revenge. Mad Frog trying to swing on in here, and they do have the magic damage to cut through the Cold Embrace. Malik popping the BKB at the very last second here. He's going to survive for now, but not for long, as he gets killed off as well. Mad Frog on a slither of HP, still trying to fight him. That's not going to happen. Puppey will die as Evo gets the kill, but what is it going to cost him? I'm not sure. Meanwhile, the suck out on to Zayats. Evo's still alive for the time being, but finally Crystal is turning up to a fight here, looking to get engaged onto this one, and that'll allow him to take down Evo and Nisha. He's looking for more. He's hungry, he's thirsty, and he is going to eat. P1 falls as well. 4 dead on the side of the boosters, and the Alchemist did die at the start of this one as well, only recently respawning, so we can call it what it is. It's a team wipe.
I think the only reason Crystal showed up to that team wipe is because he had a Deso, so he wanted to get charges. Other than that, he was super comfortable just farming on the other side of the map. I actually like the Deso pickup from him. I feel like this is going to let them be super aggressive early game and continue pressuring. And we've talked about the fact that they severely lack tower damage.
Yes.
Timber can tank towers, but he can't actually take them himself. Even the Yag Shard is kind of sus for, like, it's not that good at taking towers, especially after the nerfs. But Deso Weaver, like, they can start being aggressive and taking towers.
Apologies to anyone that wanted to watch a Pugna die, but you're sick, and you don't deserve to watch that. We'll watch the fight instead.
That's right. How dare you? How dare you want to poor position 5 Pugna? I like that they just right-clicked the Razor down through the BKB. They're like, dude, this guy's so low, just kill him. Malik felt pretty strong there. I've seen Razor more often than not at 20% HP turn with the BKB and actually just murder the entire enemy team, but he's like a little bit too low. It's turning into a bit of a stomp after the last couple of engagements. 9k gold lead for Team Secret against an Alk too.
Yeah, it's absolutely not looking fresh and funky.
Maybe a bit funky, just a little bit. Nisha's being pretty funky in this game. Yeah, I'm feeling the funk from him.
Yeah, he's feeling the funk, that's for sure.
He's not fresh though. He's rotten. I mean, he's playing Timbersaw. That's come on.
Moldy hero.
Toxic hero. Moldy to the point that it's toxic.
Absolutely, and keeping neck and neck with the Alchemist here is a pretty big deal.
Evo? Puppey has the hook. He's just looking though. Like, I love the Puppey. Yeah, there it is.
He finds him, and now it's going to be the Void Spirit taken down in the trees. No escaping this one. The Doom onto the Void Spirit just means death every time, it seems.
Instant TP towards mid. They want to keep pressuring. Both supports TP'd here. Like, Secret are not letting up any pressure.
Exactly what they need to do as well. Playing against the Alchemist, don't give him a chance to turn this one around, as Puppey going to come hook-shotting in here onto the Alchemist, 3 inside the cogs. Oh, Pleb, he gets torn apart. Malik trying to get up onto the high ground as well. Does a little spin and a high five in the process, because why not?
Deep breaths, bud.
Cute.
Deep breaths. It's gonna be
The chat lines, man. I can't focus for those chat. You hear one, it's like, what is this even a team? Some like pro player has like a div to, I don't know, Zimbabwe region
Where
chat
did you
line.
find this?
It sounds so crazy. Yeah, it's like, where? Have you heard the Slap? It's from Made in Philippines team. The Slap chat line. It's a good one.
Interesting. Yeah. I've definitely seen their chat lines around, but
Yeah, they've got good ones. A lot of the SEA ones are incredibly good.
yeah. So yeah, just to fill you in on the actual statistics, Alchemist's gold per damage ratio is 0.7. Meanwhile, Timbersaws is 1.1. So the fact they're equal in net worth is a very bad sign.
Huh. 1.1. That's pretty good. I
Yeah.
feel like the hero does scale very well with farm. Like it's a lot better of a carry than it used to be. Particularly because like the Ag Shard means that you have this double slow between the Chakram and the Ag Shard on supports. So you become like a backline jumping hero once you have this. Whereas before, people would just kind of get BKBs and run away from your damage. And you weren't really like a backline support killer because you didn't have the Ag Shard. So
Yeah.
it makes sense. Like this hero's late game is actually incredible.
Yeah, he's got options. One of the heroes which Valve blessed and said, hey, you know what? You're gonna have a shard which is gonna increase the things you're bad at rather than just amplify the things you're already good at. As they move forward here, they're going to try and make a play on the boosters here onto Zayas on the Doom. Can they finish him off? Looks like they can, but not before losing P1. Look at Christmas on the backline, just chunking heroes, getting to the... But look at that damage! Oh my god! Run away to boosters. They've lost 3. I think they might be losing 4 here as a flamethrower burning the ass off Mr. Pleb here, and there comes those desolate DD hits. Oh my god, that was a very bad timing there for the D boosters.
Yeah, Deso DD Weaver. I don't think you're ever fighting that. Like no matter what your timing is, Weaver with that item and a DD, he was legit like 2 or 3 shotting people. Even tanky heroes like the Alchemist. I mean, it's a 7 armor hero. Zayas also survived this fight for quite some time, surprisingly. Like legit just the Glimmer Cape plus his stats, because he's Doom. He's just kind of tanky. 3.7 strength gain. He did not have the BKB at that point. It was legit just his stats plus the Glimmer.
That will do it. That will do it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Bit of a beast.
Yeah, now he does have the BKB. So if the same thing happens in the next fight, it's not going to go remotely as bad for him.
Pleb, though, under the tier 2 tower. P1 trying his best to use that life drain on his teammate, but it's not going to work. And now the Doom and the Winter's Curse thrown down onto the Razor. The boosters just lose 4 in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, it might be a do over.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
yeah. This is turning into a shellacking here as Rezo diving the base.
He's having
My
a bit of a
boy.
duel here. Oh, Zayas, come on, buddy. This is a 1-on-1. What are you doing?
He wants a full team wipe, but he wants to do it on his own as well.
Dire's bottom
My man's a
tower
lone
is under
wolf.
attack.
There's 2 wolves inside you.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
He's
tower
feeding the
is
bad.
under
He's feeding the bad one. He's even spamming his own chat lines. He's got his own chat line from TI. He's spamming it. He's definitely not feeding the good wolf, bro.
Yeah, that's bad wolf energy for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Huh. I'm not sure what the play is for the boosters at this point. It's just the
I like
nature of
this.
Alchemist.
Right. They're just running at them. They're just like, screw it. If we're gonna go out on our terms. Fight till the end, baby. Let's go. And they're gonna try and bring down Puppy here. Magfrog gets on top in the swing of the hammer, takes down Puppy. Meanwhile, Pleb trying to juke Chrysalis around the trees here, and unfortunately, not really managing it. This Weaver, he's far too quick and tricky to be able to get away from. So Malik also gonna fall. Winter's Curse out onto Evo as Nisha gives him the spinning flamethrower maneuver. That's a neat trick. Chrysalis getting a little close. He's going back in as well. Goodness gracious. Secret having some fun with it.
Yeah, he's feeling comfortable. They're just farming for rampages at this point. Nisha wants one, Crystalis wants one, Resolution also feeling a little insecure because he's got 2 cores that are, higher net worth, stronger than he is.
Dire's middle tower.
Dude, what happened to that flag? The face just disappeared.
Yeah, it's
Dire's middle
not
tower
lasting long.
has fallen.
Interesting.
Heck?
An invisible
Okay.
flag. Spooky.
Dire's middle
Ghost flag. Not
No,
much.
that's RNG.
Dire's middle
That's right,
barracks
that's right.
has fallen.
Well, they're jumping back
Okay.
in here as well. The fake back, the El Clasico maneuver. As Pleb gonna look over towards Nisha. The stun's gonna stop him from getting to the low ground, but does he really care? Not really, no. And they'll force stuff him out to safety. And Nisha will be a pretty little pineapple once again.
Yep, they're all okay. I think the only guy that can die on Secret is probably Puppy. But of course, considering he's standing behind the rest of the players with a machete, I don't think that he's going to be allowed to die from his team. So I think that actually that can't kill anyone for D boosters. Maybe the play is to do a 5-man smoke, you know, kill Rezo, tell him to take his shirt off or whatever happened yesterday, and then GG out. Maybe that's the play.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know the context, but I'm not sure how I want to know.
Are scanning.
It was real hot, and there's some all chatting going on. He was told to take his shirt off.
Okay.
And of course,
Fair
the
enough.
sexy beast that Rezo is, he did indeed take the shirt off.
Nice.
I made that part up. I actually don't know if he did. Let's just
I'm just
pretend that he
inclined to
did.
believe you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, a bit of high-fiving going on. No, he's even timber chaining him, you know? Damn,
Dude, look at the flag. I get. Oh no. On the stream it's fine. For me, it disappeared.
Oh, spooky. Their HPMs are very high right now, really farming these high fives.
They should make it so that when you get level 25 on Timber, the Timber chain actually pudge hooks people.
Well, whilst there's peace in the base, there's violence outside of it as they try to jump on the Alchemist here. Once again, Mad Frog trying to save his teammate, but it'll be a sad Frog. He ends up hammering his own teammate to death. Krista's going to run in with the right clicks there, and they bring down Pleb and Mad Frog. They will get the TP out at least on the third hero, but meanwhile, what's going on in the
P1
base?
got out. That's Chad. Oh, they're really going to go on Nisha? Come on, dude.
No!
There was a
Well, you've
truce.
broken the truce. Now you deserve to die, Malik. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It was a fragile agreement, and it does get broken.
Oh no, support's gonna die for him, and then also he's gonna die. Yeah.
Very low on Evo here. He is going to yield himself up, but when he comes back down, it will be with a bang as he dies. And Grizzle is just tearing through Pleb with a BKB, trying to survive, but it's not happening. He just wants one kill. He just wants a kill resolution, but they don't have the solution to him, and he is going to survive. And there's another 4 heroes dead. As Secret will look to finish off this game.
Dire's middle tower.
At least Pleb taunted before he died. That's something that he's got going for him. So showing that he doesn't really care. He's got that IDC vibes, you know?
It's important.
It's really important.
Next to your team here, they're looking alright. A couple of smiles here and there. Their expectations were realistic coming into this, right? Like,
You know what?
Big smiles.
At least playing against Team Secret, and you know that Secret's having a fun time. It's like, all right, maybe they'll scrim us because they, you know, they like us. It's good vibes.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Nice glyph, GG. Okay, so that's alright. Alright, getting a bit spicy there, but yeah, smiles all around from Secret, you know? It's like... No, it's like you get captured by aliens and like you're the alien's favorite test subject, right? Like...
That's a really great analogy. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's a bit of a Stockholm syndrome going on there, but still kind of nice. Kind of nice indeed. Well, it's an easy win for Team Secret in this first game. Will they be able to repeat it the second time around? We don't know. We will be finding out later. But yeah, the Alchemist, you know, was a pretty good solution just to move the Timbersaw to the middle lane, have him to kind of roll over this Void Spirit. I mean, is this matchup usually that bad? I think it's pretty bad. It's like Void should be able to push the lane and be fine, which he did. But always, I think the Timber will come out largely on top because, like, the way Timber works is, like, if you don't have, like, sustained damage, like some Leshrac or Batrider, it's really a question of, like, do all of your nukes add up to, like, the total of Timber's HP? Because otherwise, he just regens back to full HP. And if you get a raindrop on Timber, if you get a bracer, like, if you get these items, the answer is always going to be no. And also, Nisha was super farmed because he played extremely well.
Yeah, he really did. He was having a wonderful time, and Nish will be our MVP for this one, I think, having an absolutely runaway performance on this Timbersaw. And there you see him, looking
Wow.
fresh as ever.
0 deaths, actually. That's, I guess that's right. We did not see him die once that game on account of the no deaths there. But he was close a couple of times. Like, I feel like he was always playing it at very low HP. Like, he was pushing this hero to its max. Which is quite powerful versus an Alk.
Yeah, I wish we had an attempted murder stat to see how many times they tried to kill him, because I feel like it was at least 5 times they're like, all right, this time, we're gonna kill off this Timbersaw, but they did not.
No, I mean, they just didn't really have anything to lock him down. It felt like maybe they had the damage, but not the lockdown. So maybe draft next time. Couple more stuns, maybe a bit more synergy, which is what I said in the previous series that D-Boosters played as well.
Alrighty, well, we are going to leave you guys with a break, but don't worry, we're going to take a pick up with some highlights so you got something to watch, and then we'll be back with game number 2 very shortly.
Okay.
Alright, thank you.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Hello and welcome back to the Badosha stream, the cool stream. That's right, we're over here in the back alleys with some back alley Dota going on. It is, of course, Secret versus the Boosters on the cards, and game number one, an absolute slaughter. You know, a real stats patter for Nisha in this first game, and yeah, doing it in style. I'm expecting more of the same for game number two, I think, and yeah, I mean, it doesn't really seem. I think DB's just going to have some fun with it. You know, we saw from their booth, it was all happy, smiley times.
Yeah.
There wasn't any like, oh no, we're losing against Secret, the shame of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think what we're more than likely to see is probably the boosters going back to like at least one weird pick, which they were doing yesterday, and coming into today, Malik was on Razor, which is not so weird considering yesterday. So one weird pick probably, and I would also imagine maybe like some easier to execute stuff. And it's not even like a fault against the boosters. Like ease of execution, even up to the highest of high levels in Dota, is often what a lot of teams fall back on. So I think, yeah, ease of execution strategies, and then give Malik something weird, and we'll see a more competitive game. Probably Secret still wins, but at least the boosters get to have more fun with it, and then they have an actual replay to go back to for learning Dota. Here's what we should have done better. We're losing for actual Dota reasons, rather than just like, yeah, we're outplayed, you know, and our draft felt hard to execute.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Alchemist drafts can be easy, but, you know, when you're playing against his Timbersaw, which got picked first phase by the very first pick of the game was his Timber, and they just let it kind of fly on through there. And then also like they just left the Wyvern in versus the Dawnbreaker. Like these are the two mistakes I feel like they made in the draft, which made their game super difficult. So hopefully they don't repeat any of those mistakes, and we see a cleaner execution in the second game from them. But yeah, as you said, you know, I'm excited for this team because it doesn't look like they're taking things hard. You know, it doesn't look like they're like, oh no, we're losing, we're bummed about it. You know, they're getting some good experience in here. I think that's really important for them. And Secret, you know, they're just mechanical as always. They're not going to risk dropping a game here because it is such a strict format. If you drop one game in a best of two, it can make all the difference. You could be playing in tiebreakers, or you could just be eliminated straight up. That's how brutal this group stage is. So it's important.
Yeah, that's true. Like if it was a best of three, maybe the tune that we're singing would be very different. Like, Secret, they're gonna have fun on the second game. No, they're gonna be pretty brutal. Like, I think there's a level of like being very competitive and still having fun within the game. Like they're smiling and they're being goofy, but you can bet that if the game looked like it was going south at all, they're gonna like super focus up and just like try really hard and obliterate. Like yeah, there's a difference between like messing around and like having fun, and I think they're just having fun, but they're not messing around.
And if it does get to that point, you know, we can cut to Puppy's camera, and we'll see him, you know, reaching down and taking the belt off. You know, getting it nice and hard. Studded belt, I reckon.
I would imagine so. Yeah, spikes, like one of those goth belts, except with real spikes, not plastic ones.
Yeah, metal. But you keep them on the inside so no one can see the dried blood on them. That's the way to go.
Exactly. That way, it's like, you know, a little bit. He's quite the masochist, actually, and sadist, Puppy. But sadomasochism. He's into both.
Master of
those.
pain.
Yes, he is. Precisely.
All right, we have a first pick, Zeus, coming out from Team Secret to kick this one off. What do you think? Zeus in the first phase? This is something new for me. I haven't been seeing a ton of Zeus, but this event he seems to be getting in his miles. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in NA and Western EU, it's been first phase, first pick, first ban. It's like Marcy, Dawnbreaker, Puck, Zeus are the four, and I would say that for a while there, like Zeus seemed to be like the weakest of those four, and now it's kind of seeming like people are much more willing to let Dawnbreaker through and not the Zeus. So I'm actually surprised to see the Zeus go through. Lots of teams really love this hero. Yeah, and he's strong. There's a good reason for it. You start attacking him, and then he just suddenly disappears like 1,000 units in the other direction. It's like, what? Zeus can't do that? Well, I'm still getting used to it. I don't like it. Yep, slows your move speed by 100%, slows your attack speed, slows your cast speed as well. So you can't even cast spells on him when he does this. It's pretty insane. You've got the dewarding too, which makes him incredible. So support people have always talked about this, like, oh, Zeus can deward. That's why he's a good support. But then all of a sudden, you have this utterly useless hero on the laning stage as a support. Not the issue anymore
with that heavenly jump. So you basically get these good elements to Zeus that have always been good, and then also this this new and improved heavenly jump that makes him a very strong laner. I've seen like Zeus Mirana, and Zeus can set up for Mirana arrow with the heavenly jump because it's 1.6. It's 1.6, 100% slow. People are running 100 move speed. It's very easy to hit that. It's insanely easy.
Yeah, it is. Rest of the heroes we got picked up then, that's going to be an Ember Spirit and a Dark Willow from the boosters. So a little bit off the wall with the Willow, I'd say. That's a little interesting. Ember Spirit a bit more on the rails. And then we have a Chen coming out for the side of Secret. So the puppy Chen. We are blessed today, Jenkins.
Yeah, this guy's Chen is like... It's something to behold. It's really nasty. Even when Chen is bad, Puppy picks Chen and makes it look really good. And Chen is incredibly strong right now. It's one of the highest win rates in Dota. It's a healing hero in a meta where salves have been nerfed, so that's going to be great for laning. The creeps have been buffed in the previous patch, so any hero that picks up creeps, the Lycans, the Beasts, the Chens, the Enchantresses, that's why all these heroes are incredibly powerful. And Chen ult, like this is one of the best abilities in the game, in my opinion. It became way better when they changed it to have this healing per second component, because before you would use it to save one guy usually. So there'd be like 1,000 to 2,000 heal just completely wasted on your team because the rest of your team is full HP. But now you can use it, and then for 10 seconds, if you engage in any fight, all of your guys are being healed. So it's kind of like, it's a heal plus like a scuffed Centaur Ags ult, where it just makes your team incredibly tanky for the duration of the ult. To the degree where it feels like you kind of have to kill Chen at the start of fights, which is not how it was before. This hero would get past the laning stage and past the point where the creeps were valuable, and then all of a sudden he's useless. That's not the case anymore. He's like old Dazzle or like current Oracle, where like you have to kill him. I guess current Dazzle's like that as well, but you actually have to kill a Chen, which is nice for a 5.
Yeah, definitely. You want the enemy to be prioritizing you, and yeah, definitely looks like a backline jump is something which the boosters are really going to be looking for. But they already have the Ember Spirit, so that's a nice step in the right direction. Let's get something else though. Let's get something nice and mobile to punish this Zeus and this Chen opening, because it does feel like, you know, the kind of heroes which are good against Zeus are also going to be the kind of heroes which are good against Chen, which I think is one disadvantage to the Secret opening.
Yeah, for sure. Like backline assassins, Ember's decent, but it's not the best like assassin type hero because he kind of goes in.
Yeah.
I mean, he can like searing chains the guys in the back, but it feels like he needs like a +1 to go with him in order to actually. Man, I feel like the boosters, is Batrider banned right now? No, it's not. I mean, it would require you to do like an Ember safe lane, which is weird. But I feel like this is a nasty looking Batrider game. We'll see if they pick it. A lot of teams have been prioritizing banning Bat in the second phase, or at the very least the third phase. It's like the hardest Monkey King counter in the game. Zeus does nothing versus Bat. Chen does nothing versus Bat. Neither does Earthshaker. Like, you get a BKB on Bat, you just run over the game. But we'll see.
I think Batrider was one of those heroes which was banned out an absolute ton and picked like rarely ever. Yeah, so throughout the DPC, he was banned 348 times. He was picked 69 times.
That's funny. Yeah, that's Batrider. It's like, it's not some like first phase hero, but it's the best last pick in the game right now. Like there used to be like Broodmother, Huskar, Meepo. These heroes don't really see the light of day anymore, so it's kind of just Batrider as that last pick hero. So it's just easy enough to like, okay, maybe Batrider's weird here, but let's just ban it. Let's just ban it so they can't get it.
Ooh, I don't like this. Medusa coming out for the boosters. Once again, moving in a greedier direction for them. I mean, it does give them a win condition, give them that late game, but is it really what you want to be going for in this kind of draft?
It's gonna do, I mean, it's gonna do well in lane. You've got an Ogre to stand in front, and this is going to be like an Earthshaker in the lane, most likely, like Earthshaker Zeus, or maybe Earthshaker's the 4, and we've got a Zeus mid, and it's a Chen 5. I don't know, it's hard to say, but you know you're going to do well because there's an Earthshaker in lane. It is greedier, but I also feel like the boosters this time, they just have easier heroes to pull off. I mean, Ogre's like the easiest hero in Dota. Ember, it's a hero that can actually go in. He does a ton of damage. He has Disable. He has split push. Like I guess what I'm saying is like their draft ticks a lot more boxes than it did in the previous one. And then they actually are the ones that ban out the Bat Rider. Yeah, this is exactly why this hero has so many damn bans. It is always a last phase ban for either team.
So funny. Always in jail, never running free. Poor old Bat Rider.
No. I mean, yeah, it would have been really good. And Team Secret could have run the like Earthshaker as an offlaner, Zeus as a 4, and Bat still run the Bat mid or Bat offlane. Bat offlane also wouldn't do too bad against a Medusa. I feel like.
Yeah.
You can run her down at level 4, level 5 with boots, and she'll die to you for sure.
Good invader as well. Like getting into the jungle, which I think is always important versus Medusa. Feels like, I mean, Secret, they'll want to operate a very similar game plan as to last game. Medusa, very similar hero to the Alchemist in a lot of ways.
Yeah, except they can focus a little more on towers because they actually have tower push in the Chen this time. Last game, they didn't have any tower push. And I feel like Medusa, you do farm stacks like an Alc does, but it does feel better to take her towers because you're not like literally getting, extra gold for farming the stacks, but it is the same. Like they will want to put some effort into contesting the stack, but probably a bit more on the towers this game.
Yep. Okay, close out the map. Take those objectives. Do they have enough for doing that right now, though? I mean, you've got the Monkey King and the Zeus as your 2 cores by the looks of it. They're going to need something which can take some buildings, and that is not it. Wow, Dark's here coming out for the side of Team Secret. Against the Ogre and the Medusa? Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, Earthshaker Darkseer I think is fairly okay. You can kill the Ogre in lane. I mean, it's gonna suck for the first few levels. Like Ogre is just gonna, I mean, Ogre beats almost anything in the first few levels, and Darkseer is just super weak level 1. So is Earthshaker. But in the game, I think it's a great Darkseer game. Like Darkseer is one of the best counters in the game to Medusa. She just can't deal with her own illusion. You get the split shot and like wipe your own, wipe the whole enemy team with a free Medusa. And also like the way Medusa wants to play is like she's this slow, fat, like run at you hero where she's just like a turret. And Darkseer, you can just surge people away from her. So it makes like playing it allows you to play with mobility, which is what is super annoying for Medusa. Like a lot of people go like 4 staffs and stuff versus Medusa for the same reason. Yeah, it's like there's nothing obvious like clockwork cogs that you're forcing out of, right? But it's like you just force out of her general area, she's never going to catch you. And so Darkseer functions similarly.
Very annoying fellow in that regard. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of area denial on that point from the side of Secret. You've got Wukongs, you've got Fisher, you've got Darkseer, and you've got the Nimbus as well, which is going to come out later. Definitely looks like dominating draft from Team Secret. So boosters, they're going to go back for this Kotl. So it is going to be the Malik Kotl coming out. Didn't work out too fresh last time around.
All right, so this is a Kotl Willow lane. Unless they want to run the Ogre in the off lane, even though it's P1 playing it, like maybe they rotate the Ogre and give him mana and he, keeps throwing out the ignites or something like that. Yeah, it's a little weird. I wasn't a huge believer in this last time, but it seems like Malik just really enjoys playing this, and even though they lost with it, they still believe that it's good, and they lost for other reasons. Which I can respect that mentality to just say like, okay, well I know what everybody's gonna think. Like everybody looks at this, they see the weird hero, they automatically call it bad, but like we just know our team better, and that's not why we lost. Like that's good confidence.
Yeah, exactly. We know what we think of the haters, and Malik definitely echoes that sentiment. What a guy. I like it. I think it's cool. There's some cool combos. I mean, even Willow or Ogre, right? You've got some nice combos either way. With the Chakra Magic, I think... Yeah, it does just feel slow, though. Like, Medusa and Kotl is 2 of your cores. There's something about that which is just kind of worrying for me. Like, maybe when you get the Ags on Kotl, it could be cool, but... Like, I love seeing Medusa with Mars, That's like my dream team. My king and queen,
Yeah, area denial, like you like force everybody into the arena, like even if you don't hit a spear, just giving Medusa like 5 or 6 seconds of just whacking everybody in the arena is pretty insane, actually. Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is like Kotl outpushes lanes and Ember also outpushes and like chips at people as they push towers. So it's just about like surviving through the Chen push until Medusa can come online. Maybe that's the idea here. Just delay the game.
Sounds like a game plan, that's for sure. So we have a little pause here from Mr. Pleb, sorting things out. But yeah, no, I can definitely see the Ags. I mean, I used to see this combo actually where I think LGD did it, where they rushed an Ags really quickly. I think it was actually Jinkyu on the Pos 4 Coddle, but he was just being super, super greedy. Faith Bear was having a miserable time, as is often the case with LGD. And they got the Ags really quickly on the Coddle, and they kind of abused that in order to just allow the Medusa to constantly get off Stone Gaze. And she'd literally just, I think she had a Blink Dagger as well.
That's
just
pretty
blink right on top of the Ignis. And then obviously you got to look at the Ignis when it's going off. So yeah, you got the Stone Gaze out onto a bunch of heroes. Could be something on that line.
Okay. I'm down for that. I mean, you talked about the area denial on Team Secret. You know, they're going to put a wall down, Nimbus, Monkey King ult. If you just put a Ignis on top of that, that sounds pretty decent. I know that a lot of people just don't like the Coddle Ags in general these days, but maybe because it's an off lane, maybe because you've got a Medusa, it makes it better.
Yeah.
But we'll see. He didn't really get to play the game enough in the last series where he was Coddle, where he could even get to that point. I think he had like a Vessel, maybe Vessel 4 staff or something, and then the game was kind of over.
Right. Yeah, a bit of a shutout. What's the other?
Yeah.
I mean, my logic in Dota, though, is always a case of good players will always know the game well enough to be able to abuse things and make them look broken. I think a good example of that was Tomato in his series yesterday when he was playing that Templar Assassin. He was being an absolute menace with that Aghanims, and I was thinking, like, man, you know, this Aghanim, surely this is broken, right? Like a 1.5 second TP time, just anywhere on the map, pretty much. This is ridiculous, but it's really not broken. It's a pretty balanced Aghanims, maybe even one of the weaker ones, but just in that game, in the right circumstance, it ended up being the best choice. Tomato knew that. He's played enough TA. He's experimented enough, so yeah. That's just my logic.
I actually have a theory on the TA Ags that I do think it is broken.
Oh.
Like it's funny you mentioned that, because like that's the one thing, like I feel like it's just hard to use to its like fullest potential, you know? It's like a hard Ags to use because like you can like put a trap anywhere, you know what I mean? You can like the people that are cutting creep waves right in front of the enemy base and then putting traps in their own triangle and like farming areas where their team doesn't want to farm, like if you've really good like map farming awareness, I guess, like knowing where the farm is that the enemy team doesn't want you to farm, and also knowing where the farm is where your team doesn't want to farm, and then already having traps there, that's insane. But that's just my theory. Like I feel like all the things that you said, 1.5 second cooldown anywhere on the map, like that is just too good, you know? I'm always shocked when people don't get the TA Ags, but I feel like it is, like I said, it is just a hard thing to use.
Yeah. Wait until I tell you about Nature's Prophet then. Gonna blow your mind.
I think Nature's Prophet is insanely OP too. I think I think that's like my favorite hero in Dota. That's my 100% favorite hero. I think that hero has like one of the highest skill caps in the game because of the TP element. Have you seen the TP spot in the Radiant base?
Yeah.
It's like bottom left corner of the Radiant base. You literally cannot, like, you have to send a courier up there to see somebody. There's like a high ground in the base. It's so silly.
It was Monkeys Forever doing it right on his stream, and he just lost his mind. He was like, "What is this?" Actually, LGD did it once again for like 2 seconds inside one of their games. I got really excited, and then he just kind of TP'd away from it. But
yeah, the problem is if you move a courier up there, the fountain hits you. So that's the problem. So it's like it's good if people don't know about the spot.
Yeah,
if it was like a little bit outside of the base, it would have been better.
All right, PC fixed, ready to go. Seems good. They plugged the things back in.
Good. It's hard to play the PC without the keyboards and all these things they call peripherals.
Sounds like coping. Just get good.
I play on a keyboard that's supposed to be for TVs. That's how bad my peripherals are. Of course, these guys are using some Asus gear. Does Asus do peripherals or are they just monitors?
No, I don't think they do peripherals.
They don't do peripherals. Okay.
No.
But they've great
Don't-
monitors.
We've got Asus and LG both sponsoring this event, right?
That's right. They're using some LG peripherals then.
But well, they didn't do peripherals either.
They don't do peripherals. Okay, well,
No,
I'm using
but they
an
both
LG,
do monitors. Which is
one of each, dual screen.
oh, okay.
I'm using an LG.
Just what I was
Uh,
looking for.
What's the opposite of heater but does cold?
Cooling.
No, air conditioner. That's what it is.
Oh, right.
I'm using
yeah.
one of those. I'm using one of those. It works. I'm very nice and chilly in here despite this heat wave.
30 seconds.
Wow,
To battle.
what a product.
Yeah, it's a great product. These guys are in Riyadh though, so I'm sure it's a lot hotter there. I should not complain.
Yep, and I'm sure they have much better cooling equipment as well.
That's probably true.
Supplied by wonderful sponsors.
Yeah. Shout out to
God bless 'em.
sponsors. Oh, a bit of dewarding action. All right, all right.
A little bit.
There's no ward. He just got hit by tower. GG.
The battle begins.
That's 50 health you're never getting back again, unless you regen it. Ooh, nice dodge from Chrysalis there on the Illuminate. And now giving Mad Frog a little bit of a spanking. You dare come for our rune, young lady? Get out of here.
Chen Monkey King versus two low armor ranged heroes. This, I'll be very impressed if D boosters can come out of this lane without being like half the CS of Crystallis or without giving away a bunch of kills.
Quick side note, can we call the Chen Monkey King lane the Chunky King lane?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Great.
Oh, they don't get the range creep CS.
Don't
Chunky
get the
King
range
lane.
creep CS. Chrysalis loves the damage as well. He's so confident on this hero. It's pretty scary. He's a Grandmaster, right? You're not going to
Yeah.
eliminate this guy.
No, this is his best guy. He likes this one. Other than Razor, it's like, if you had to pick one hero to play till the end of time, I think he would pick this one.
Yeah. Who can blame him? Monkey King's very fun.
Yes, it is. It breaks Dota. You jump around
It
trees.
does. Turn into Roshan.
Yeah, that's right.
I would like to see Mischief used more. I mean, it's a shame that the skill cap is too high for it to ever really work in pro games, but like, just one day, I want to see someone like go towards a rune and then be like, wait a minute, this isn't a rune, and then get killed.
Yeah, the problem is being able to like highlight the
Yeah.
Monkey King and see that it's actually him as, oh, this ogre is a Chad. I love
Yeah.
that. 10% HP still chatting up. That's cool.
Yeah. He knows he's gonna regen it back. He knows he's got mad armor. Definitely, definitely brave though. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Nisha getting pretty low on health, pretty low on mana, but at the same time, there's that bottle, shipped out, crisp from the base, fresh from manufacturing, and Zayat's coming in. Oh, they're gonna make sure they get both runes as well. Can Evo get the slight snap? No, he can't. So
Radiant's middle
that's
tower
pretty
is
sad.
under
And
attack.
it looks like Nisha's gonna be able to get both water runes.
Yeah, that is hugely impactful on Zeus too. I mean, this hero is so good at pushing out lanes. I actually didn't even go for the top one because the
No,
lane's in a
Zayat's
good
just
spot.
Ate it.
Like, he doesn't want to push it out because the lane is like right on his hill. I can understand that. He doesn't really need the mana if he's not going to push the lane out. Although he is going to have to get the range creeps, yes, but yeah.
Ooh, Chunky
bot
King
lane.
going for a kill, but Malik moves the right way. That's still going to take a ton of harass from Puppy here regardless.
Mad Frog got the CS on that big creep too. And the deny.
Oh,
They're actually
Chad
owning
Frog.
this lane.
Hell yeah. I mean, Chrysalis is still farming up decently, but yeah, finding themselves with some micro victories always feels good.
Yeah, top lane is at least complete free farm.
Oh,
I mean,
love the
both
dodge.
sides, like, it's just Darkseer, you always want to like cut the wave. Level 1, the hero's so bad, level 1, you just don't have the mana to spam your iron shells. So they're just playing to 50-50 top. Bot is actually kind of going 50-50 as well. Yeah, pretty even so far.
All good then. Oh, a little bit of a play onto Zayat here. He's actually taking a lot of damage. They might be able to finish him off. Yes, they will. P1 getting the kill. Going in hard in the Soga Magi.
Did this happen in the last game too, that Zayat's was dying on the off lane? I feel like this This is the MO for this Team Secret.
Yeah, but also at this point in last game, they had like 5 kills in the off lane, and everyone was just brawling and suiciding.
Right, that's true. That's true. It was a little bit more chaotic than this, as Nisha does get another water rune. So he is very happy in this game as a Zeus.
Pleb taking some damage here. They're on top of him with the Iron Shell, but the Darkseer is getting so low, he's actually going to fall. They did get the Iron Shell onto Zayat, so he might be able to run down Pleb here, but it seems like a huge ask, and he's not going to be able to deliver. Now he needs to get himself away without taking too much damage, but they've got a Fire Blast coming on through here. Pleb, he's asking for the high 5, but he's not going to get it. But at the same time, he's also not going to get the kill, as Zayat will get back to safety.
It's very rude. You always got to connect the high 5s.
You do, no matter the circumstance.
Yeah. As Nisha, he's going for this like typical Zeus build now. People aren't even going for a single point in the W. It's just max Q and E.
Mad Frog is going to be Sad Frog down in the bottom lane as Chrysalis finishes him off. So it's going to be a nice kill for the Monkey King at last.
I was kind of expecting more of this to be going on in bot lane. I feel like if either of these two squishy ranged heroes for the boosters gets caught out, like they'll die pretty easily to a Chen Monkey. But I guess Chen's level 1 is like pretty damn weak these days compared to before, at least.
Oh, top lane, 2 heroes getting very low. The double Iron Shell from Resolution gonna get him the double kill up here. Where did that come from? The boost
And a courier too.
Oh
All
my
right.
God. When it rains, it
It's a
pours.
massacre.
Beautiful. All right. D-Boosters getting on the board, but then being taken down a few pegs by Secret.
Radiant are scanning.
And Darkseer just like... Darkseer has such a strong like level 5 to level 7 timing. I feel like the hero's like utter garbage in the first couple of levels, and if you just survive past that point, which is why we see all these lane shenanigans, he becomes a beast.
Stun out onto Evo here. Can he get away? He's not level 6. I know he cannot. He is actually going to get run down here. Secret using the opening to get the kill pre-6 onto the Ember Spirit.
Does leave Resolution alone though.
Yeah, and they'll take good advantage of this. Catching with the stuns, he tries to surge away, but yeah, just claiming the lane in the name of Medusa, in the name to our Snake Queen.
And Darkseer on his own is a bit useless. Can't even Iron Shell out the wave really against Medusa because she just snakes it and kills the whole wave.
That she
Dude,
does.
Evo's to level 5, man.
How has he not got 6? He must be so close to it, but that range creep, is it gonna die? Yeah, it doesn't even get him to 6. Meanwhile, Nisha's near level 7. A bit of a reckoning in the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this lane is... Like, maybe this lane is just this bad. Oh, Nisha really wants that easy camp stack.
Yeah, level 6 now on Evo, so he's got something going his way, but might be killed off pretty quickly. He needs to get back. There is not a Zeus ulti available anymore, so they won't be able to get the kill onto Evo, but they will be able to bring down P1 by the looks of it. He will fall, and then it's going to be 2 dead on the side of the boosters as Evo limps away into the night.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on this mid lane. Evo in both games has been quite under-leveled to Nisha, and both the Secret supports identify this and they just punish. They
Look at this. Zayat is just turning the aggression onto Evo here. Even with this guy, he can't seem to catch a break. There's just no threat from this Ember Spirit whatsoever. Willow also having to use that Shadow Realm to get herself back. Yeah, very, very difficult game for the boosters at the moment. Not getting many wins, as just now Zeus will overtake the Medusa, at least for the time being. A P1 found in the jungle as well. Double Iron Shell just cooking him up and taking him down. That Ogre Magi gets his steaks peppered over in the jungle.
180 DPS for 2 Iron Shells at this point in Dota. Like, there's very few heroes that have the effective HP to survive that, especially with Earthshaker's chain stun that he's able to do. It's nobody can really come in lane top because of the threat of the Earthshaker being here, and even Monkey King is going to be really strong to buff up with the Iron Shell eventually.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Secret really just seemingly going where they want, but the boosters looking like they want to kind of fight back here, but that is just not going to work out how they're looking for as they lose one. P1 getting very low as well. Nisha finds a kill. They'll lose 2. And they're not going to find anything in response for this one. Pleb just going to have to accept that that jungle no longer belongs to you. So over to the triangle he shall go. Unfortunately, the triangle's occupied.
Yeah, Malik is there. He does have the boots of travel, though. So he's pretty formed on this offlane Caudle. He's the top net worth on his team, actually. So kind of just playing a mid Caudle from the offlane, which does mean that I think Evo is going to become the offlaner here.
Yeah. Puppy's within 800 net worth of him 10 minutes into the game.
That's right. He is. Puppy's a big juicy boy this game.
Oh yeah, he's thick.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to pull the machete out today, it looks like.
No, I can remain in this sheath. Although I don't think he has a sheath for it. That would be too unthreatening.
Well, yeah, also he just has it out so often that sheathing it's a waste of time.
True. They got the Centaur here, they got the Slam as well. They will finish the job. Evo to fall once again. Ember Spirit just not having a good time.
You know, Puppy's got the Cloak Aura from the Centaur Courser, so 30% magic resist to creeps. The Caudle Blast, look how little damage it does.
Wow, yeah. That's a pain in the ass for Malik to deal with.
That's a max level Caudle Blast, dude. And it just took the creeps to only 50%. That's insane. You can still stack these auras, right? I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure you can still stack them.
No, I think I'm pretty sure. Or maybe...
Oh, they removed that.
Yeah, I think you can only have one as Evo comes running on in here, looking at Zayats, finishes the job here. Onto that kill, and now he's looking for more. There's Nisha running away with that haste rune. All right, so Zayats goes down. Finally, the boosters get them their 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, it's something. It's something. You know, it does feel like they're playing into some pretty powerful heroes, though, to be top of net worth. Like, one of these cores for Secret needs to die. Is it going to be Nisha? It's not.
No, beautiful wall coming out from Zayats there. Build the wall, he said. Now, they're chasing Mr. Mad Frog, but I don't think they got to overextend for this one. It's not an important kill.
No, they can. I mean, they're free farming on their 3 cores, and I feel like a Monkey King with Diffusal, which he almost has, by the way, running hasted at a Medusa sounds really strong.
That sounds really strong. I hope that's not happening. Let's see, in the middle lane. Oh no, we've seen this story before. This Boosters getting aggressive. One of the first times in this game as a unit. And Secret are bringing the numbers. They feel more than confident to be fighting up for this one. And the Monkey King, oh, his tree is going to get destroyed here. Let's see if they can punish this. They're going to need a bit more damage, and they don't seem to have it. The ultimate comes down from the Zeus, bringing them low, but Chrysalis, he is dropping here, and they will get the kill. So the Monkey King falls. A little bit over-aggressive from him, jumping on that tree and getting it taken on down. Another look for more.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's a big kill. That's huge. That's the top net worth Monkey King. I was saying, like, these support kills mean almost nothing, but killing the cores, it's a huge chunk of experience. Most importantly, which like Evo desperately needs. He's actually almost caught up to Nisha after that kill. Only like half a level behind instead of like an entire level behind.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. And shout out to Malik there, by the way. I just went searching, and he was a Quelling Blade holder. That axe was the one that took down Mr. Monkey.
Oh, that actually sounds really good on with the spirit form cast range that you got.
Cast range, yeah. It's pretty darn big. Definitely caught him off guard.
Although he does go Quelling Blade even without a Monkey King in the game on Caudle offlane, which I think makes a lot of sense because the base damage on Caudle is so damn low.
Yeah.
So last hitting as a core feels bad in a side lane without a Quelling Blade.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, we're chilling here now again. Pleb is showing up to the bot tower. Looks like they want to open up this map. They feel like Team Secret has had this top tower advantage for too long. They want to even it out. But Chrysalis wants to defend, it looks like.
Yeah, interestingly, he's still turning up to this. I mean, I also wanted to say it's interesting to turn up to the last fight as well when he didn't have that diffusal blade finished up yet.
I think it's one of those things where, like, as a carry in this patch, it's just really good to, like, casually show up to fights and maybe contribute a bit, but not die. Like, obviously, overextending and dying is not what you want. But I think, like, as a carry these days, like, you do kind of have to be active. Unless you have like some Battle Fury farming or you're really confident in your late game timing, which I think against Medusa, you're never really truly confident. Even with a diffusal blade carrier like a Monkey King, your Medusa late game is always really frustrating to play against.
Based Snake Lady.
Yeah, she's powerful.
Yeah, she is on the top lane again. They're trying to bring down Evo. Oh, actually, the Slaughter Fist dodging out the ultimate from the Zeus is going to be enough to get him away from this one, and it looks like it is. Evo will survive for now. Zayats, he's still looking though. He wants to finish the job, but I don't think that's going to happen, my friend.
Oh, he got him!
No way. Evo, you had plenty of opportunity to get out of that one, but he was being a greedy little cookie. They will get the responding kill for this one, but yeah, Zayats, do what you must. I have already won.
I don't even know if he saw him there. I think he was just fissuring the creep wave.
Just
Or maybe
decided to put
he
a
was
bit of
trying
an
to-
angle on it.
Like, I think maybe he was thinking that he was TPing out and he could cancel the TP. I don't think, because that must have been overkill by like 1 damage or something.
Yeah, that's very close.
He was super close. This is a classic puppy, by the way. You just look at him and he's just jungling, just chilling. This hero with farm is quite impactful.
What's he going for?
I would assume eventual Wraith Pact. But he is sending out a fluffy hat and a magic wand, so possibly
Oh yeah, get that.
building maybe a 4-staff against Medusa. Ember Chains, all of Dark spells are like ground targeted. So good, fairly solid force game.
Every time a hero buys a fluffy hat, I like to just imagine them wearing it.
I would
very
imagine
cute.
Chen puts it on his little beast instead of himself.
Probably, probably.
It's like one of those like dog coats that they wear, except a hat. Like, of course, a dog would never wear a hat, but maybe the pig that he's or whatever the hell he's riding would.
Yeah,
What is
kind
he
of
riding?
A dinosaur, I think.
Is it a crocodile? That's a crocodile, bro.
That crocodile? Oh yeah, it is a crocodile. Shen, what are you doing, baby? Well, anyway, there's a fight breaking out here as Chrysalis getting very low once again. Needs to get away, but with that Spirit Vessel upon him, he won't be able to survive through this one at all. Malek still being chased by the creeps off the Chen, and that Medusa. Oh, huge vacuum coming out from Resolution, dragging them back in and getting both the support and the offlaner. But now inside that Bramble Maze, can they finish off Resolution? Yes, they can. They get 1 kill. Can they get any more? Zayat's revenge for earlier. Evo wants it. He's hungry. He's thirsty, but he's not going to be able to get it here, actually, as they turn around upon him, and Nisha blows him up. Thunder God's Wrath taking him out. Didn't quite predict the damage, and Evo once again cut down. Feels bad, man.
Dude, if Zayats had a blink dagger for that 4-man vacuum, that would have been insane. That would have been a full team wipe. But alas, he does not. He's a pathetic position 4. He is closing in on the blink dagger, though. He needs about 200 gold, and he'll have it. As we see Puppy jungling the exact same camp that he's been hitting all game. Here,
Loves
Zayats,
it.
you can have this.
I also want to point out as well that this is how much of a horrible person Chen is. He's riding a crocodile mount, right? Look at his helmet. It's also a crocodile, meaning that he's probably killed some relative or brother or something of this crocodile, is wearing it as a hat and then demanding that, yeah, this guy's real messed up.
You know what? That's the most Puppy thing ever. That's probably why he loves this set. He's like, all right.
Yeah.
Wear this guy's cousin while riding him. That sounds great.
I'll send a message.
This will be you, Zayats, if you're not a good boy.
Yep,
Like
I'm gonna
damn
chop up
jungle camp.
Resolution. I'm gonna ride you wearing his skin.
Exactly.
Good lord. Puppy, you're a twisted man.
He's twisted.
But we love you for it. little bit of a go here as they look onto Zayats. Maybe he's taking a step too far forward, but Crystal is backing him up. They can turn it around and kill off this Ultra Magi. But Nisha caught on the sidelines. Evo, look at that remnant swaddling forward, but they will get the kill regardless as Pleb enters the fight. Stone Gaze comes out, TP out from the Ember Spirit. He's going to get out to safety actually, but that leaves Pleb all by his lonesome. Malik, can he do anything? Well, the Blinding Light's going to help out for the time being. Those Iron Shells not really doing a whole lot to this Medusa. She's a big tanky girl, but that normal punch, the Medusa, oh my god, that's what you need to bring her down. A Medusa and a monkey, that'll do the job.
Yeah, Diffuse the Blade Monkey, definitely putting in a lot of work. The Dark Seer as well. Multiple illusions from the wall, from the normal punch. It does mean that Nisha goes down, but I really like the Team Secret. They are defending each other in these team fights, even though it's like it's very difficult for a Monkey King to get on top of an Ember, to get on top of a Dark Willow, because she has the Shadow Realm. Like, still, he was literally just standing on Nisha, being like, okay, if you're going to commit to killing him, I'm going to kill you once you've used all your spells on Nisha. So it makes it so it's like two bad choices that the boosters can make, right? And that's just good team fighting. That's just really solid team fighting, to like not let your heroes die without getting some trade for it.
Lab, I mean, that's what we said though. The boosters are actually having a game this time around. No one's really just like running away with the game. Secret are actually forced into playing some team-based Dota rather than just watching Nisha go and cheering him on.
Yeah, that's true. There's no like completely unkillable hero for Team Secret in this game, where like it doesn't feel like there's a timing that the boosters could kill them. Like the boosters could still absolutely win this game. Once they have, you know, Scotty on Medusa, he's going for his BKB.
Oh my god, but none of this keeps happening. Double elimination up at the top side of the map. Zions goes hunting and finds himself two big fish as they bring down Evo and Mad Frog up on the top side.
Yeah, they were trying to have the Willow behind the Ember, like protecting him in his split pushing escapades up here, but against Earthshaker, I mean, this hero has just such insane chain lockdown. It's like, the cool thing about Earthshaker in terms of his chain lockdown is he's not like Lion where it's like single target. It's like he can stun some guy in the front while also stunning a guy in the back because of the fissure range.
Yeah.
So saves don't work as well against him. Yeah, exactly. Ground targeted, so.
Yeah. Now Roshan going down super quickly here actually with the help of Puppy. Taking down Roshan, securing Chrysalis and Aegis, so any more tomfoolery from him, well, it'll be alright. He'll respawn from it, so.
Almost has BKB as well. Needs like 200 more gold and he's gonna have it.
Ooh, punch back onto the Ember Spirit. Doesn't look like the same amount of commitment they had before for him, though. It's kind of low mana, I guess, so. Poking, but not shoving.
Secret don't want to commit to the top tower just yet. They're okay with like sweeping across the map and instead just pushing the boosters away from all this farm. I mean, the boosters has pretty insane tower defense, so I can understand that. Like Coddle, Ember chipping away.
I am mighty.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The amount of spam they have is pretty insane.
Yeah, even in Willow, throwing stuff out.
Betrayed by the Centaur.
Yeah, they killed it. They got their revenge.
Good. Chrysalis with the DD, looking around, seeing what there is to see. They see this Medusa, but that's not a real Medusa. But don't worry.
That was a cool little illusion play, though. Like sending it back, making it look like it was the real Medusa running back to Fountain.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. They were like, Chrysalis was questioning it. He was like pump faking the ult. He's like, is this real?
Yeah, that actually. Oh, okay,
through.
they will be able to find one.
Dyer's turret has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Brave
Not
move
an
from
easy
Zayas.
Willow game at this point.
Definitely
honestly.
not, but Chrysalis going in on to Malik under the tier 2 in the mid. And now Secret, they're starting to connect with these kills. It was a little bit of running around the map, not getting much done for a while. But unfortunately, the boosters can only outmaneuver for so long.
Yeah, it does have to commit the BKB for it, though, on Chrysalis. Because otherwise, he's just going to get blinding lighted, stunned. So that is one silver lining for the boosters. If they want to fight in the next 60 seconds, they'll be fighting into no BKB Monkey King, which makes the Aegis less valuable. But it looks like they're not interested in fighting, at least for this tier 2. Puppy's got his army. He's looking to go.
Those being the creeps or his teammates?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's all the same to him.
The same to him.
More little minions to micro. That's why he plays Chen.
Yeah. All are members of the Puppy Kingdom when you're on Secret.
Yeah. He's like, Chrysalis, what are you doing? Like, Centaur Stomp. It's like, dude, I'm the Monkey King. It's like, oh, whatever, man.
Same thing.
Smoke
Maybe
across
that's the secret. They all just enable shared unit control, and really it's just Puppy playing all of them. But due to tournament regulations, they have to pretend they were just actors hired off Craigslist.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That is the secret. That's why their team's secret. Oh my god.
That would be a great gig, dude. That's like a good story for like a Netflix show. You know what I mean? Like the guy like essentially multi-boxing in esport and hiring actors. That sounds good. I'd watch that.
And then the actors teach him more about himself than he could have possibly imagined.
Yeah, exactly. And then eventually they actually play the game because they learn so much from him that they win together with the power of friendship. Yo, that sounds good, dude. Let's write
Yeah,
this.
that's right. No, we just said it on broadcast though. Right, everyone sign an NDA. We're going to post an NDA in the chat. You all need to sign it. Non-disclosure agreement.
Nobody listens to us anyway. Crystal?
Yeah, that's true. I think P1 is getting... Oh dear.
Poor ogre.
Oh dear. The lightning coming on down here from the heavens, and Mad Frog about to suffer a similar fate, but Player popping the BKB, committing hard to this one. They want to bring down Sides. He's going to use the ulti to try and lock down the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit, he's gone. He's down on the low ground. Meanwhile, Pleb will finish off Sides. Now look towards his next target. The vacuum comes in, though. Crystal is doing the damage. Pleb running out of mana, and now her health is about to drop like a rock. And that is a dead Medusa. 60 seconds on the grave, and all they really got for it was a little shaker.
And the fight didn't start out that bad for the boosters, honestly. I feel like catching out the Earthshaker is more than ideal. As my voice pathetically cracks there. I think Puppy with the Chen heals, like Holy Locket, Mechanism, Hand of God, it's just so much healing where it feels like... This is the problem with Chen in the current patch. Like, it feels like you need to go on him first. Otherwise, he just heals the guy you go on, even if it's another really important, like, backliner, like Earthshaker.
Oh, the vacuum. Oh, another 4-star. Did they just 4-star her twice, and now P1's gonna die for it? Man, what a guy. What an absolute guy.
Yeah. That's a true Pause 5 player right there.
Like, the Pulse 4, you can maybe justify, you know, using the 4-star on yourself, but not this guy. This guy's like, get out of here, my king. You got this. Remember me.
Look at this ward on the mid lane. Is there any reason you can think of for this ward? Literally in the tower. Doesn't this give the exact vision? Is this like the Chad strat of when the tower dies, you have this ward here anyway?
It's not really Chad, it's more pessimism, right?
It's a bit pessimistic, you're right.
Well, they're gonna take it anyway. Guess they'll get a ward down.
It's like a scuffed version of the tower.
They're gonna take the tower and then, haha, we still have vision. Genius. Punch out onto the Medusa as well as the wall. I mean, it's a lot of damage coming down onto Pleb. He's got to be careful. Those illusions are doing work. And Pleb will have to get away. Meanwhile, they've just lost 2 straight off the bat as well. There's too much damage coming down. Resolution, what a play from him. That was ridiculous.
Dude, Nisha just like 2-shot the supports with Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath. He went for the Thunder God's Wrath damage talent, not the Lightning Bolt mini stun talent. Which is not usually the talent people go for these days.
Unusual.
Yeah. But it melted the supports. Like, I was wondering how the hell they took so much damage. It's actually because he has that talent.
10, 2, and 8 on Darkseer, man. You don't see that very often.
No, that's not really a hero that gets kills. I guess Normal Punch does decent damage. But and then also he's getting these illusions that are carrying quite hard, but he's just owning. I mean, Rezo's just looking incredibly good.
Yeah. I mean, it is an easy series for them, but even so, you know, he's making some flashy plays, making some action happen. You know, these are not bad players. Just not a great team in comparison to the caliber of teams we have at this event.
Yeah, Secret's looking really good. I mean, I'm sure people all put a lot more weight on the Tundra series than this one, of course, but still continuing to look very good here.
Yeah. And Zayas jumps in with the slam. They'll take down P1 straight off the bat. Now they'll turn all their attention towards that big juicy deucer. Can they take it down? It's a question. Well, they can't, but she's also not going to be able to get a damage off inside the BKB either, which is pretty bad news for the boosters.
And they do just lose the Ogre, as well as the ward gets dewarded. So when the tower falls, there will be no vision.
No, the plan.
Who's the gem? Is it? There's no gem. It was just. Oh, just
Zeus. Yeah. Or lightning bolt, something like that. Either way, they're coming back in to fight this one though, even without their ward down. They're going to try and take this one as they look towards resolution, but he's got that wall up once again. Medusa doing so much damage to herself. A pretty nice illuminate though with the shackles coming in from Evo to try and lock them down, and it looks like they're going to be able to kill off Chrysalis here. They get themselves a kill. Now, can they look for more? Well, it doesn't look like it. TP's out from the side of Secret. They know the Spider's lost. A tactical retreat from them is going to get them all out to safety, except Rezo, who's still saying to take some deep waves, because that's just the kind of guy he is.
Yeah, why the hell not? I like this Dagon on Malik versus the... I mean, he went for a Dagon in the previous series as well. So he just generally thinks this is a good item on Caudal, which it is. But it's especially good in this game because he can just insta-kill the Medusa illusion from the wall, which is like otherwise a pretty big problem for this Darkseer against Medusa or Luna, any of these heroes. Like, oftentimes it's like the illusion versus the entire enemy team, it feels like. So just getting that out insta-kill is really nice.
Yeah.
And Puppy's gonna die. He's actually not. I think he might be fine.
Dagon comes out. It's a lot of damage. Is it going to be enough? The resolution comes in with a big vacuum. Doesn't quite catch Evo in it though, so Puppy is still going to go down. But has Evo bitten off more than he can chew? Stunned out in the Nimbus. Can he get away? Trying to juke off to the sidelines here. The lightning bolt won't connect, which means Evo does survive. The strike team of the boosters is successful for once.
Yeah, all right. They get a kill on Puppy. They chain stun him. He wasn't able to get his Holy Locket off, I believe. Yeah, I did not get the Holy Locket off. It is just the Chen, but we've talked about it. This hero, it actually does feel very impactful to take him down. Unfortunately, for D-boosters, he does have a pretty low res time, so he will be back alive for fighting this Roche.
No, punch out onto P1. He's down once again.
And so will P1.
Sponge.
P1's got buyback, so, and they do not have the outpost. They still have their mid tier 2 to TP2 for D-boosters.
Yeah, that tower defense from them doing quite a lot of work in keeping these buildings alive. But Secret also don't want to overcommit on, I don't know, level 3, level 4 Dagon from Malik. It's getting pretty big. It's getting kind of girthy, that Dagon. Be careful.
Yeah, it's a juicy Dagon. It's gonna get a quickening charm as well. Ooh. All right, this is looking good. Get that ethereal blade up next, I would imagine. Maybe do some one-shotting.
Got him the Zeus.
Yeah, sure, maybe. But I feel like you have the cast range from Spear Form anyway. May as well just like all in on one-shotting a guy.
Yeah, I'm down.
You can't eventually get that strength blink though. You strength blink in, Eth Blade, Dagon, just one-shot somebody. Nisha has an Eth Blade.
Oh, okay. Ah, why not? Hero doesn't need escape anymore. No BKB, no problems. Come for the refresher orb next. Like, I always feel weird when someone gets a refresher orb and Octarine. For me, it's kind of been, at least in the past, one or the other, but now it does make sense. As much
for
as
Zeus, it's just a problem of like, what other item do you get? That's the only issue with him. Like, I've really tried to think about it. Like, you don't want Shivas because you don't want to go in. You don't want Hex because you don't want to go in. Like, all the DPS items, like the late game, Assault Cuirasses and Satanics, like obviously those don't work on Zeus. So if you're trying to theory craft like a Zeus late game inventory, it almost always involves one of the blink items, Octarine Core and Refresher.
Yeah.
Like Dagon maybe, but even Dagon's like a little too close range for how far Zeus wants to stay back.
Yeah. And like something like the Kaya and Sanj, it's just like, it's not good enough value for a late game item.
Yeah, you can get Ethereal Blade instead.
Yeah.
It means that you, I mean, in a game like this, I think that Ethereal Blade's really good because these supports are not going to kill them, and it's just Medusa, really. And the Medusa's never going to get anything to take off the Ethereal Blade.
Oh, stun does connect onto the Willow. Double 4-star away. Shadow Realm out as well. Can she survive? Run, my queen. Oh, she's not. Goodbye. Sad frog.
He tried to mischief the ult. That wouldn't work, right? No, it wouldn't. Of course it wouldn't.
No way, right?
It's just damage. It's just damage immunity. It would with the Ag Shard though, maybe. And it disjoints projectiles.
Projectile, is it? Yeah.
So I don't think that would work. I think the old mischief would have worked for. I mean, it was like Manta disjointed anything.
Yeah, the old one was like invulnerability for the second of transformation. So yeah, like Manta.
Dude, they're camping Evo's Remnant on the bot lane, thinking maybe he'll split push. Nope, he's not going to. He's still top.
All right, well, 35 minutes in, and Secret, you know, it's not the same stomp as game number 1, but it is still a stomp. They've got an 18k gold advantage at the moment, not showing any signs of really hemorrhaging too badly. Every now and again, they bleed a kill, but it's only like puppy, and then they'll just go and get 2 more kills on the back of it later on. It's slow, it's methodical, it's strategic, and this is what we expected, right? If this was a best of 3, they might be playing a bit more aggressively, violently, running around, being lunatics, but in this kind of series, and the kind of team they're against, and the kind of lineup they're against, you know, they know these capers, so ooh. Ember is doing some fancy maneuvers here.
Dude, imagine if Crystallis, imagine if he boundless struck and it bashed.
Yeah.
That'd be insane.
You know, that's something I did once where I was playing Luna, I got the shard and I got a basher and I cancelled a black hole with it.
Oh my god, that is
that's scuffed. That bought it.
That's scuffed.
Oh, great resolution plays in the bottom lane as well. Gonna get the kill onto P1. Pleb probably needs to TP out from this one as well. BKBs are not really meant to be used as TPing devices, but that's the kind of situation they're in.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? That Medusa illusion just more powerful, it feels like. Well, actually, maybe literally more powerful. Let's see, yeah, 120% damage. So it does more damage than the Medusa herself. So quite powerful indeed.
That's an issue. You need to deal with that.
Yeah.
Will the Dagon insta kill it?
Yeah, the Dagon insta kills. The problem is there's a normal punch illusion, and the Wall of Replica is only a 45-second cooldown now too. So, and they're gonna have the parallel wall too at some point.
Yeah, I love that. Make a box if you've got a refresher. Oh no, Medusa, she summoned herself up again, and she has it on a cliff, but they've got a ton of 4-stars available on the booster, so that'll be okay. And they actually do take the Aegis away from Crystals in the backline to the magic damage, so it's something, but not much. It was running out anyway.
Dude, Mad Frog, he's kind of dying to illusions. Nah, he's fine. The Medusa illusion almost crit him. He would have died to that, actually. These Rezo illusions. Jeez, that's a mouthful, because his name's Resolution. Yeah, the resolutions are very powerful. Yeah.
If you want good resolution, then our sponsor is, of course, LG.
That's right, or Asus. If you want both of them. Great resolution on both. What is Resolution playing on? What resolution is Resolution playing on is also a question. There's a lot of question marks here.
We don't know the solution.
We don't. That's right.
Smoke up from the boosters. They're looking to play. They want to make some gameplay happen. Let's see. Leading with Pleb. Blink out from Resolution though. He is going to be able to avoid them all here. And he knew immediately, like, this was such a good call as well from him, because every single other time you see the Medusa, just drop the wall, drop the punch, like, try and just cook her up. But this time, he's like, yeah, no, this isn't right. They're smoking. I need to get out. And makes the right call. Really good.
Secret doesn't. They don't need to do anything crazy to win this one. So they're not feeling like Rezo needs to run in there and punch somebody or do some cutesy plays. If he's not near his team, like at this point, Secret just fights together and they're gonna win.
Stun out. Oh my god. 3 heroes gone in the blink of an eye. What even happened to them? The vacuum, the slant, everything just going perfectly there for Team Secret. I mean, that was so quick.
Yeah, that's the Darkseer dream. Right next to a high ground too. So even if there's no Earthshaker.
Beautiful spray. Really encapsulated the moment there.
That is an uncanny spray. How beautiful. Oh my god. They have buybacks. 10 seconds on the subs though.
Yeah, I'll be here. Can we ask Secret to do this a bit slower so that we can... Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. They will be able to take down Evo with the vacuum into the punch. A little damage coming their way. That Medusa illusion just being a pain in the ass. I don't know what you do as pleb here, because he's just making illusions for resolution to use better.
Yep, and they have the Scotty. They've got the Daedalus. Like all of, I mean, this is just why Medusa against Darkseer feels so bad. Like every item that she builds is, oh my god, another illusion spawn. Yeah, every item that she builds is just great to make illusions of course, because she makes her own illusions with the Manta style. Although I say that, and Pleb queues up the Rapier. So that is one thing that the Darkseer will not be able to replicate. That is raw damage that Pleb will have. Oh my god, the spray is still there. Get that off my screen right now. Thank you.
Talking about it's beautiful, it's beautiful. I like it. Observer likes it too. Boosters hanging around in the trees. They recognize their ability to defend towers is still very good, so they're going to try and do exactly that. This might be the last hurrah from them, though. If they die during this one, then it's going to be a sad old time. P1 going to get the vision down, give them that tree line advantage. Oh, yeah, we love it.
Damn, are they going to go for something here? Nope. Pleb is just standing in front.
And once again, the normal punch comes out, and now the parallel wall actually going to reveal the heroes in the backlines as well. Oh no, they've been rustled. They need to get themselves out, but they'll lose them. The Dark Wall is straight off the bat. Pleb going to have to turn around, but has no mana left, so needs to be careful about engaging onto this one. Resolution sees the opportunity, jumps in once again, punches him up. The mana is being given back to him by the Coddle, though. So Pleb will be tanky enough to survive through this one for now. Nice little chakra there.
Yeah, they just can't do anything against Rezo. The parallel wall is a huge problem. BKB does not help you in this case for Pleb because he's still getting an illusion that pierces through spell immunity. And Nisha is killing the supports without even being at the fight. Like, he's just killing them with ult and Nimbuses. Nimbai, rather.
Nimbai, thank you. Realization. And drop of the Nimbai. I mean, it's just so much crap just being constantly thrown at this Medusa. It's so halfway through the game as another wall comes out. What is a cooldown on this thing? Seemingly non-existent. As Medusa just taking herself out. And Chrysalis is going to come in to seal the deal. They bring down the Medusa. Snake Queen is dead. Long live the Monkey King as they now move on to the barracks as well. Doesn't seem to be much left in the tank here from the boosters. They've got 80 seconds on that Medusa. And they might be typing those golden G's at any given point now. A secret rack through their base.
Yeah, this, I honestly feel like late game Darkseer doesn't lose to anything.
No, it's a beast.
The 4 walls, like it's insane.
I mean, he's done a ridiculous amount of work on this hero though. Like, I don't think I've seen a Darkseer been this impactful in a very long time. As they continue fighting, they continue skirmishing. Still 40 seconds of the Medusa as they kill them outside their base. Now they move on to the tier 4, so they want to take down that Ancient. They want to claim this victory. And their cold dead hands.
Looking a lot more focused in this one, actually. Yeah, like goofing around a lot more in the last one. But they're still going. They called GG, but they still want to keep. They look more focused than the boosters.
They really did, yeah, they really did. But then the smiles come out, the game ends, and they'll crack some smiles, some laughs.
There we go. Yeah, now they can smile. But man, they were looking like clinical until the very end. They were taking that one pretty seriously.
They were indeed. They were indeed. Well, Secret, they get the 2-0 against the Boosters, securing them another big win here in this group stage and bring them a step closer to getting into those playoffs and maybe even making it through straight to the semi-finals, which would be very nice indeed. Clean, strategic, not really messing around in this game too, as you see, very serious from Secret here. They just wanted to make sure they got one win. I think that was good of the Medusa, right? Like, a game's never over when you've got a Medusa on your team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you've got the Darkseer, but still, it's like, if she gets to that Rapier, there's always like an item that you can get on Medusa. I kind of feel like Gyrocopter is a little similar, just because like these are a couple of the only heroes in the game that still abuse Rapier. Back when Rapier gave True Strike as well, basically every carry could get one, and it felt good, and like you could just get that as like a Hail Mary to win the game. But with Medusa Gyro in particular, there's always potential to win the game.
And Jenkins, who's your MVP for this game?
The MVP for this game, that would be Resolution, who played phenomenally. I like that he has a matching watch to the Team Secret swag that he's got on. I don't know if they gave that to him, but that's a very nice attire that he's got on. As in the game, he also had some nice attire, absolutely stacked with bling in his inventory. 13, 2, and 21. Darkseer's not really a hero that typically gets kills, so this is just a testament to how much he overperformed in this game. He looked amazing.
Yeah. And out of those 21 assists he got as well, I think about like 10 of those were him just going out alone, finding the pickoffs, and just his Zeus from across the map being like, all right, thank you very much, drop a Nimbus, drop a Thunder Gods, and all good.
Yeah, his back walls this game were just insane. Like he really overperformed. And I know when we saw the Darkseer pick, we were like, oh, that's like into Ogre Medusa. Probably the laning's not going to go so hot, and it didn't. The first few levels, they were actually kind of getting owned up there, which I think is fairly typical for Darkseer. But it's like that hero's at a point where I think a lot of teams actually accept the fact that they're going to lose the early game or lose the early laning phase. Because the hero's just not good at that point. Like, even to the degree where, remember when people were going bottle and they would literally just suicide and fill the bottle over and over again?
Yeah.
Because like that's how bad it is in the early game. But pumping out the regen on Darkseer is super value. Once you get to level 5, level 6, like all of a sudden you got 2 level 3 Ion Shells and you're just destroying like whoever enters into that lane against you. And then in the game, it looked amazing. Like that was a pick for the game that made the Medusa nullified.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pick. Whoever made that call, give him a raise or, take him onto the team. But, well, I might have something to say about that. But all the same, a really awesome performance there from Resolution, and due to a fantastic draft from them. To be so, I do think they made significant improvements from game number 1. They didn't just let themselves get Timber Sword in the first phase and let it through the entire draft and then get wrecked by it in the game. That's always a good sign. I like seeing improvements, but yeah, still need a lot to improve on. I mean, if you were to give them like one piece of advice after this game, what would you say to them?
I mean, my advice would be play your game 1s like it's game 2, because like both series, they've in the game 1 they picked a bunch of stuff that seemed like a lot of good heroes, but it didn't really have that much synergy. And then game 2 they were like, all right guys, like we lack this, like we couldn't play Dota. And I know that's such a common thing pros say, by the way, is like we couldn't play Dota this game. It sounds like really generic and like it just general, but it does feel like that. You don't really get to play the game. You just get ran over in the lanes. There's like one hero you can't kill. Like that's not a normal game of Dota. So this at least was a normal game of Dota, and it's like something to build upon. And imagine if game 1 looked like this, and then game 2 they can make other adjustments rather than just like, okay, let's not just get completely snowballed on here. Like maybe it's a more competitive game. Maybe they take one of these games out of at least these 2 series.
Yeah, 1 out of 4 would be pretty good for them considering the competition in this event, for sure. I mean, yeah, as I said, they are improving, but yeah, they need to smarten up here and there. And I think it's easy to say, well, don't let the Timber Saw through, or like have a plan on how to deal with it. But of course, you're playing against so many teams, and in quick succession as well. It's got to be really hard to come up with a plan and to be able to answer things that quickly. And for every different team that comes up as well, like it might not even occur to you that they might gonna switch this Timber to the mid lane. So very tricky. But we do have an interview now available for you guys, and we're going to be able to get to talk to Zayat. Zayat, how's it going? Congratulations on the win, of course.
Yeah, everything is fine, thank you.
Good stuff. All right. So first question I want to ask, about this Boosters team. Do you see any potential in these guys? And out of the 5 of them, who do you think was playing the best?
I knew that 2 players, Lil Pleb and Malik, they're good at ranked matchmaking, yeah. So I guess I can choose that 2 heroes, 2 players.
All right. So up next, you've got your series versus PSG LGD. How are you feeling about that one?
I'm just feeling confident and exciting about playing versus Chinese players. Teams. I think we're ready. We're ready to beat them hard.
Nice. I like that. Have you put in a lot of prep for them?
I know some guys in our team preparing something. I'm just a player.
You just play. You just click the buttons. How good is it playing with Resolution again?
Yeah. I'm really happy because we know our synergization is working. So I like to speak. I'm not good at English also, so we're speaking at Russian at lane. So it's become much easier to beat enemies at laning. So it's very comfortable for me.
Interesting. Jenkins?
Hello, Zayats. I have 2 questions. First one is for your name. I saw you tweet at Cinderin that he got it right. Can you tell me, am I pronouncing it correctly? Zayats.
Yeah, it's correct.
That's right? Okay. Second question. I realize the irony in asking you this, but how did you prepare to play with a stand-in on the team compared to if you're playing with your normal 5-man roster?
Did I say it about English?
You played with Resolution. You played with a stand-in. How did you prepare?
We just played, 4 or 6 scrims. Everything is new. I don't know. We're just feeling free because we didn't take it's very fast. So we're just playing. We're ready to play every hero. We are feeling free.
Feeling's
good to hear.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, last question from me then. What is the vibe, or what is the attitude to this event compared to, for example, the majors which you've previously attended?
I really like that tournament because, to be honest, I didn't play 2 years at LAN, so I'm really tired to playing online. And I guess everyone on this tournament very happy to play a real tournament with big monies. So let's fight.
Let's fight. Love it. All right, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Zayats. Congratulations on your win. And we look forward to watching your game versus PSG LGD later. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff. Happy man, and who can blame them? They're feeling free, they're getting dubs, they're playing for big monies. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, he was smiley. I like that. He was smiley. He's like, I don't know what the hell you just said, but I'm happy. That's always good to see. I love that he's playing with his bubby too. He gets to actually figure out how to play the lane. Like, that's actually really cool. The idea of like speaking Russian in the lane. I've had this theory that maybe like in Discord you should separate to different channels while you're laning to have better laning, and then when the mid game starts, like you play as a team. So that's kind of cool. That's like a little bit of that.
It is. Yeah, breaking down of the communication barriers, which Zayat seems to be very much on board for. It's much more comfortable for him. Freedom of communication, very nice indeed. Well, guys, we'd love to stay here and talk to you all day, but of course we need a little bit of a break. We have needs which team taken care of, but we do have a break up, and we also got some highlights to show you guys in the meantime. So enjoy those, and we'll see you for our next series after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the B stream. That's right, we're here in the back alleys of this Dota tournament, but we're having some fun with it. We're enjoying it. We got some great games coming up on the cards right now. We got TSM versus Enigma Galaxy. My goodness, what a series this is going to be. But of course, none of this will be possible without our excellent sponsors who are making this event happen with this massive, massive prize pool. So shout out to them, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib, and of course STC as well, for supplying the money and the funds to make this thing happen. I mean, $5 million for the teams, all for the teams. Like, it's so much money, and you can see in the interviews and stuff, you know, and even in the gameplay, right? Like, this is real money. These teams are playing to win. And there is no like holding back at all here. Everyone wants a piece of the pie, and everyone's going to get a piece at the very least. 100,000 for each team as a starting bid is pretty damn nice.
That's right. We got all these big name sponsors. We got the big boys. You know, none of these little small sponsors. All these giant S tier companies. So that's why we get the losers of the tournament get $100,000, but these are probably not looking like any losers on your screen right here. These guys are absolutely looking in their TI form. Nigma Galaxy, completely killing it. I think the question of, is this just a tier 2 Div 2 team slaughterer? Is this just the slaughterhouse of the Div 2 teams? No, this is the slaughterhouse of all Dota 2 teams. Nigma's looking amazing.
Yeah, but what's interesting about this team is that they're going to have all of their matches done today. So they will be the first team to have completely finished the group stage, as they have to play against TSM now and then OG afterwards. And the fact is, they've gone 1-on-1 against RNG, and they've gone 1-on-1 against Liquid as well. So that just kind of proves to you how tight everything is over in this group. You know, no one's really getting their head above the water just yet. This series could be a huge marker in who's actually going to be able to pull ahead in this one.
Yes, definitely. As I'm putting myself into the lobby once again, delaying the players from being able to play. Speaking of players, TSM, our boys in blue from America, repping the NA region. They are in black. That's right. Yeah, we actually have Americans versus Americans, kind of. We got Sumail on one side. NA representation. Then on the other side, it's all in North America. So this is a North American toilet bowl, if you will, battle to the death.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you got Moon Meander and Bryle, who are both Canadian. I suppose I can accept that, but then
come on, let me cope here. Let me cope.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, you should be happy. This is one of the first times we've seen more Canadian players in an event than US players, right?
Let's count. Bryle, Moon. Do we have any other Canadians?
Nope.
Let's see. No. And Americans, we have Sumail Snaking. So it's equal.
I guess, yeah.
Are they not counting it? Oh, come on. Are they not counting him as American?
I mean, Liquipedia isn't, but you know, who am I to argue with those? We know they're the real gods of Dota, right? When they decided to, you know, put their foot down and to stop broadcasting the DPC results, everyone lost their minds. We suddenly realized that these were the guys pulling the strings the entire time.
That's true. So, they really do.
I respect them.
Yeah.
I respect them. But,
please, Liquipedia, don't take us off.
We're sorry.
We'd like to keep casting.
We love you. All right, let's get into the draft. We have this series. I mean, first I want to talk about what it actually means here. So TSM are the only team in this group to have a 2-0 so far. They managed to 2-0, I believe, Liquid yesterday. So they're in a pretty good spot. You know, they'd be happy with a 1-1 here, but I'm sure they're looking for the 2-0. Nigma Galaxy, meanwhile, they are 1-1 across the board so far, and they do have to play their final series of the group stage today. And it's not a super comfy position to be in, honestly, going 1-1. It really isn't.
No, it's not. I mean, this is the group that, let's face it, does not have
stretching.
Does not. That he's helping him out there. That's great teamwork already. Synergy.
Latriceps.
Yeah. Sumail knows a lot about
muscle, right?
I think so.
Good.
I don't remember what the question was that you asked, but who cares? The first team in this group automatically gets through to the semifinals. So I believe that means they're guaranteed 3rd through 4th, right? Let's see. Yeah, 3rd through 4th. There's 4 teams in the semifinals. So that's $425,000. So they're, even though TSM being the only team to get a 2-0, they're feeling pretty comfortable that they will make it through the group stage. This still matters a lot. Like, every single game matters a lot in this tournament.
Winning this series could potentially, down the line, secure them $500,000. Cool.
Yeah.
In this best of 2.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. And we have the
guacamole.
We have the 2 OP heroes. Speaking of whack-a-mole, Dawnbreaker with her big hammer. She will be making an appearance, and so will Marcy. I know in NA the thought process currently is that Marcy is the absolute beast of Dota, and there's no hero more OP. But Dawnbreaker is counterable. That's kind of where people seem to be headed in the NA region. Nigma seem to disagree, and they think Marcy is worth letting through over the Tiny and the Puck, which I can understand. Tiny's been like super up in relevance in the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big China influences, though. This is something which China have been doing for like half the season, pretty much. They suddenly decided, actually, Tiny's good again. We're going to play him 4, and it looked brutal. Like every single game, he was just owning. So
I have a theory about that, by the way. I want to hear your thoughts towards this theory, if it's stupid or not. I think that a lot of regions were not playing the laning stage on Tiny right. Remember, everybody was going just boots, like 2 clarities or boots tango, and just like looking for tossbacks and stuff. And South America always would do things like sometimes leveling stun first on Tiny, sometimes even leveling tree grab, and instead of going boots, just going a bunch of regen and like playing to deny and playing to like slowly win the lane rather than going for these like epic kill plays. Because I feel like if you run around with boots, you're just out of mana constantly, and you have no regen, and you're just useless. And so my theory is that teams figured out how to play this hero in the laning stage as a 4 position, making it more versatile, meaning you can first phase pick it. And now here we are, where Tiny is first phase, first pick, ban every game, because certain regions didn't understand how to play this hero in the laning phase, but now people are actually playing it right.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's the exact same way they've been playing it in China. They've been getting the tree grab. They've just been kind of fighting and denying. So, yeah, no, it was spot on. You've buttered the crumpet correctly there, sir.
Cool. Yeah, that's cool to hear. Because in NA, it's more like SA influence, I would say, for like, man, these guys keep picking Tiny and they're owning with it, and we just do not value Tiny as a 4 at all. Like, what are they doing that we're not? Because it's not the mid to late game. I think the mid to late game on Tiny is about the same as it was previously with the tossbacks and, you know, blink tossbacks. Like, that's always been good, right? But it's getting there that's the problem. A hero that I also feel like is very powerful in the mid to late game and has struggled in a lot of patches is Zeus. Especially like when you play it as a support. I think this is a big reason this is a first phase hero as a mid. It's basically the same old hero with an escape. And now as a support, you actually have a way of not being totally useless in the laning stage, much like that Tiny. Instead of figuring out a way to play in the laning stage, Valve gave us a way in that Heavenly Jump.
Valve looked kindly upon young Zeus. It's actually very old. And yeah, definitely gave him a huge buff. And I even like the fact that the static field is now a shard. Like, yeah, we see it almost every game. But also, like, you can choose when to get it. You can choose when to prioritize it. It's really strong when you do get it. But, like, obviously, the later into the game, the more value it is. And if you're playing against lots of strength heroes, you can prioritize it. But you can also go for different items and go for a more impactful build if you want to. And move in different ways. And I always like that option to be able to do that on any hero.
Yeah, choices are good because there's just so many permutations of things that can happen in Dota where heroes are only first phase if like you can react to anything the enemy team is doing. And yeah, putting it on a shard gives you that choice. I think you always go for it. It's like always at some point, and mostly at 15 minutes you go for it. But you can do other stuff. Like you could finish a 4-staff, for example. You could finish a Boots of Travel if you're playing a mid Zeus instead of and it gives you points as well to like use in the Heavenly Jump, which is really nice. I think also that's a thing people are doing on the mid Zeus that people didn't really understand at first, which is maxing Heavenly Jump and Arc Lightning and going 0 points in the nuke, because you don't really have mana to spam Arc Lightning and then use the nuke anyway. And it's just more damage. Like Arc Lightning has a 1.5 second cooldown. Why do you need more damage, you know? I guess it's just the dewarding component that's decent from the Zeus W. But really, it's like having Heavenly Jump on a lower cooldown is super valuable. It means you're just impossible to kill.
Yeah, but here's someone that might be cut out for the job. I'll grab the Nyx Assassin on Nick McGalaxy as the answer to this Zeus. Do you rate it, though?
I think Nyx is underrated as a hero. It also means that TSM could not pick the Nyx themselves, which is like the big counter to the Dawnbreaker, because you just press Carapace when she's ulting and she feels very sad. Yeah. It's, you cannot Carapace. I think you used to be able to Carapace right at the end of Marcy stun, which was really funny, and they buffed her for some reason, and for whatever reason, right before she was added to Captain's mode. You can't do that anymore. Enchantress. Enchantress Night Stalker. Okay.
But yeah, just another little thing about the Dawnbreaker as well. Nyx Assassin is obviously a good counter to Dawnbreaker. Wyvern is too, so who needs to ban heroes when you can just pick them for yourself?
That's true. Yeah, those are blocking heroes for sure. I also feel like Dawn is pretty decent. I mean, she's decently paired with anything. She's OP, but she's decent with both of them, because like Nyx can find somebody in jungle and Dawn can ult in, and then Wyvern can set up a Winter's Curse and Dawn could hit a big ult, or even a big Starbreaker off of the Winter's Curse. We've seen more often than not that's a decent combo. You time it so that like the stun and the damage comes out right at the end of the Winter's Curse. And
okay, all right. This was the final hero in the Dawnbreaker counter. So when it comes to heroes with high win rates versus Dawnbreaker, it very literally goes Monkey King, Nyx Assassin, Wyvern in that order, top 3. Enigma Galaxy have taken them all. So I don't know how much of that is intentional, but they have somehow protected this Dawnbreaker pick with picks of their own. But we should talk about this Enchantress that's Night Stalker a little bit from TSM FTX, because this is just super comfort zone for them. Dubu Enchantress, it's famous. The Night Stalker being played by Saberlight, again, super comfortable, which is ironic considering his name, but there we go.
Yeah, that's like his best guy, other than Enigma at the major.
Yeah,
which is completely ignored. The hero got pretty damn nerfed, and BKB did too. So I think Enigma has just fallen off in general as a result of like, you don't need the black hole to counter the BKB, because BKB just sucks. Like, people still go for it, but it sucks a lot more than it did. So the other guy that Saberlight likes to play is this Night Stalker. Like, he's incredibly good at it. It does look like it's going to be a. I'm not sure what the lanes are from TSM. Like, I don't want to pin. Oh, it's going to be Marcy Night Stalker, because they could very easily do like a mid Marcy or a carry Marcy. Even I'm thinking of like Nouns in the NA region ran a carry Enchantress at a point, and I know that TSM.
Oh, I remember that.
TSM has like respect for the ideas within the region. They've expressed that before, so it's very possible. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's very possible that we're going to see some interesting lanes.
Like, I like it, but at the same time, is it a tomato hero?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But Marcy might be. I would say it's.
Yeah, Marcy could.
It'd be more like Bryle being Marcy. It could be the possibility here, and then like Zeus Night Stalker off lane, and then the last pick here is going to be like Tomato's hero.
Yeah.
I mean, either way,
I still think it's most likely
hero.
Marcy 4, honestly, and the last pick they carried, but we'll see. They definitely have options. You know, it's still nice and flexible. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, I think they're a little bit more on the rails, although you could always change up the Monkey King and the Dawnbreaker, but I think they want to keep it. You know, these are their side lanes right here.
Yeah.
Monkey 1, Dawn
Miracle
3.
Monkey King. It's going to do very well against the Night Stalker in lane, which maybe what you do if you're TSM is you put Dubu on the Enchantress and the Monkey King lane and just run at him with creeps, so that way Saberlight can actually get some farm. And then the 4 position goes to the safe lane, where the lane is going to be easier because it's going to be a Nyx Assassin as the 4, and Nyx is kind of a weak laner. So you can just throw your easy, like, crappy heroes against that and put the strong laner against the Monkey King, which would otherwise be like a losing lane. Let's see. Final pick.
TSM, FTX.
So this is going to be Tomato hero that is presumably winning the matchup against Monkey King and good against Dawn, Nyx, and lane. So like a melee Punisher. Monkey obviously is picked. TA. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll free farm. He'll free farm in the lane with this hero. It can burst Monkey King, but it can also go the other way, where Monkey King gets the ult and the Wukong soldiers just like instantly kill the TA refraction. So if she can get stunned, it's definitely not a completely free TA game, but it's a free lane for him, which is nice.
Yeah. I think this actually puts a lot of pressure on the Marcy, you know? Like, typically, when you're playing these kind of things, you want to get some kind of save. Marcy is like, she is a saving hero. She has got Dispose, which is very good displacement. It can be tricky to get that off, though, you know? Being that close to a fight without dying on a support hero can be very, very hard. And someone just watched Resolution and said, give me some of that peanut butter. That's right, it's mind control on his Darkseer. This has been a while, but I'm excited.
That's an amazing Darkseer pick. I mean, you have the Nyx Assassin Darkseer, which I honestly feel like is the strongest Darkseer combo, just because Nyx has such great chain disable. It's also a hero that really benefits from running around with the Ion Shell after the laning stage. Like, he can go get solo kills with the Ion Shell. He has really great base stats, which means that you can throw a shell on him and he can tank waves and stuff. This Darkseer completely counters the TA. Like, it's going to be so difficult. I think, by the way, probably it's going to be Marcy TA. I just feel like that's a better lane than Zeus TA. Maybe the Darkseer changes that a little bit. It's a little weird. Enchantress TA. Maybe the Enchantress you want to put against the Darkseer, so you can take off the Ion Shell from one of the units. So this does throw a wrench in the potential laning from TSM. But it's a great Darkseer game. And then you have the Darkseer Monkey King too, which outside of the laning stage is this is a really great way to superpower a monkey to just get all Jingu hits with the Surge. Very good last pick.
Yeah, I think this puts a lot of pressure on Saberlight to really overperform in this game, because he can possibly control up the game. He can possibly, make the plays, shut down this Darkseer, and control up the fights. But it's a big, big ask, especially with the Monkey King as well. You get that Wukong's command. Suddenly, you can't have that freedom of movement you want as this Night Stalker, which is so important to keep that silence going. So, yeah, a lot of pressure on Saberlight. And I honestly think I really like Enigma Galaxy's draft in this game one. I think they've got the edge. Really do.
So do I. I'm on the same page. I think the Darkseer was such a nice last pick. It is a Sumail Dawnbreaker because of this. Yeah, and I guess the question is, how does this hero do against Zeus mid? Probably okay. I mean, I think Dawn is just an OP laner in general. You just push the wave. But we'll see. Zeus could also just dumpster because it's a melee hero against him. Oh, free D-Ward. All right, good start for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, well, now I'm definitely saying they're going to blimey.
Yeah, this is an easy W here. Saberlight started boots on Night Stalker against Monkey King. This is his solution. I mean, you have 5.3 base regen, so that's with Tower Aura, but 4.3 base regen, one of the highest base regens in the entire game, and really good base stats as well. So you don't really feel like you need a quelling, you don't need armor items, you don't need stat items, you don't need regen. Like, the boots are totally acceptable on the Night Stalker.
So it's one hero where you can get away with it on.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the few.
The battle begins.
A little bit of threatening over the rune here. Both teams kind of looking at each other. But bounties are going to go Enigma Galaxy's ways. They're now going to get 3 bounty runes as well. It's all coming up Enigma at the moment.
And Moon actually went boots of speed as well on the Marcy. Huh. And he's heading top. So they're trying to start tri-lane here, which we've seen a lot from Marcy's. They are fighting into 3 bounties, as you were saying. So there's going to be some early regen coming out in the lanes for Enigma Galaxy. Let's see if they expect this.
Where are you going?
Yeah, a little bit of early fighting coming out as well in the top lane as Kuroki taking a ton of damage here. Actually, they've got the rebound as well. Dubu and Moon Meander might just draw first blood here. Whoa, okay, finish the job, finish the job. There we go, Dubu gets it done. And that's going to be first blood coming out for TSM FTX.
Yeah, this is a good lane to get a solid start in. And Saberlight, he's just going to cut the wave. Miracle, the lane's in a little bit of a weird position to try to drag the creeps to this creep wave. So Saberlight will be successful in this. He takes a lot of damage for it. And he's going to buy a salve immediately. Oh, what a stun!
Oh my god!
What?
That was beautiful. Oh my god. All right, Koki's back with style.
Yeah, that's not something you would expect to see at 2 minutes or at a minute into the game. As Saberlight doesn't end up going down as he's wave cutting here.
Jesus, another kill coming down. I mean, I said in the intro this was a backstreet, but yeah, this is a backstreet brawl going on right now. The Ballroom Blitz.
Yeah, this is a brawl. I mean, the tri-lane has disintegrated after that beautiful vacuum into Ravage. So maybe we'll see a little bit less brawling for the next couple of minutes and just more normal laning.
Nah, let's fight some more.
I mean, I'm down for it. Don't get me wrong, I'm down for it.
So far, so good in the middle lane for Samael. He starts off with a slight advantage, a gentle advantage.
It doesn't even have a stick. He's still doing very well here. Just rush the bottle. Man, this bot lane, it's such a pain to be Saberlight in this lane. I mean, 2 melee heroes versus Monkey King and a Wyvern. Like, Wyvern also punishes melee. Big creep wave, though. I mean, he got tossed back into it. That's good harass.
Fighting up with Moon Meander down here. Oh, they're not going to have enough in the jar to finish the job here, though. Yeah,
that's a massive creep wave.
Can't die for him before this gets under your tower. That would be detrimental to the game.
Yeah, for sure. Just so much damage, too, if the toss back happens. And Miracle, no points in Jingu, opting for the Primal Spring to go for that kill behind the tower. Which did work out, so I'm sure he's fine with it. Now he has a point.
Yeah, it was a little bit sad when they were brawling that he didn't have it, but then again, level 1 Jingu's always a little bit overrated in my opinion.
Yeah, a 25% lifesteal is just not that much.
It's so funny though when you see the monkeys like trying to fight level 1 and they're like, haha, I've got my Jingu off, and then they're just like, oh wait.
Yeah, it's not really that much.
Tubu.
Oh, the clap.
Betrayed! She's supposed to be one with nature, but that Hellbear Smasher woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, that was brutal, man. And Vacuum, 100 damage at level 1 now, up from 40. Damn. So, actually a very good nuke for 60 mana, 100 damage. Unfortunately, it has a 60-second cooldown as well, though.
Oh, well, you know, can't have everything.
This is good space from Kuro. This is really good space from Kuro.
It really is, yeah. He is the mayor of Value Town at the moment. He's gonna have a stun in 1 second, but that's not gonna matter as Tomato's gonna take him out. And TP right the way back up. Meanwhile, Saberlight down in the bottom lane in a bit of trouble, but the movement speed bonus from Moon Meander gonna get him out of there. Safe and sound.
Yeah, this is Struggle City for Saberlight. 12 last hits, 13 now, under tower. Mind Control, getting some freeform top because of the chase that happens onto Kuro there. So he's pretty happy. Just runs mid and mana drains. That's so annoying. I hate when Nyx Assassins do this. It's so powerful against Zeus, though.
Yeah. It's a big old truck of damage.
Saberlight's just going to wave cut. Yeah, there's no way to play this lane normally. He has to drag it back like this as well, because otherwise the easy camp connect will happen.
Yes, yeah, right.
Oh, it gets a courier.
Okay, all right.
All right, it's nighttime. Dude, GH has got to be a little careful here.
He does indeedy, but does unfortunately have the movement advantage for the time being. Of course, later on in the game that will not be the case, but for now, GH can get himself away safe and sound.
Saberlight doubles up the wave. That's the dream. Ooh, Sumail with the rotation.
Oh no, that is a huge rotation in from Sumail. He's going to get himself a double kill with it as well. The King arrives in the top lane, and well, TSM get obliterated.
I don't think I've ever seen Vacuum be this useful this early into the game. Like, this is not the point in the game you'd expect Vacuum to be owning, but it's like these vacuums into impales and vacuums into Sumail spells. That was like a 2-man hammer, a 2-man starbreaker.
Very, very nice. And yeah, even Dubu coming mid just to get the refill bottle for Mr. Zeus, but Sumail, he's going to get it as well, the 50-50 on the runes. He's got another haste rune. I wonder if he's going to make anything happen with that. He thinks he might.
That is the best rune to get with a hero like Dawnbreaker. It's really sad when you see the enemy mid take the 50-50 and they're like a Void or an Ember, they get a haste. It's like, oh no. You know that's just a double kill in a side lane at some point.
Yeah. Miracle, maybe in some trouble down at bottom. Let's see what they can do here. Actually backing away, even though Dubu and Mumiad are coming in, and there come the Thunder Gods, finishing off Miracle in the bottom lane. Like just making sure he didn't get that Jingo off to make sure that he would die to the Thunder Gods. Another look at GH as well. Mumianda, he's in. He's got the damage, and GH will fall. No ulti available on him. Meanwhile, in the jungle.
We've seen this a couple of times, by the way. Like teams not respecting the Thunder God's Wrath. I think people are not used to playing against Zeus as a mid laner for like a long time. And so this super early ult comes out. Like Miracle thought he was taking a good trade and he could eventually get the Jingu, but the Zeus ult comes out and it's just that extra damage that he ends up going down.
Another jump in the bottom lane. I mean, Dubu has not left here yet, but they're going to use it to disengage instead. And actually, Mumiander might be going down. Despite 3 heroes being here, the combo of the Wyvern and the Monkey is just too damn strong. And actually, they're looking for more. They might go for Dubu as well. In fact, they very much will. Can they stop this from happening? Can Saberlight do anything other than just watch? Well, you can throw in a Void, and apparently that will be enough. Alrighty, tidy. Now, Bryle's coming in for this one as well. They want to get Miracle again. If he dies for a second time, this will be awful, but the heals come through thick and fast for Nigma. And now Samael joining the fight, but sees the rotations coming in and decides against it. A little bit too aggressive there, so will back himself off. Hold on.
Miracle.
Saberlight takes a step too close, and they re-engage on Nate McGalaxy, and now Moon Meander will also fall. Oh man, that was a great little fake out there from Nick McGalaxy. Grabbed themselves a couple of kills, and now they're looking for more. They're not going to be able to find Bryle at least. He's got that heavenly jump to get himself away. Miracle back to the trees, but Dubu just too damn healthy.
This entire time too, Mind Control is just farming top. Nigma's getting the good trades in the fights, and then also you have a Darkseer farming, and sure, so is a TA, but I mean, Darkseer versus TA, like, you enjoy this matchup as Darkseer, so
yeah,
the farm elsewhere is going in Nigma's favor. Look how farmed Mind Control is.
Look at Kuro as well. He is just annoying Bryle so much. It's gonna put a restraining order on the guy.
He's just running around with boots, windlace, 375 move speed, being such a pain.
Really just wants to be his friend. Saying, hey bud, how's it going? Fire in the jungle, mind if I do it with you? Want some company? But,
very annoying.
Yeah. The constant brawling in this bottom lane really doesn't stop.
Bryle TP down here. They're trying to commit to this.
Yeah, Saberlight making some damage. Bryle coming in. They need to finish him fast, and they will. Miracle will fall. Samael unable to do anything about that one.
I like that Bryle in this game, by the way, opted to go for an early pointed lightning bolts, even though people are not really doing this lately. Against Dawnbreaker, interrupting the Starbreaker, it's just too important to not get that. Even though you don't really have the mana for it, it's like you're going to use it in these fights. Oh, Dubu. He's down here. Enchantress early game pushing is so strong, especially because people are opting to max out Enchant now.
Yeah. Creeps wants to finish the job, but Miracle's going to come in and try and get the kill onto Saberlight, and actually is going to be able to do exactly that. With a little bit of help with the Guardian, and now all of a sudden in the top lane they're going as well. Their TA under the tier 2 tower is going to get killed off by that gruesome twosome of Kuro and of Mind Control.
And Darkseer just destroys TA as a hero. He honestly wants to be probably farming in Triangle right now, but there's all of this like weird action going on bot. It feels a little strange to have your entire team down there, so I can see why he wants to farm up top on TA, but farming against a Darkseer, like when somebody rotates, it's just a kill.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's the offlaner's job to come in and take that rubbish lane, but Saberlight's going to do even worse versus a nice Darkseer as they make the engagement in the bottom lane. And talking about Saberlight, he is gone once again. I mean, the network's not looking too bad, but the game is just feeling awful for TSM. It doesn't feel like they can play at the moment.
Yeah, 1-4. I mean, Saberlight is... He really is a problem for TSM right now. Like, his Enchantress almost as much net worth as him, you know? You're an item behind on one core. This is massively impactful, especially on a hero that is supposed to be the one that's being active right now. Like, what other hero can go in there and be active? You know, it's like it's not Zeus. Like Marcy, it's like Marcy and him. And Dubu is like a creep, you know, at this point. Like literally, he just throws his creep in, and that's like the most important element of him. Like they'd ideally be running around Night Stalker, Enchantress, Marcy, but the lane just went so badly for them that Saberlight has to recover now.
Yeah. It is mode recovery for TSM, but Enigma Galaxy have under absolutely no ideas about what they want to do, and they want to stop that from happening. But in the top lane, Kuro might have bitten off more than he can chew. Spike Carap is going to buy him a bit of time, but Bryle's going to be able to seal the deal with that Thunder God's Wrath once again.
Yeah, this feels like a better like map positioning for them. This way, Tomato can go farm up his items in the triangle too. Like once he gets a BKB on TA, which he is rushing after the Deso, by the way. No Dragonlance, no Blink, just BKB. Once he has that, then the Darkseer is not so much of an issue. But until then, he is just begging to feed.
Yeah. It's a tough old game for them. They just need to try and wait it out and see if Enigma can make some mistakes they can capitalize upon. If not, then hit some timings and try and make a play around it. But the timings from Enigma are going to be so much scarier. This Desolator on the Dawnbreak, I mean, when Sumail gets there, we're going to see some heroes just simply evaporate.
Yeah, that does a lot of damage. It does a lot of damage. I feel like she can full to zero like any... It feels like any hero of the game, but supports especially.
Yeah. If Refraction is down, then definitely the TA is going to drop. And this smoke is going to find a big target here. They managed to get on top of the TA, and that is Tomato gone, eliminated from the game in the backlines as well. They're going to use Winter's Curse to hold down the Enchantress and get themselves another +1 for this kill. Doobie to full.
Okay, I mean, this gives Enigma the triangle invade too, so they can farm up the whole triangle, get some wards down, you know, sentry block the camps potentially, and also gives them access to the mid tower, which will let them enter into the triangle again whenever they feel like it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Brow doesn't want to step up too close.
Can TSM take a fight?
You know, they've Deso and TA, so if they can get the jump first with like Marcy and Night Stalker vision, they're going to need to wait for nighttime. I don't think just running in with Dark Ascension is going to be enough right now because of the deficit that they're at. So probably in a minute when it hits nighttime, they can take some sort of kill with the Desolator. Like the ideal timing is the BKB, but I don't know if you want to delay the game and farm like a small amount of the map until the BKB comes out on Tomato. It might be a little too long. So I think nighttime is the go time for TSM.
I'll have to wait a little bit longer for that and see if they can get any more big timings in that space. But space which Enigma are not really willing to give them. That said, though, they have taken their foot off the gas just for a little bit.
Yep, some farming action going on. Just delaying.
Really close to being finished for Sumail. That's what it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's probably some item that they're waiting for. Deso's pretty big. 15 minutes too. Dawnbreaker Shard. That'll be pretty impactful. He's 1,000 gold for it, but this hero becomes way more powerful when you get that shard.
Yeah, I'm imagining they want to make something happen now, though. They're gonna have the Deso just delivered now on the Dawnbreaker. You've got an Arcane Rune bottled as well, so go make some plays and Solid Guardian in. That's going to be the name of the game. That's exactly what Kuroki's looking to do here as he sits over that rune. But they move across. They find the Monkey King. Well, they found them. Saberlights made the jump, but now regretting it instantly and trying to get away. Look at Dubu just getting 3-shot by Sumail, tearing through that little deer. Now, Saberlight, he's in the tree line, so not going to be caught out here. But still, a lot of ground gained by the side of Enigma here, for sure.
Tomato, man, you got to be careful, dude.
Yeah, the hammer misses, fortunately for him, but great stun in from Kuro there. Absolutely fantastic. It's not going to result in the kill, though, unfortunately. Tomato is going to back himself away, thankfully for him.
I got to say, a hasted, surged Iron Shell Dawnbreaker running at you with a Deso is a little scary. Yes. Not a hero you'd think, like, oh, what a great Darkseer combo, but it makes sense.
It certainly does. And Miracle here going for the inhibit into the Wukong's command, and that is going to put another end to Tomato's life. Oh, dear me, it is not looking good for Mr. Tomato this game, and considering his performances previously, this is a big deal. He's being shut down so bad. 1-5 is his KD at the moment.
Yeah, and he's so desperately in need of the BKB, but he's not really close. He needs 2,500 gold. It's going to be hard to... like, by the time he gets 2,500 gold, it'll be like a 10k gold lead for Enigma. And then the BKB might not even matter.
Well, I found Kuro at the very least, but that's by because Sumail just charging into 4 heroes. Oh, who are you looking for, by the way? Kuro does eventually die to it, though, so... it is a small victory for TSM, and they're going to look for more. They're going to try and turn it into a big victory. Mind Control would definitely be that, but he's going to turn around with a vacuum wall coming out, but Spo's going to throw him backwards here. Mano trying to get up that damage, but he's scared. All of the illusions are on top of him, just burning through his refraction, and it's Moonmeander to fall instead, and now Smail just jumping back a few centimeters, getting in a slightly better position as Tomato gets beaten down by Miracle on the sidelines. A swing, a hit onto the Enchantress, but Smail can't follow up thanks to that untouchable. But nevertheless, another big win for Enigma Galaxy. They're just running over this game at the moment.
Tomato's dead again. He's showing up because he has the Deso, and he's feeling the same thing that like we are while spectating, which is if he tries to farm the BKB, probably by the time he gets it, they just lose anyway. So he's showing up, but he's getting caught in these fights. And you get caught against a Monkey King, against a Darkseer. They've got plenty of ways of tearing through the refraction. Miracle's looking for Saberlight.
Saberlight, don't do it. Send your mental energy to him, say not go for this creep wave, but he has ignored our warnings, and he is now being beaten the hell up by this Monkey King, who is just killing whoever and whatever he wants. Miracle on a mega kill streak now on this Monkey King, and he's not even the richest hero in his team. In fact, he's the poorest core, and he's on a mega kill streak as a carry. What is happening?
He's 8-2, 8-2-4, and he's the poorest core on his team because Mind Control has just been absolutely free farming top. He's been taking every jungle camp that he wants. Sumail's been at every fight. He's 7-0-5. He's been getting a lot of that kill bounty, and Sumail opting not to go for the BKB instead for that blink dagger. So he wants to. His positioning matters a lot.
Dubu just getting absolutely dunked on as well. It's not a good Enchantress game, to be fair. You've got the Boundless Strike. You've got that hammer as well.
Yeah, there's solutions.
Oh yeah.
Playing Ench and Wind Ranger versus Dawnbreaker feels really bad because usually you're really good against these physical damage heroes. But Dawnbreaker, the Starbreaker, it's a spell, but it's based on your right click, so it goes entirely through.
Oh no, sweet little Tomato. He's gonna get squashed and boiled up into a bolognese.
This is a shellacking. I was not expecting this to be like this at all. I thought Enigma looked TI for him for sure. They looked great, but this is second.
Do you have a license to hand out shellackings?
I'm on the council. I'm not a high-ranking member, but I'm on the council.
No, just making sure.
Of course, there are two of us, so still not a high-ranking though.
No one's
Sumail
in that council.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's as low as it goes. If you're on the council, you're a true degenerate. Sumail, by the way, has another arcane rune. This guy, I feel like, has had every single rune this game, and they've all been incredibly impactful. Haste runes, arcane runes, like using multiple rounds of spells with the arcane runes.
Yeah. Efficient, to the point, strategic.
And
like,
there's another one. Excellent. He's got a double damage on Sumail, as if he wasn't doing enough damage.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead and relax here.
Do you reckon he can kill Dubu in 2 swings of the hammer this time, then?
Maybe 1.
Windscar's gonna come out, and in comes Mummy from the heavens, throwing a vacuum in as well. I'd say that was 2.
It was 2. Yeah, you were right. It's 2. He's godlike now. He didn't even use the double damage, by the way, Nomad. He didn't even use it. Was a waste for him.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
Yep. So he would have one-shot him.
All right, yeah, that's the logic, right?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Stay away. And now, well, they've actually found the Monkey King with 3 heroes here. Can they bring him down in time? I think they can. That's going to be life number 1. Keep in mind, he doesn't have a BKB, but at the same time, he does have backup coming in thick and fast. TSM, they know that. They respect this team, and they'll back themselves away.
Yeah, that's a good back. Ooh, all right. Saberlight, he's playing it pretty ballsy here, and quick fingers. It worked out.
Yeah, bit of deforestation. Always good at ruining monkeys' habitats.
That's right. That's right. Monkeys are pests, let me tell you. They hunt them in some countries.
I don't agree with that, but...
Because they do eat crops. They're the squirrels of wherever monkeys are, Australia or whatever.
I don't think that's accurate. Tomato inside the circle of death once again. I think he knows each of these soldiers by name at this point. Every time he's Wukong command, he's like,
that's true.
Dave, Steve, how's it
going? Good to see you,
yeah,
Lieutenant, Corporal. Yep, there you are. Oh, I'll be dying now. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. It's just boot camp for him, except he keeps failing and having to go back.
Yeah, can't get out. And now onto the high ground we go. Nigma, they are actually just going to get the GG out straight away. They barely take 2 steps on the high ground and the GGs are called. And that's going to be it for game number 1. What an absolute beatdown. TSM barely took a breath this game.
Wow. They're going to need a speech from Moon Meander after that one. I can tell you that much. There's going to need to be some speech action because that was a shellacking. That was Gaben level. Maybe on the maybe Gaben's mustache level shellacking. Not enough kills for the top hat to be rewarded there, but yeah, you can tell they just. I think I saw Sumail mouth. Oh, that was a Gaben's mustache. Because of course, very famous shellacking tier list, and yeah, it was.
Yeah.
They do, yeah, they do. It's really important actually for them, but what a beatdown, dude. I mean, 2 players on Nigma, no deaths. Sumail 9-0 and 9. Mind Control 3-0 and 13.
Yeah. I mean, what more can you say? You know, an absolute beatdown from Nigma, looking crispy, looking clean. How much did this lane switch really benefit then, coming out of the draft then, to move Sumail to the mid lane on that Dawnbreaker and allow them to pick up this Darkseer?
It was a great call. It was an amazing call. The Darkseer obviously was highly effective against the TA. Like, TA died so many times in the early game to Darkseer, which then led to, you know, the Monkey King killing the TA, which looked pretty good, but that doesn't happen if the TA has net worth, right? That's the Darkseer that did that. And Sumail, like, they knew that he would do fine versus the Zeus mid, and that's just a good call because it's not a super common matchup. But it worked out. He was also huge, so it wasn't like it negatively impacted Sumail either. You know, it was fine for both of them, and then Mind Control got a perfect lane.
Yeah, it was brutal, and then they just had they couldn't play the side lanes at all. Like, there's nowhere for Saberlight to play, there's nowhere for Tomato to play, and they were all just looking at Zeus going, all right, Bryle, you know, you got to pull it out the bag, but Zeus, whilst he is very strong, he's not really the hero which can go around the map, making plays, you know, invading the side lanes and trying to open up the map for them, and I think that really hurt them this game.
Yeah, Zeus and TA kind of fulfill that same archetype where, like, yeah, you'll casually show up to a fight and kind of poke and like farm your way there, but you're never really the hero that's like starting the fights. Enchantress is like a good +1, like maybe she can run in first, give you vision, like she's utility and tower push, but really it's the Marcy and the Night Stalker that are supposed to be running around and doing stuff, and there were glimpses of that. It did happen, like especially with Moon on Marcy, but Saberlight's lane was just too bad. Like it was too tough for him, and I think that's something that they'll work out in the draft next time.
Yeah, well, indeed, next time it will have to be as TSM take their first loss here, but hopefully they can turn things around in game number 2 and produce a somewhat more competitive game, because that one was quite frankly disturbing to watch. But we are going to, unfortunately, we're going to have to expose you to the highlights of this game, so you know, cover the eyes of any children in the room to make sure they don't see it, because it really is quite graphic. But we're going to play that one, and then we'll be back with game number 2, so we'll see you very shortly. Hello and welcome back to the cozy stream. That's right, here over in Stream B, and a bit more of a personal vibe. No big stages, but just two happy guys, because we get to host a pretty awesome series. That's right. It is indeed it's Enigma Galaxy versus TSM FTX, and we had high hopes for this series. Hasn't really delivered so far, unfortunately. It was an absolute beatdown in game number 1, but we know that TSM very good at coming back. I believe in the major during the group stage, I think they dropped a game in, I think, every single series they won, I want to say. There was definitely some weird stat about that where they were losing a lot of their best of 3 first games or second games, but then still coming back with a win. So we know that this team, very mentally strong, and that's off the back of Moon Meander, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like this guy has got his speeches. It's like a joke from his stream. He would have these motivational speeches, but like really, you talk to the guy, you interview the guy, like he's a leader. He thinks, I mean, he made his whole team read The Art of War, like prior to TI or prior to like a major. So like he really thinks about like leadership and like resetting and attitude and this sort of stuff. So it's like you count this team out, you're just making a mistake. Like second place major team, they're not going to be counted out. But honestly, with this series, I feel like there's no losers, because it's like, it's cool that TSM is doing very well, because NA has been a rest in pepperonis region for a while now. And so having a very strong NA team that's not EG is amazing for the game. But also Enigma has been struggling for a while as well. And it's amazing to see them back in good form, because these guys are legendary. Like, you're talking about one of the top 3 greatest teams that has ever existed. Yeah. It's like they might be the best team that has ever existed, other than like it's like OG and Enigma. So it's so great to see them back in their form. Like no matter who wins in this series, I guess it would be either they tie or Enigma wins, because it's a best of 2. But no matter how this goes, it's great for the game.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking like consistency over all time, then it's definitely really hard to figure that out, because you got Enigma, you got LGD, got OG, you got Secret, who had some crazy runs. VP up until recent. It's a lot of contenders, but just to be in that list means that you are one of the GOATs. And this team has had one of the fewest changes out of all of them as well. Enigma, staying true to this core lineup. And this seems to be the right move, at least at the moment, as they are gearing up to try and take the series up from TSM. But TSM, they're not going to go down without a fight, and they're going to go back to what is comfortable for them, full comfort zone, with the Saberlight Enigma.
That's awesome. I love that they just go back to this. They're like, you know what? Beat this. Like, you beat us on these normal heroes, whatever. We'll play Enigma. Like, this is what we destroyed at the major with. Although the picks coming out from Enigma, they've got the bristle. We saw that very effectively yesterday for them. Even with 0 stuns, they were still able to make the hero work, and they have Wyvern, which is a fairly hard counter to the Enigma, because you've got that BKB piercing disable that will interrupt the Black Bolt from long range. However, you can get a Lincoln Sphere on Enigma, BKB Lincoln. So there is like a late game solution. Eventually, it just costs a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of pocket change. Of course, as long as they pick up one other like decent long range stun, then you're going to need a BKB as well, and then we're getting into big bucks territory. And TSM are going to grab the Timbersaw as their second pick. Wow.
Okay, so they're going to do Moon Meander on Enigma, which is something they also did at the major. They flexed this hero. Yeah. Usually depending on like if it's countered or not, and I think in this game it is countered in the Wyvern, and then also I don't think you want to let a Timber through where you have this last pick coming out of the first phase and not pick a counter to the Bristle, because like if you pick Bristle here, Viper will get banned, Timber will get banned, and then like +1 Bristle counter. Like these heroes will all get banned because you have the 3 bans. So you have to pick the counter here, and they go for it. They go for the Timber.
Yeah, it's a nice answer to the Bristle. It gives them something already to try and answer this guy with. And he is one of these heroes at the moment which you do need to answer. Similar to the Timbersaw, you can't just let him through the entire draft and then go into the game and then go, oh, we need to build some items to do with this guy, by the way, because we didn't draft anything. Like, no, you need more than items to take this guy down. He can be just ridiculous in the right situations. Like, you saw those carry lists which all the streamers and stuff were making, and almost every single time Bristleback would be in the S category.
Yeah, he's solid. He's solid. It's like it's one of those things where you think about the hero in that he's based around like the quill spray damage, because for a long time he was, but that's like the least significant part of Bristle now. It's really about nasal goo and the ags, and then also just the plus damage that he gets from the ultimate. Like he actually right clicks insanely hard. He's a tower siege hero. He's a physical damage hero. Single target like. So Roshan, yeah, exactly. Like. So he's like eventually he's going to two-shot a Bristle or a Timbersaw just based on like, well, I mean, it depends on the items that both of these heroes have. But yeah, Bristle's like more of a true carry these days rather than just this like AoE offlaner.
Oh, look at this. He's channeling some sort of mental energy here on Moon Meander.
Yeah, that's...
No.
This is it.
He's invading Croaky's brain.
Move. He's using his Nen.
Oh, okay. He's done it.
There
he's done it. Look, he just banned the clockwork. Did you see that? He just broke out of the trials like bang. Clockwork bang.
That's smart. That's smart. Yeah. Wow. Counter to the Enigma Black Hole. It's something that you cannot get a Lincolns to deal with. You can't get a BKB to deal with the Clockwork Hook. It is always going to be that BKB piercing stun, ground targeted. So no counter to that whatsoever as Enigma.
Unbeatable. I love the difference here, like the dynamic between these two. Though there's like Moon Meander animated, you know, just like go through there. There's just like stoic misery just behind him, straight faced, talking sense. Smart.
Yeah, he's like Moon. Nen doesn't exist in real life. Relax. There's no energy or chakras that you're channeling right now. Please just ban the Clockwork. For God's sakes, we did the research. Yeah, they're really trying to protect the Enigma here. Clockwork ban, Rubik ban. These are the two big counters. What would be the other one? I mean, Warlock, if you really want to ban out a counter, but then there's already the Wyvern. That means the Wyvern would be something other than a 5 position, which is a bit weird. We've seen it today, but it's like 10-20% of games, not 50% of games that you'll see the core Wyvern.
Yeah, it's a rarity, but a treat when we do get it. Thank you, 9, for popularizing that one.
Yeah.
So, is percentage-based damage sort of what you want to get Bristleback? You know, is that a good option other than the Timbersaw?
A percentage-based damage is definitely good. I mean, he always builds tanky. Breaks obviously are super effective. Like my favorite thing against Bristlebacks are just abilities that make him turn towards you. Like Void Spirit's actually pretty good. Mars is really good. You spear and he turns towards you. I think these are like new age good counters to the Bristle. And let's see, can they pick any of these? I mean, they can Void Spirit for TSM, but Void Spirit's probably the most scuffed one because the Remnant doesn't really last that long. Mars, it's much easier to like isolate and kill the Bristle, but you don't want to pick Mars when you already have Timber Enigma.
Yeah, it's a big ask. And of course, Enigma, they are going to raise up another issue whilst they still can. And this is a great situation to be in as well. If you get out of this first phase with having the third pick, and you raise up a big problem with the third pick, and you feel like it's not answering the fourth pick, then when it comes to the second phase, you can raise another issue, and now they have to beat it with 2 picks of their own. And TSM say, screw all that noise, we're just gonna bane Bloodseeker, easy peasy.
It's a combo. I mean, you Nightmare into Bloodseeker Silence. That's always going to be very strong for laning.
Yep.
Bane, it's a mana draining BKB piercing disable for the Bristle, and you can turn and get in front of them when you do that. So it's a pretty decent answer to that. And Enigma go for Necrophos, which does very well against Timber. Not that, I mean, it's okay versus Bloodseeker. I feel like Bane Bloodseeker would do really well against it, which makes me think maybe is this like a mid Sumail Necro? He likes this hero. He's actually he's traumatized me. I remember one week I was pubbing and he was spamming pubs a lot, and I got him like 3 games in a row. He was Necro versus me in every single game, diving between the tier 1 and the tier 2, and I just was losing wave after wave of experience. I was like, all right, dude, just where's the GG button? Like, get me out.
Please, Sumail, show mercy.
He beat my ass so badly that I made a video about how bad he destroyed me. I made a YouTube video. He inspired me.
Oh, Get beaten so hard, you make a video about it.
Exactly. I was like, all right, here's what I learned. It actually made me way better at laning to get destroyed by Sumail because he was doing things I'd never seen before.
Here's a question though. What are the 3 things which Enfeeble does to your enemies? You're never going to want to cast with me again after I ask you this question, but...
that would be cast range reduction, HP / lifesteal, etc. reduction.
Yeah.
And then I believe also cast point reduction, or did they remove that one? Oh no, attack damage. It's attack damage.
Yeah, there you go. It's attack damage. Yeah, they brought back the attack damage.
They changed the cast point with the cast range reduction.
It's such a weird, like, it's such a weird ability, right? Like, it's kind of like butter on bread, where it's just really smoothly spread across the entire thing. You know, it's a bit of attack reduction.
It does everything, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like
rubbish.
It's like you think it's rubbish?
No, I don't, well, it's kind of rubbish in that I'd rather it be like a niche spell which does one thing really well than a bunch of things.
Conceptually, like design-wise, I see.
Yeah.
Because to me, I think Enfeeble is the best part about Bane. I think Bane is ridiculous. You can't get a Satanic. He counters Necro. He counters Wyvern. He counters Bristle. You counter carries. Like you counter. The only thing that kind of sucks is I think the cast range reduction. You barely notice that. It's like funny on Reddit when you see these tiny little Earthshaker fissures and stuff, right? It's funny, but it's like it's not that good. But the other components I think are exceptionally good. It's like Spirit Vessel levels of healing reduction, which is crazy.
Yeah, 6% of max level. It's really is crazy, and it's barely noticeable as well. You know, the little black orb above your head. You're like, oh, what?
You can't tell. Yeah, you're like, why is my fissure 3 feet long?
Final pickup from TSM, and it is going to be the Invoker. Hello. That is a very cool pickup to finish this draft. Very nice synergy with the Bane as well. I like it.
Yeah, this is going to be a Sunstrike Invoker, I think. You have like Rupture is good setup for Meatball. Nightmare is great setup for Sunstrike. Enigma, Black Hole is great setup for the Cataclysm eventually. Oh,
yeah, but at the same
Ranger.
time, yeah, Tornado looks very, very value this game. You know, you've got so many things which, I don't know, it depends. Do you want to play for your team or do you want to play against the enemy? I mean, that's kind of the eternal question of Dota 2, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The Quas Wex mana drain seems pretty dope actually against Bristle.
Yeah.
And then like you said, the Tornado has a lot of value this game and the stuff that it can dispel. Even the last pick Wind Ranger, you take off the Wind Run, right? So it's very effective against that. But also you got a lot of good setup for the Sunstrikes, and I feel like people are opting to go more of the Quas Exort build these days anyway, just because people think Quas Wex is like weaker. Topson had a pretty good explanation of it. He said like people basically have infinite regen on the mid lane now because of the water runes and other elements, and so the fact that Invoker would usually win lane by like taking your mana and out regenning you is not really the case anymore. So you just get like Exort and farm.
Thanks, Tobson. That's very well explained.
Yeah, he has good explanations.
No, it does make a lot of sense. I mean, we'll see what the option is, but one thing we definitely know for sure is that he's going for a Spirit Vessel this game. I will eat my hat if he doesn't, because it is such an exceptional Spirit Vessel game. Such a good item on Invoker as well. So I'm fully expecting that to be the case this time around, and allow them to kind of go for some early plays onto this Bristle or onto this Necro, who, in combination with this Enigma, with the Bane and the Enfeeble, it is going to be a pretty big threat. Right, let's get into it. Game number 2 of Enigma versus TSM. Can TSM level the playing field and cause yet another draw in this group? Or is it going to be Enigma taking the victory here and taking them down a peg? Let's find out.
Either way, I'm happy. These are nice teams to be getting on the B stream. You know what I mean? Like these are very, very big boys. So we got a delectable treat today. Shout outs to the production for giving us the
guy on scheduling
a nice series. Yeah, shout outs to that guy. He's awesome.
Buying him a donut really paid off for us, didn't it?
Hell yeah, dude. That delectable cream filled donut.
Wait for it.
Saudi donuts. Just bake it in the sun. Easy. Good luck, have fun, King, says Moon Meander. Adorable. I love it.
30 seconds to battle.
A little bit of kerfuffling. Yeah.
All right. Just dreaming, just getting that REM sleep in. Very nice.
Yeah, they're gonna feel so refreshed after this.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that growth hormone as well, or growth, whatever the hell it is. They say you should get REM sleep so you can work out and get those gains. That's where I was trying to go with that. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's growth hormone.
Is it really growth hormone? Okay.
I think so. Whatever. I'm an idiot. Mind control though, getting swole up top, picks up that bounty 2 for 2. Uh-oh.
Oh no, we did have issues a little bit earlier, so could be same thing again.
Wow,
So
Miracle's
good.
got the wild card thing. That's cool. That's cool.
I mean, you have to. It's the best. It's the best voice line.
Wow.
Online video game with 3 people, you can't just pause it.
All right, shoutouts to wild card in the NA region.
Yep,
the boys.
It is the best. It is very, very cool. I love it. I mean, this is very important as well, right? Because TSM didn't make the major, right?
Nope, they did not.
So, if you want to earn some money this season, it's time to do that here.
Yep, these are TI only boys, and then also they would like to make some money here as Enigma Galaxy. They're doing a tri lane up here, at least to start, and letting Miracle get some solo XP bot.
Yeah. So this is exactly what TSM did last game, but TSM was more out of desperation. They realized that Saberlight didn't really stand a chance of doing anything in that lane, so they just tried to make some action happen top. Didn't work, and looks like the same thing will happen here.
Top lane, they're going to go for some harass, at least. Double silence.
Yeah, I think most of the time it's not too bad to tank the level 1 blood right a little bit. If you can usually get off your right clicks and harass for the same amount onto one hero and get some denies and stuff.
That's true. Running out of it often feels like a mistake. It's like it covers the area for so long that yeah, you just feel bad. You miss like a bunch of CS to do it.
Yeah, and these early CS can be so vital to turning the lane in your favor. And as we've seen twice today already, if you lose the lanes, you're going to have a bad time. Dubu getting very low here, and he's going to get taken out here by the mind control. Yeah, it's kind of surprising he stayed so close to that one, Dubu, because you knew that Death Bolt was coming, right?
Yeah, Kuro leveled Arc Lightning in this lane, which it's one of those things where like you'd think Lightning Bolt level 1 because I don't know, you push the lane with Arc Lightning, but Necro's like going to push the lane anyway, and then Bloodseeker also pushes the lane into them, and Arc Lightning hits 2 people. If you wait until 2 people are standing next to each other, it's 180 damage, which is pretty insane for 80 mana.
Young Zeus, though, the heal comes from mind control, and I think they are going to be able to keep him alive. No more damage in the tank for TSM, so they won't be able to get the trade back going their way.
This is kind of cool from Enigma Galaxy, though. I like this lane a lot. Like, Zeus Arc Lightning's 2 units, gets the creeps low, and then Mind Control CS's them and gets Heartstopper. It's actually pretty smart. I mean, 2 ranged heroes usually is a bit weird in lane in a side lane, but it makes sense here.
And they're going to try and mess around with the Nightmare combo as well. Doesn't quite work out. So they'll be able to trade back. It is feeling like one of those lanes which is going to go one way or the other, right? With 2 of these Healy heroes which rely solely on last hits, the moment you start to fall behind, it's going to feel real rough.
Yeah, these are like the 2 heroes in Dota. It's really weird. It's really weird, actually, Bloodseeker versus Necro.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to get this last hit. No, I am. It's like, okay, dude, relax, guys.
Literally does the same thing with the last hits.
Exactly, yeah. They're both completely equal in terms of CS. Mind Control just pulled ahead because Dubu went to go had to a half pull.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got Samael playing the Wind Ranger into the Brile Invoker. This feels like a quirky little matchup. 2 heroes we don't get to see so often in the middle lane.
Yeah, and he did go Quas Wex as Mind Control getting pushed out of lane a little bit here. So yeah, Brile, you don't have to eat your hat today, Nomad. Brile is going for the Quas Wex build, which I would imagine means he's going to get a Vessel. That's pretty standard. It's really good for dispelling the wind run, so I can understand why you wanted to go Quas Wex.
It's a shame because, Smail taking some heavy hits here, but not enough to bring him down, I don't think, although he's not going to stop. Rao keeps on chasing him down, has the speed advantage. Smail actually turning around onto Bryle now, but he is going to go down thanks to Dubu's rotation in, and Kuro will not be able to finish off Bryle either, and actually might be in a bit of trouble himself. The EMP is going to hit the deck. The Nightmare immediately cancelled out. The right click is there from Bryle. The range is just enough. And managed to grab themselves 2 kills in the middle lane. TSM turning up the volume, meanwhile Saberlight in some trouble in the bottom lane. The Quill's going to take him out. That's a dead Timbersaw.
Wow. I was not expecting Timber to die in this lane. That's a mistake from Saberlight. That I mean, his game is so good on Saberlight that he has Whirling Death level 2. Like, think about that for a second. That's how OP he feels in this lane, and he just accidentally like got too many stacks of the Quill Spray on himself. That's unfortunate. Miracle's gonna be huge in this game for that. He's supposed to lose that lane.
Big mistake from Saberlight, but hopefully he can recover and still get himself a game, because he kind of needs to. Timber is not a hero you like playing from behind. It's designed to win the lane and be aggressive in the early moves. Well, rotation up to the top wave. They're actually going to just try and take down Mind Control, and they're going to be able to do exactly that.
It is such a good such a good Invoker game.
Yeah.
Can purge the wind run off of the mid, and obviously that lane is going very well for him. He just got 2 earn charges, by the way, for that rotation, which is very important. But also, if he goes to either of the side lanes, either he takes all of Bristle's mana, which will completely neuter him, or he dispels the Necro Ghost Shroud. So Mind Control doesn't even bother to level it. It's not worth that at this point.
Yep, super annoying. Super good. It doesn't take off Arctic Burn, unfortunately, but would be cool if it did. He wants to now got to bottle himself up a regen rune. There is Dubu in the neighborhood as well. Not sure how much they can do. Mumianda rotating in from the side. A lot of pressure being on Smail here. He's going for the TP out, though, and he's going to be able to make it. In fact, he's TPing up to the top lane, so they want to try and do something to Tomato here, but Tomato seems to know. He's got the intel.
Huh.
What a read.
He tipped him.
Oh, wait a minute.
He tipped him, so it's like he knew that the TP was coming up top.
Yeah,
How did he...
Okay. He knew because the direction the wind was facing in, there's no middle tier 1 tower, right? It fell down. Am I mistaken in that? Or
no, it's there. It's there.
It's there? Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't know then.
Yeah, that's a good read. That's a really good read.
I don't know. Meanwhile, GH just dying under the tier 1 in mid. That's going to be an easy assassination from the side of TSM.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, trading potentially towers here. Enigma do not want to give up the mid tower, though. They TP Miracle in and Kuro to defend this. It's so hard to push into a Vanguard Bristle at this point. To kill him, you have to take like your entire HP pool and damage in an AoE, so
yeah,
not super favorable.
Absolutely not, no. Meanwhile, GH trying to gently stop Saberlight from taking my tower. Please, sir, leave it alone. But as the Arctic Burn runs out and Dubu moves in, just going to make sure the GH is nowhere nearby. But he is not. Meanwhile, up at top, there's another rotation for Bryle here onto Mind Control. Mind Control takes some heavy hits. Bryle trying to finish the job. There is a fairy fire available. I don't think that's going to be enough to save his life, though. Bryle closes the gap, gets a right click off, gets the kill, and turns invisible as Kuro is joined the fray. He's actually going to be able to pick off Tomato. This trade went from okay to pretty bad. Meanwhile, GH dies at bottom, and up at top, they're still going on to Evoker here, and they're going to be able to bring him down as well. It's Kuroki with a double kill. Huge rotation in from the Zeus.
This is a massacre. There's just deaths happening everywhere.
Everyone's dying.
I don't know who that favors. I mean, Saberlight is huge. That's for sure. You know, he's chilling, he's free farming. It probably favors TSM. Just I feel like they're really confident in their Timber strength right now. Who is completely running down Mind Control.
Jogging buddies here. Saying hello to each other. Mind Control, he does have that Ghost Shroud, but Tomato's coming in as well. A couple of taps, tippity taps onto Mind Control, and we'll finish him off. The Chakram gets the kill. And
Saberlight steals the kill, more like. That's he's saying I'm the carry this game, all right? And I think Timber versus a Bristleback is definitely a matchup where you can become the carry. Even against Necro, you do all this pure damage through Ghost Shroud, through like anything. He doesn't want to get a BKB on Necro, so I think Saberlight can be this carry this game. We can see that reflected in the fact that he's going to be taking an Ancient stack here. Like, TSM wants to empower this hero, which I think makes a lot of sense with the draft they're up against.
Scary neutral creeps though.
Oh, no, that was close.
The gods are up as well. Quickly, nightmare him. Okay, all right. I think he's okay. Panic over. Finish the job, lads.
Surely they know that there's a ward there now, right?
You'd think so.
Tuba's like, wow, what? Game sense. Oh, they smoke on it. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough.
They did not know. They did not know.
No, dude, Mind Control should know. They saw the smoke on a ward. He's being a bit greedy here.
Oh no, you greedy muffin.
He's being a greedy muffin.
Yeah. What happens to greedy muffins? They get eaten. That's what irony is. Alright, we'll just dance around him a little bit, wait for that. No, they're really giving literally giving all the kills to Saberlight. They have embraced him as a lord and savior this game.
He's the carry. Yeah, he's the carry. You'll have a Sanj and Kaya, eventually get the Ag Shard, have some flamethrower action going on. He can do a lot of damage. He's going to be a big boy this game.
Alright, well. I mean, it was at this point in last game I said, well, 2k advantage at 10 minutes doesn't seem that bad, but the game does feel pretty damn bad for TSM. So now, I'm going to say it the other way. 2k event. No, I'm not going to do it again, but same question, Jenkins.
Yeah, that would be a curse. That would be a curse there. I mean, the bristle timing for when he gets the Aghanim Scepter is like, that's always going to be strong.
Yeah.
That's when you want to win the game. But the question is, you know, you're playing into a Timbersaw who's doing percentage damage. Enigma is doing percentage damage. Bloodseeker is doing percentage damage. A Vessel is doing percentage damage. Like, how many times do I need to say that? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many counters to the Bristleback in this game that I'm not sure how important that timing is. So maybe a lot more pressure is on Sumail to just pop off on Wind Ranger and be like that secondary carry, which he is 0-1-2, so it's not really happening just yet.
Yeah, pretty quiet game from him this game, considering Dawnbreaker last time when he was just everywhere at once. Kuro is going to act as the canary for Sumail and Mind Control here. Is Mind Control still hanging around? Let's see. Tibu, power shot fired across. There's more coming in for
nice shackle.
Ooh, that was a beautiful shackle. Yeah, and that's going to cancel out the grip. The Nightmare will actually fail from the Bane here. And now when his curse comes through, this might be really bad for TSM. Let's see what they can do on Enigma here. They're bringing in the heroes, but they will bring down Dubu. Now Sumail fighting up into Saberlight. Saberlight's a pretty scary boy, though. No, going to need a little bit more damage than that to bring him down. Still the chakram for the time being. It's going to be Dubu and Ryle brought down for the time being. Saberlight's just going to walk himself away. In fact, I think he might even take some of these creeps here if he fancies.
And that's a nice shackle, nice curse. You know, Saberlight's not really going to be threatened by anything here, but getting Bryle as a kill there is huge. Sumail is definitely feeling pretty good after that one. He's got a Javelin coming out.
Miracle in the middle lane. This isn't really the hero you can let die right now. Mimian is coming in for the black hole, but can't really close the gap. Not before the cavalry arrives. 3 heroes suddenly materialize in the middle lane for Nigma, as is the case whenever Miracle's in trouble.
That is true. That is right. And now Sumail too, actually. They've got kind of 2 carry type guys that are, you know, worth 5-man protecting. What gives them their power.
Yes.
Mind Control, by the way, he does have the Vessel now. So they have a Vessel on Necro, and they have a Javelin on a Wind Ranger. So I think killing Saberlight is not totally off the table anymore. He could die if they have those 2 heroes together.
So anyone can die in this game is what you're telling me.
That is correct. I don't think there's anybody that's unkillable. Even Bristleboy can go down because of all that percentage damage that we've talked about. But Miracle has been silently just farming this entire time. He is top of net worth now.
Yeah. He's getting that bag.
Now Tomato's trying to take the ancient stacks. He's like, Saberlight? This one? Oh, no, it's going to be for Saberlight. I see.
You dare take my stacks, peasant? How dare you? You slight me, boy. Remember your place. And Thunder Gods to scout the smoke.
I mean, cool presence of mind from Kuro. That was, well, you know what, actually? Maybe you didn't see it, because 2 of the heroes broke the smoke. Saberlight and Tomato broke smoke, so they would have to be really quick on the clicking, on the, because... yeah.
Checking the heroes, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Line control. Pretty far forward here. Winter's Curse, not going to latch on to end, so only last second here as Bryle needs to get away from this one, but that's not happening. And the Reaper's Scythe going to seal his fate. Oh dear.
And what I was saying about the smoking thing is, like, if you have hero icons on, then sometimes they cover each other. And so if you Zeus ult, you sometimes won't see all 5 heroes just because the hero icons are covering each other anyway. Like, so that it can be a bit weird, but it would depend on what he has, what his settings are. Dota's like weird like that. But yeah, I think they probably saw the smoke. That's why they responded to that mind control getting gone on so quickly. They felt like with the heroes that were smoked there, they could defend him. Also, it's like mind control is a bit of a throwaway hero at this point. Like, he's just pushing out the bot lane constantly. Even if he dies, like, who cares? You know, this is your offlane necro. He doesn't need to be huge. Bristle's massive. Farming up tons of stacks here. He's gonna hit that Aghanim Scepter timing pretty quickly.
I feel like every time we look at Miracle, it's like, meanwhile, in the jungle.
Yeah. And he went for Assange. So he's not trying to rush the Ags. He feels pretty comfortable going a little bit later to hit that timing.
Yeah, and I guess the status resistance is very nice against like the Vastal and things like that if you don't go for any purge. It's the next best thing. Kuro going to use that heavenly jump. Is he going to get him away from this one, though? I don't think so. Though that's set. They will use the Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little longer, but with the Tornado and the Timber Chain, they will finish the job. But now the Focus Fire coming out onto Saberlight. He needs to get away. Timber Chain away once again here, but is being chased, and the Power Shot will take him down from Sumail. As once again, they clear them out of the triangle. Doobie to fall as well to the hands of the Bristleback. So they defend their triangle very nicely. TSM starting to let the soap drop a bit. They keep trying to go in for the invasions, and it's just not working out too well for them.
No, it's getting to the point where they need Moon Meander to actually be able to get his spells off in a fight. Maybe they need Tomato BKB before they fight. Like, this is where you consider, like, okay, what are our next timings? Because around the ones we have currently, we obviously can't fight them. As... Who? Is that Wyvern smoked? He is. You can barely tell with this cosmetic.
Yeah, it's very RGB, very gamer.
Yeah. I mean, I respect it. I respect it. It's like one of those Asus monitors. Shout out to Asus. RGB, beautiful colors, so 8K good. Resolution. Probably.
It's also the color of oil, so shout out to Aramco as well.
Yeah, shout outs to those sponsors. As Sumail gets
right
nightmare.
Yeah, Dubu evades the gang with Nightmare. Very nicely done. Ooh, they might have actually just sacrificed their Wyvern as he's inside the silence. The rest of the team getting away. GH going to be, yeah, very much killed off. Oh, another 1 second Winter's Curse. Not going to do a whole lot. He was hoping, but didn't go the way. Just trying to make as much time as possible. That seems to be the #1 resource for Enigma here, though. You know, it's just time.
They're confident in their Bristle timing. They think that if they make space for him, get his Aghanim Scepter, they're going to win the game. And they've done it before in this tournament so far. I mean, yesterday, the Bristle, they had no stuns, and still, like, Miracle absolutely popped off with the Bristle. So they know what they're doing with this hero. I would trust their judgment. They've even opted to, like, not go into Roche despite having a few opportunities. They just feel like the Ags timing is so strong that let's wait for it, and then we can start doing stuff on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, both teams being very respectful of each other. And again, you know, we keep going back to it, but this is the first time in a long time we've had an event with such a high prize pool outside of TI. So big impact, big money, and this schedule is so punishing. You drop just one game in these best of twos, and it's going to set you back so far. It can mean not making the playoffs. It can mean being stuck in tiebreakers. It can mean a lot of things. So that is why seeing these teams play so carefully, we're giving each other so much respect, and the teams are bloody good as well. Everyone respects each other here.
Yeah, you can sense it. You can sense the tension, especially because these two teams. I think after watching each other and their performances, like, they're probably feeling like they're both, like, equally capable of like winning the tournament. You know, like they're very confident in their own opponents and themselves. So it's not like one of those series where it's like, oh, you know, we're playing against like a weak opponent or something like that. It's like, yeah, these guys are like in form, 100%.
Minutes in,
just
and
chilling.
No significant advantage one way or the other. Both teams very confident in their in their game.
The question is, what are they waiting for? Miracle does have his Aghanim Scepter now. Looks like everybody is going to make their way to him. I guess that's what they were waiting for. Does Mind Control have TP? He's TPing mid. He's going to push out the mid lane and then head top. I think Nigma's going to look to Roche. This looks like a we're going to play around Roche sort of situation.
Definitely, yeah. I think this is what it's all coming down to at the moment. 20 minutes in, you know, it's well, it's not super late for a first Roche, but in a game this close, it definitely feels like it's surprising that this is the first attempt either team is making, but immediately they try to make the play into the middle lane. TSM unleashing onto Mind Control. They want to try and take him out nice and quickly for the first kill off this fight. Sunstrike comes down, the Chakram will finish the job, but Sableye, he's taking a lot of damage. Moving in with Black Hole just onto that Hedgehog, trying to take him out, but Sableye is going to die in the backlines, and they can't kill off Miracle. They don't have the damage. Now they come in with Tomato, though. He's looking to try and follow up here. He needs a Maelstrom prop to get the kill, and he will find it. We'll move across, looking for more. Once again, Samel just nightmared up in the middle of this fight. Do they have the damage to surround her and kill her off, even with that wind run ticking through? Maybe the Sunstrike connects, and Tomato gets another one. This time it's with the Blood Right. Now he's looking to run down the rest of the stragglers here. GH going to be that guy, but he's managing to get over the trees, so it doesn't look like there'll be any more deaths here. So again, a very, very even fight. No one really coming out on top.
I honestly feel like TSM comes out on top there, just because...
Right. Yeah, Bristol dies.
Like, yeah, it's like not only does Bristle die, he dies on like the strongest timing that they have in the game. That's huge for TSM. That's one of the worst things that can possibly happen in a game, is that you hit a timing such as your Bristle Ag's timing, you don't win on it. You don't win the fight right after that. I think it was just an amazing black hole call by Moon Meander. Like dropping the Wraith Pact and black holing means that they got Bristle down to like 30-40% HP before the black hole was over, and Moon even survived because he had the Wraith Pact on during the fight. So the quill sprays were not enough, and I think he positioned it in a way where Bristle was facing towards him, so the quill sprays were not actually activating from the automatic bristleback. So that was just like a really good black hole call from Moon, and the fact that Dubu baited out the Winter's Curse as well. They had to use the Winter's Curse on him in order to interrupt the Fiend's Grip. And Nigma Galaxy, they're saying we should have roached earlier, so we're just going to do it now.
But is it too late?
I think they're trying to do this because there's no black hole. They feel like that was a big impact in the last fight, and that without that, TSM can't fight. But they've got good poke. There's a lot of stuff they can throw into this pit.
Yeah, definitely. Laderites, tornadoes,
chakrams, even a DD bot. Tomato's running straight for it. He's got that BKB too. 9-second BKB.
Yeah, this could be pretty disastrous for Nigma, but they need to find the right opening from TSM. They can't just run into the Bloodseeker double damage and expect to win the fight like that. You saw last fight, he only really came in at the end and was able to clean up. That's the ideal situation, but Roshan is dead, so it's too late already to contest it at least. Miracle will pick up the Aegis, and now things, again, start to equalize.
That's a little cool. It looks like TSM made the call to not fight that. Moon was just pushing bot the whole time and got a lot of damage done to the tier 2 tower. So that was a situation where TSM kind of knew that they were going to lose the Roshan because they don't want to fight without the black hole. But they wanted to delay for as long as possible so that Moon could do some damage to the bot tower. Like, it was just poking. And I've seen this a lot, actually, where you know Bristle is going to get the Aegis once he gets an Ags. It's just really hard to fight that timing. And so the idea is just to, like, stall until he gets the Aegis and the Aegis times out. That's basically it. And this is just playing more into that, this split pushing action.
Wow. Last fight. When is that black hole back up? Well, it's already there.
Moon has BKB too, very soon. Saber Lights?
Oh my god, he's just jumped in and immediately getting taken down. He does get off the BKB, but is he going to live through this? Looks like he is for the time being. Meanwhile, for Male, he's getting pretty low to the Rupture and just trying to TP out of this one, but he's not going to make it out. Tomato gets the kill, and that means there's no more Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I don't think Sumail had the wind run up during that TP, so even if he did Maelstrom on Bloodseeker, he can actually, if he gets procs, which he did, he can right-click through the wind run. Which means the BKB TP with Wind Run is not as effective. I mean, this is huge for TSM. Like, any kills, it's just time off of the Bristle Aegis, which it's only got 3 minutes left. When Sumail respawns, it'll be like 2 minutes. Yeah, this is the timing that they want to avoid for TSM.
They do indeed, as we approach that 25-minute mark. 7k goal advantage for TSM. It's not to Bristle, but right now, it just feels like you can't poke at each other. It really does. Like, it's one of those games where the aggressor seems to be the losing party.
Yeah, it does seem like that. I guess that's the nature of Enigma lineups, you know? It's just like, we go late game, like we're always going to win. But, you know, I would say the same thing about a Zeus lineup as well. I feel like Zeus is incredibly strong in the late game. Maybe because it's a 5 position, it's a different story. But TSM, they're confident in their late game for this draft. They don't feel like they need to do anything too crazy, especially because it's just meta to avoid this Bristle Ags timing. Like, everybody knows how powerful it is and that the hero can fall off after this point. So just, you know, just wait. Bide your time.
Bide your time indeed. It's it's a hard ask though. It's a very hard ask. I think both teams are like, they're both feeling anxious about one another, but they both just don't want to be the ones to make that mistake in this game.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Like, we talked about the money. It's always going to be a factor. They feel that mental pressure. But Enigma, they're looking to get in there.
Well. And Dubu's going to be the one to fall for this, as Miracle gets that kill, going very deep here. It's a little bit low on mana and has a soul ring in his backpack, so he's got his teammates to buff him up though. Nice mana coming out from them. Tomato EMP. All right, never mind. Now completely gone. But doesn't matter.
Very annoying. Oh, has Mind Control been disassembling the Lotus and using mana boots? Have you? I've not seen. I'm gonna watch to see if he does do it, because that's a really cool trick. I mean, on Necro it doesn't matter that much. Kuro, he is a bit out of position.
Oh no, he has got the Lotus put upon him though to get that Spirit Vessel and the Cold Snap off him, so I think that's pretty vital in helping him survive there. Now Miracle takes a bit of a burst from Sableye. Does take a lot of damage when that Timbersaw gets on top of him. How long's left on that Aegis?
22 seconds.
Yeah, so, TSM, they know they're smoking. They're looking to get involved.
They're going for it. Yep, they're going for it. And if they follow this path, they will run into Enigma. Kuro sees the ward, though. Taking the triangle, yeah.
Chakram being thrown out, just shots across the bow at each other, and well, a rupture's a bit more than a shot, but
unfortunately Bristle does not care that much about the rupture. That's also probably why I got the Sange, I would say, is for the rupture. Oh, they see Moomiander.
They do indeed, and they want to try and bring him down, but he's actually going to turn around and drop the Black Hole straight up onto the Bristle back, but he is going to die for his efforts. Sableye as well being held still on the back line. This Shackle's going to follow up the high ground as well and hold him back. Braille comes forwards. I'm not sure about this, Braille. This seems very aggressive for a man without a BKB. But he'll pay for now, but now Miracle gets involved. Beautiful Shackle coming through onto 2 as well. Reaper's side takes down Braille. Dubu gone as well. Tomato, he's got nothing left but to TP away. Enigma taking a massive, massive fight here once again.
Yeah, you said it, Braille without the BKB. The Lincoln Sphere does not appear to be enough. It's getting canceled by all of Kuro's spells. And so after that, he is just a sitting duck waiting to get shackled. The 2-man shackle is absolutely beautiful there. And also, the Zeus ult to scout out Moon Meander and catch him on the low ground. That was just a really bad position for him to be caught in.
Yeah.
The worst hero to get caught out, even with the BKB still, there's so much damage that goes through it. Sumail was just beating into him with focus fire throughout the entire black hole. Maybe the play is to get the Aghanim Shard on Enigma. He does not have it queued up. He's going for the Ether Lens instead, which serves a similar purpose. He can hold from a further distance and play a bit farther back with the Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah, true. That could be an actual option. Make a big bit of difference. Another thing about the shards as well is that sometimes they can make such a big difference for such a low price. Definitely feels like Moon Meander could move in that direction should he want to.
Yeah, and he'll have enough money for it. He's got the Philly Stone. He's got the Big Boy Philly. Is there any Big Boy Philly on the Enigma side? Did they have it? They do. Kuro's got one, so he'll get nags.
Very nice. Very nice. Just getting gunned down in the street here. My goodness, he's just taken out. And beautiful curse coming out from GH as well. That's two heroes. They can't afford to lose. They're going to lose one of them. Moon Meander's going to fall. And I'm pretty sure Brother Seekers is going to follow him to the grave. Enigma have suddenly just found their momentum here. They are pounding away at Royal TSM. What is happening?
They're just getting the pickoffs. These are like the last two fights. They're just finding the right heroes at the start of the fight. Saberlight is looking like a non-factor with this Timber. Like, Bristle is doing too much damage. I can't believe I'm saying it. Like, I feel like Timber should do extremely well versus Bristle, but he's got plus 400 damage. He's hitting for over 600, or about, actually, I think exactly 600. No, I'm doing NA math. That's NA math. He's hitting for 600. So it's like, without the reactive armor stacks on already, it's just too much damage. Even with the plate mail and 17 base armor. He's feeling pretty bad.
Yep, he is indeed. And Moon Meander gonna see GH, but GH is immediately blinking away from this one. He's just here to push out a wave and get himself to safety, and that's exactly what he will achieve. And now, it all comes down to the next Roshan. Who will get it? I mean, look, right now it's looking like Nigma. It's been looking like them for a while now. Still, you know, an even game, but they just can't seem to do anything about this Bristle, which is so crazy when we talked so long about how they seem to have the answers, but this hero just doesn't feel answerable at some point in the game.
Maybe the play is to kill everybody else and leave the Bristle until the end. They have Nightmare. That's good for, you know, kiting the Bristle. They can rupture him. They can tornado him, make him out of mana. Maybe that's the play in the next fight.
Yeah, Nightmare him, Enfeeble the Necrophos, and then Grip, I don't know, the mail or something.
Yeah, I think Sumail's a good focus target. Sumail, GH, Kuroki, they're also good focus targets. And if you're Enigma, you want to... Ooh, Tomato breaking the smoke.
Let's see. They are fighting on the opposite high grounds at the moment as they move in. Saberlight just taking the front lines here, trying to take down Kuroki. Going to be able to do exactly that. Now the Black Hole comes down along with the Stun Strike on to the Bristleback. That's only going to get him down to about half HP though. Meanwhile on the side, GH is going to lose his life. TSM finding the side kills whilst engaging on the Bristleback as well. Mind control. He's just on the front lines here. Beautiful Nightmare save from Dubu though. And now they're going to turn things around onto old MC. This Necrophos is going to join teammate in the grave. 3 heroes dead on the side of Nigma. Nothing lost for TSM. Feeling good for them. Roche has just respawned as well. That is huge.
So in that fight, they gripped and black-holed the Bristle at the exact same time. So you can tell that they've had this discussion like, okay, let's kite the Bristle to the degree where they're both just pressing their spells. Because if one of them gets interrupted, then the other will at least be there. Like, obviously, you know, ideally, you're doing one after the other as Tomato.
But now they don't have their ultimate, and there's a Bristle in the pit. This has got to be a concern, right? They've got to do something about this.
30 seconds, no MC, though. So Miracle maybe has to be a bit careful. There is no black hole. There's no grip. This is why he was confident running into the pit, but still afraid of the poke.
Yeah.
Doesn't want a hard commit.
The poke is strong from TSM. They've got strong fingers to really get into their bellies.
Yeah, they really do. Okay, they're confident with MC respawning though. There is going to be Grip coming up, but no Black Hole. That is a much longer cooldown.
Oh, it is. And oh my god, Arcane Rune for Miracle as well. Blimey. It is a great rune, but you are going to get RSI smashing those buttons. The percentage-based damage, though. Repetitive strain injury. Very common.
Oh, that's what I see.
Yeah,
I knew it was a
Miracle.
science thing.
Oh, the steal from Saberlight. Timberchain through the pit. That was absolutely perfect.
What?
And now they take the fight.
I've never seen that happen before.
Absolutely.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Oh my god. Well, now they'll turn it around. I mean, they will take the Aegis away from him. Meanwhile, Tomatoes down to the backlines. Yeah, this might be the point Nigma wins the game anyway. And the Saberlight trying to survive through this. Timberchain away, going for the TP out, but that is not going to happen. He's going to get killed off as well, and it's 5 heroes dead on the side of TSM. Nice Aegis, bro. Nice Aegis.
That's insane, dude. What an insane fight. That's crazy. So he kills the Roche with the Timberchain and selects the Aegis at the same time. I mean, that's some frame perfect stuff right there. And then you just lose the fight after. How depressing can it get?
Good lord.
No Invoker. 45. That's a hard defense.
At least get on the ready. Oh my god, another beautiful shackle from Male. 2 heroes brought down, and that might be the end. That is not something you can recover from. Diebacks on both of them with 1 shackle.
All right.
Audio issues here. Seem to be having.
I feel like Bristleback is a very... You very much want to come up with a strat against Nigma Bristleback now. Like, this looks... For the whole...
The ancient is gone. The ancient is gone. There was no chance left for TSM. They decided to fight until the very end, as you should. But unfortunately, there was nothing left in the tank, and it is going to be Nick the Galaxy taking the 2-0 over TSM. Wow. And they did look a little bit shaken there, but all hugs and handshakes from the side of Nick, the Habibis.
They did it. I mean, these guys are just on one. I don't know what to say. I mean, they look amazing. I think Nigma has always been a team that strategically they've always looked like pretty sound in the game. Like, maybe I know some people have issues with like the no stun drafts and stuff like that sometimes will come out because Kuro is just like, his brain is like too big for his head. You know what I mean? Like, he's just way too smart. So he does these drafts. Maybe sometimes like people think that he outdrafts himself. Whatever, but still, like in the games, even the games when they were like losing Div 1 with ILTW and like their other players that they had tried out, they would always do things like smoke out when they're losing and like set up an area with wards. Like strategically, I'm saying in the game, they've always been good at that. But it seems like right now, just mechanically, all of them are playing incredibly high level too. Like Sumel with the 2-man. Shackles, Miracle, basically a flawless performance again from him, as of course he is going to be our MVP with that 618 GPM. This man knows how to play Bristle. He's clearly assessed that this hero is a great late game hero and not just this early game offlane tank guy, because good lord, he was playing into a pretty hard lineup and still just two-shotting Timbersaw, you know?
Yeah, that's not something you see very often either. You know, Timbersaw, not a guy known for going down with physical damage, but Miracle made him look like a, I don't know, like a sausage, and he was a very sharp knife, you know, just completely cut through him.
Yeah, sausage. That's the most British thing I can think of. Yeah, of course, a sausage. Just in a nice brekkie.
A nice, nice full English breakfast. He was indeed the sliced sausage. No, that was that was brutal. I mean, a beautiful performance from Nigma. Really, I mean, Samael as well, landing some amazing shackle shots throughout that as well. Really cute play coming out from Saberlight at the very end there. But I mean, literally never seen a Timberchain steal an Aegis before. There's barely any trees around the Roshan pit anyway. But in the end, didn't matter. They were able to take the fight regardless. And yeah. It's weird how dependent they were on Black Hole when we said it was a bad Black Hole game and like they had loads of cancels for it. When it's a POS 4, you can't commit all that to canceling a Black Hole. So it actually ended up being quite an important factor for TSM's team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those replays where like, I'm gonna have to go back and watch it to figure out like theoretically, how would you counter this Bristle? Because I felt like TSM had the options for it. They had the mana drain, they had all sorts of percentage damage, they had Timbersaw, who counters every strength hero in the game, they had Black Hole, Fiend's Grip. Like, to be fair, there were cancels for both of these abilities. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is, like, earlier they should have kited the Bristle, but it's like, yeah, like I said, I would have to go back and watch the replay, because I feel like Nigma just played that so flawlessly that it looked like first phasing Bristle is not possible to counter, which is weird because TSM had the instant counter pick, and they did. They did with Timber. That was their best counter. That was their best answer, and they could have Vipered maybe, I guess. But I would have to watch. Nigma played too well. Like, they just played amazing.
Yeah, they really did. They completely outpaced them, and that is a story we've been saying a lot about Nigma recently in their wins. And, you know, they've had 2 draws before this, you know, against RNG, against Liquid, and now to come through with a win. That's a really promising sign for them in this tournament, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great start for them. They're probably feeling pretty happy right now.
Well, we can actually ask them themselves. We do have an interview available, so let's go chat to one of the Nigma boys, and we get to talk to the lovely Kuro. Kuro, congratulations on that big win. How did it feel? Was it a fun series against TSM?
Yeah, feels good to win, of course. Yeah.
And how does it feel playing in, like, kind of, you know, a fellow Arabic region for you? Is that a nice feeling to be on sort of home turf?
I mean, I don't really care. I'm just here to play, so... I mean, I'm not Arab, so...
yeah.
Sure.
All right. So, with the game you last played, of course, a really good performance across the board. You know, what was the communication like? And how confident were you in this Bristle? Because we were honestly having our doubts.
We're pretty comfortable. Miracle plays a mean Bristle. We have some strategies with it. And of course there's a certain risk picking it that early. But I don't know, we're just chilling, you know. A little bit of goo, some quill spray, works out.
Definitely does as well. Bit of goo, bit of cool spray, and it works out indeed. Well, I mean, do you feel like TSM had a good plan coming into this game and yours was just better? Or do you feel like they were slightly underprepared? Or, you know, how did it feel in the drafts?
I have a lot of respect for TSM. I personally really like that team. I have huge respect for Moon Meander, the team he built with Dubu together. So I took them extra seriously in our prep. I think they had a good shot in the second game. I think in the first game they got a bit cornered strategically. Today we were just better. It could have went both ways. They're a great team. And yeah, it was great games.
All right. Jenkins, you got any questions?
Awesome. Hello, Kuro. Congratulations. I wanted to ask about the, not actually this series, but the game where you were on Abaddon. And you guys you picked a 0 stun draft, and yet, like, you had this timing where you just absolutely crushed them. And I'm curious if you could tell me your thoughts on picking, like, why you picked 0 stuns and why you're so confident that it didn't matter in that game. That was against Liquid.
I mean, Dota is a beautiful game. We shouldn't be stuck on only one way of playing the game. I think we have shown that over the years, over and over again. Yeah. You know, just don't be so close-minded, you know? Like, it's a nice game. It's the best game in the world. It offers a lot of strategy. And to be fair, I would say we're quite unique in our approach of the game. We don't stick to the meta as much as other teams do. And if we would, you know, it would be quite boring. At the end of the day, we're here to win and entertain too. So, strategy worked out. That's it.
Awesome.
All right, and of course, your next series is going to be up against OG. Actually, your last series, the group stage, I believe. What are your confidence levels like going into that one?
I mean, OG is a tough opponent. I feel good, personally. They were one of our practice partners, so we both know each other quite well. Just excited to play more and get some Ws.
All right. Hopefully you do get some more Ws. Great performance here, and great watching you guys continue to improve. And yeah, looking forward to talking to you some more. Thank you, Kuro.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love these interviews. Something about the delay makes it extra funny. But I love that he got to answer the zero stuns thing, because I feel like that is such a classic like Redditor like problem to have with like the Kuro drafts. And you know he's like cognizant of drafting these things, right? Like he's not just doing it. Oh, I accidentally drafted no stuns.
Oops, I forgot.
Yeah, it's like he has some idea where like it doesn't matter. Of course, he like didn't exactly answer like the strategic part of it, which I kind of expected, because I feel like it's like he doesn't want to reveal the thought process behind it entirely. But the little like smirk, you can tell that like there's a strategy here. Like there's an idea behind this, and I have my own theories. But I was hoping that he would reveal some juicy strats from his own mind. But of course, he's a closed book when it comes to strats.
Has to be. Yeah, absolutely. Well, great performance here from Enigma Galaxy. Absolutely thrashing TSM in this 2-0. You know, a little bit close through the middle game here, but when they got going, there was no stopping the train here as Miracle beats them up on this bristleback and leads them through to their first 2-0 of the event. And we'll be seeing more from them a little bit later as they play off versus OG. But for now, we're now done on the B stream. We'll be switching over to the next series of the day. So stay tuned for more action here at the Gamers8 event. We'll see you soon.
everyone, and welcome back to the B stream here for the Riyadh Masters by Gamers8. Had a little bit of a switch up now, and I will be joining Jenkins for the remainder of the day, and I think we've got some pretty fun games coming up.
That's right, and I would like to apologize to the stream for the switch up not being me that's leaving.
We love you here.
I was reading the Twitch chat, and there was a lot of get this thing off the screen, which I do appreciate any sort of call outs, so that's good for me. But yeah, we got some good games coming in. The boosters got shellacked in the previous series that they played. They play the offlane coddle again, you'll be glad to know, Moxie. They played some offlane razor, which was boring. But then we saw yesterday the offlane Elder Titan, which was awesome. So I'm excited to see these guys play because they pick funny stuff in 3 out of 4 of their games. And then Tundra is a just god tier team in general, and they're playing with the Hawk, who is one of my favorite players because Nature's Prophet is my favorite character in the game other than Pudge, and the Hawk is the best in the world at it. So that's always fun to see him play.
Yeah, I remember during the Stockholm major, just how excited you were every time that the Hawk was playing his Nature's Prophet. Be like, oh baby, the trees! Look at me, you know. You were very, very hyped about that. So yeah, we are seeing, you know, these are 2 teams that have not gotten a victory yet, unfortunately. In the case of Tundra, they played Secret, I believe, and Secret is just on an absolute roll right now. So, you know, they're looking for a victory. And we have a little video from Tundra talking about what's coming up here. All right, well, that was very, very hype, getting the chance to see everybody here. And like we said, the Hawk is standing in, but we've got some very good looking boys coming out here from the side of Tundra. Got, of course, Snake King out there, Skeeter, 9, Saksa. Who's your favorite player on this team?
Oh, my favorite player on this team. Well, first off, I got to mention Dahak and his big Giga Chad arms. Absolutely massive individual. Snake King is feeling like a tiny baby on this team, even though normally he's the guy that could probably bench 2 Saksas with his big arms. But now Dahak is taking that. I would say my favorite player on this team would be Owie 2000, who you can see in the background there. That's my favorite guy. I just recently played a series with him. He stood in for Arkosh Gaming against 5 Rat 4 staff.
Did you kidnap him to make him do that?
No, he's a bubby. He's a bubby. He sits around in the Discord, and he always seems to come in whenever we're in distress. He largely ignores it and focuses on the fact that, you know, Tundra is one of the best teams in the world, and he's coaching it. Ignores the Arkosh thing, but when we're really in distress, he's like, okay, fine, you know, I'll stand in, or I'll give you guys some advice, you know.
He's your tuxedo mask. The whole like swoops in when whenever Sailor Moon needs help.
Oh,
Arkosh
that's
is clearly, you know, the Sailor
Yeah.
Scouts, and then Owie 2000 is a tuxedo mask coming in to save the day.
Apparently didn't help so much because Arkosh did get relegated. But yeah, Owie's a fantastic guy. 10 out of 10.
And they're going to be playing up against the Boosters today, which is the Saudi Arabian qualifier team. And we've got a little hype video showing those team members here as well. And you can see here that we've got the players. It looks like we don't have a picture of Eva, unfortunately, but some faces probably pretty recognizable. Pleb and Malik especially. P1 Mad Frog, people that, you know, they've been making a bit of a splash with this particular roster. But I think Malik was really standing out for us the other day.
Yeah, Malik is awesome. He's also been doing some tip action with a lot of the teams that they've played so far. And by a lot of the teams, I mean they've played literally 2 teams. But they've been doing some tip action with Malik. So he seems to be a bit of an infamous character when it comes to the pubs. And I know that Pleb is as well. these guys all play together in the Western EU pubs, or I guess it's just the EU pubs in general. So yeah, some familiar faces there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they're going to bring out today against Tundra. Tundra, of course, being a bit favored in this matchup, despite the fact that they did lose their one game. But again, it was against Secret. Secret is looking to be in just absolute fine form right now. It's been fun to watch a lot of these teams kind of showing up, getting ready for like TI level play. I think Nigma also was standing out to us quite a bit in the previous days. Royal Never Give Up, too. We saw some of those. And I think PSG is actually playing... They're playing Secret right now, too, on the other stream. So... lots of great Dota, but I think we have a draft that's getting started here, and I think you're going to be super happy with who got picked up on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, this is good. This is good stuff. You know, you got the Hawk on your team. Like, this guy, I feel like a lot of people don't play Nature's Prophet right. You know? I
I thought you were going to say they don't play Nature's Prophet. Like, that is completely false.
No, people play it. It's just, like... the amount of potential that you can do with the split pushing on this hero is like almost always not realized, even by like really good Nature's Prophet players. Like if you watch like Arteezy play it, who's another like expert at this hero, he's constantly like cutting waves with his mini treants and then dragging the waves to like the big treants. You know what I mean? And there's things you can do with the treants to like pull the creep wave so that backdoor, you're not killing the creep wave, but backdoor turns off and you can like split push a racks somewhere else. You know what I mean? And a lot of the times when you see these like carry Nature's Prophets, so people will be like gold tier, silver tier, you know, they're not like playing this hero as much as like the Hawk is. They don't do these little strategies, and it's just the cap on this hero is so incredibly high. I mean, he has a literal global teleport. We'll talk about the rest of the draft, but I remember telling a League of Legends friend, League of Legends player friend about Nature's Prophet and the global TP. I was like, yeah, you click anywhere and you just go there. It's just a global TP on the map. And he's like, how is that not completely broken? And then I was like, well, a lot of things in Dota are broken, but generally, like, it is broken. Like, this hero always seems to, there's a player that can play it in any meta. It's like every other team doesn't pick it, but like one player plays it and it looks good. And that's the Hawk in this meta.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, too, the fact that you can take something like a Nature's Prophet and the way that Dota works. You don't always have to run it as a core. You don't have to run it as position 1. You don't have to run it in the offlane. You can run it as a support, which we've seen in previous patches. There's just so much flexibility. And that is one thing that I really love about Dota, is that your heroes that you have don't necessarily have to fit a very specific role every time. So, for example, we saw Zeus. You know, we've seen Zeus throughout like different patches and whatnot, and he's very flexible. You can see him as a mid right now. You can see him as a position 5. I know Kuro absolutely loves that. The same thing with like Tiny that they have picked up here. So like the drafts are just so flexible that you really need to know your opponents, right? You need to know what they play, how they like to play it. And then B, you have to think, okay, well, if they run X many scenarios with this hero, which is the scenario that we're most concerned about, and making sure that either we counter it or we have, you know, some sort of solution that's going to out-tempo it or whatever. I love this game.
I think the like a reason that's such an important thing in drafts these days is because it lets you focus. Like before, there was a question of, do we want to focus on having synergy, or do we want to focus on like one-to-one countering the enemy team, and or dealing with counters ourselves? Like, and if you pick heroes that are very flexible, it means the draft is open-ended and they can't really one-to-one counter you as reliably, and so you can focus almost entirely on other elements of the draft, like synergy and getting heroes that you're really confident with, which is super nice. I think drafting has just come a long way since, you know, the days of old. And if you're not picking flex, it just leaves you open to get punished way too much.
And I would say that's one thing where Aoi 2000 really shines when he's like coaching these teams, because you look at these drafts and you know that he's got a hand behind them for sure. And he's very, very good at playing that 4D chess with like, okay, well, what if we try this? We move this around. And in fact, you actually just had that, it's a dazzle. All right, sorry, that threw me off. But you know, you just had that interview with Kuro, and you asked Kuro, you know, I heard you had no stuns in your draft yesterday against Liquid. Like, what was the mindset behind that? And he's like, you know, it would be a shame if you had to play Dota a very specific way. It's so flexible. That's the beauty of it. And we're definitely seeing that with these drafts coming out from either side. But yeah, a dazzle. This is not a hero we see a lot of.
No, but it is trending a little bit more in a couple of regions prior to this tournament, and I think like a big reason for that is because there is a lot of focus on winning lanes and strong lanes, and I think a reason for that is for like a lot of the heroes that are picked in this game right now, like Jakiro, Bloodseeker. These are like lane, sustain, and harass heroes because of the salve nerfs. So Dazzle is like the ultimate laner currently, and also, he's just been buffed. Like the hex on the Aghanim shard is it feels like a pretty long duration compared to before. So it's worth having this hero for something other than just the laning phase. Like it blocks out all illusion heroes in the game, which is really nice and something that Dazzle really struggled with in the past. So I think Dazzle is just like a good hero and underrated. And Aui's the type of he's the type of mind to really like picking something that other people think is bad. Like to just have a totally like different opinion on a hero that people aren't picking. It's like, yeah, this thing's broken and nobody knows about it.
And I think that's one of the reasons why he does shine so much as a coach or drafter or whatnot, because I always say that the people that are setting the meta are the ones, they're always picking, something a little bit weird, trying something a little different. It comes to mind Secret, especially with some of the things they try, playing with mid like 9, trying different things. It's definitely shows that they're on the edge of discovering something new, and everybody else just has to catch up and like figure out, okay, why are they picking this? Why is this so good? And that definitely gives you an edge when you've already kind of figured out this extra puzzle piece. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see this Dazzle. Like you said, it is trending in some of the other regions, but it's not something that's been super common just yet. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work. And the boosters are it looks like, again, they have some flexibility with their draft. Most likely Malik's going to be playing the Mars in the offlane though this time. No fun Elder Titan this time around.
I like this draft from the boosters though. I feel like for a lot of their game 1 drafts that we've seen, they've picked a bunch of heroes that are like generally pretty good, but lacking in like synergy and sometimes like lacking in disable, especially with these coddle drafts. But like, they have Mars plus all the Jakiro spells that you're going to throw into the arena. Mars ulti plus the Bloodseeker. Like you're putting Bloodseeker W, you're putting 2 circles on the ground. There's the Nimbus as well that you can put into the Mars arena. It's like there's area control, there's AoE stuns. They have a lot of stuns. They have Rupture for even the Lifestealer that was picked, which I think the Lifestealer will do very well in lane. I think that's probably why Tundra picked it, is that against Mars Jakiro or Mars Zeus, it's going to do extremely well because of the fact that you're literally magic immune. But Bloodseeker in game pretty solid against the Lifestealer. So D boosters, actually, I really like their draft so far compared to on previous games.
So are we pretty sold then on the fact that the Zeus is going to be more in a support role instead of like moving it over to mid?
It could be mid. It's fine for either. I mean, there's not really great jump for a mid Zeus, and I feel like Zeus with farm against the Treants and against a like tanky hero like Tiny is actually pretty nice. I would say the only thing that leads is, so this would be last pick the 4th position, which is probably fine. It's honestly probably fine because the Lifestealer is picked, and the Lifestealer does well against Mars in lane. Okay. And so you could pick a 4th position that does well against that makes the Mars beat the Lifestealer, and then put the Zeus as a mid, because there's nothing really in the Tundra draft that makes Zeus look bad right now as a mid, I should say.
Seems like they think that there's still, it's interesting, they're banning out some different okay, all right,
oh my
never
god
mind.
Okay
we do get the so is that a mid Mars?
Yeah, looks like it's like a mid Mars. I've seen 4 and 5 Mars actually though in the EU region. Mm-hmm. I've been getting that a decent amount in my pubs when I'm playing there, and so it is trending a little bit, but probably more than it's more likely to be like a Zeus Jakiro support, but we could still see the Mars support.
Yeah, I just think with knowing what we know about the way that Malik likes to play Elder Titan, this is most likely going to be him in that off lane, and they're gonna probably put the Mars in mid. So now what's the final pickup here then for the side of Tundra? You see Snaking and Howie, they're talking about it, trying to figure out, what do we want to do here?
This looks like it's Sox's hero. Nature's Prophet versus Bloodseeker. They could definitely punish that with some strong laner against Bloodseeker. Let's see.
You don't think Sox is going to be the Tiny?
He could be the Tiny.
I feel like Sox plays a very good Tiny.
It could be 9 mid Tiny too, though.
2, yeah.
It's maybe, yeah, I would imagine that's, it looks like 9-0 has been, oh no, that's it. Okay. Yeah, so
All right.
yeah. Kunkka's really good for, there's all of this like area control, just throwing stuff down on the ground for D-boosters, and Kunkka just throws a boat in and like protects his team from that. I think that's really, really solid.
Yeah, it looks like a
And-
very well-rounded draft coming out from the side of Tundra. The boosters, I'm not hating it. I think they've got a lot of stuff that has synergy, like you were saying.
Yeah, their draft is pretty good. I mean, the one thing I think that's probably an issue is that I don't think Elder Titan does very well against the Dazzle in lane. I think that, like, if you want to run at and trade with the Dazzle always wins that, and that's what ET wants to do. He wants to run at you and punch you. One solution to that is to put maybe the Jakiro versus the Dazzle, and you just slow the Jakiro. You just slow the Dazzle with the Jakiro Q every time he presses his ability on Elder Titan. I suppose to a degree the same thing happens with Heavenly Jump though. Like you can just Heavenly Jump to get the Elder Titan away from the Dazzle, which would require you to go Heavenly Jump first, which is a bit weird. But we'll see how they play it.
We will indeed. So feeling pretty confident with what D-Boosters has going on this time around.
Yeah, this is a good draft for them. I don't think it's going to be like these other game ones. It's likely I mean, it's Tundra, so probably eventually D-Boosters lose. I think that's what most people are expecting, but I think it'll be a little bit more competitive than the game ones that we've seen so far from them.
Well, we love to hear it because we want competitive games. Get into game number 1, and I think one of the nice things too is that, you know, you have this team that is a qualifier team, made it in through the Saudi Arabia qualifiers, but it'll give you the chance to kind of show off what you can do, right? Even if your team isn't, you know, necessarily going to win against one of these top tier international teams, it gives you a chance to show, you know, hey, like maybe I'm really good with this particular hero, and you get some more eyes on you, which I think is very valuable.
And $100,000 as well.
That is also very nice.
That's the big one. They're happy to be here. That's why when the cameras cut to them, it's like they're getting shellacked, but they're always smiling and having a good time.
We're also getting the chance to play against some really excellent teams in an official capacity, which, yeah, again, you're getting shellacked, but you know, it's a good experience too. Go back, look at the replays.
Yeah, I mean they were good teams in the qualifiers.
Yeah,
definitely. Like they're super high tier players. Like Stormstormer was in there on one of those teams. There's like a bunch of really good players that were playing in those qualifiers. So it's like they deserve to be here. It's just like when compared with the caliber of the other teams, like these are like top of the tops in TI form, you know?
Yeah. Well, you got to start somewhere. And in this case, getting a little bit of harassment over on the Snake King. Well, he's going to be the first blood, and that's going to go over to Pleb, so he's got to be quite happy.
Let's see, what does he get for that? Some tangos and oh, his courier's dead. Oh, Dahawk's doing the tree trick. Look at the base. Look at the base.
Look at them all run their couriers.
Other base, like... Radiant base. He put the trees. I didn't even see him do it. Oh my god!
I didn't see him either.
I made a video about that, and I didn't even see him do it. I gotta watch how the hell he did that. Can we get a replay on that? That's cool. Because he used some trees to scout on the mid. Dude, that's so cool. So he used trees to like scout for the ward mid, making it look like that's what he was using his trees for. But really, he was sending his trees to snipe in base. That is next level.
That's very next level. That's very impressive.
I wish you could like append to a YouTube video. I'd put that one in there to like fake that you're doing something else with another set of trees. That is cool.
It's definitely paid off for them here. But again, we've talked about this. The Hawk, he's just an absolute master at playing the Nature's Prophet. We've had a lot of really good Nature's Prophet games, though, too. We've had Mind Control was also playing Nature's Prophet the other day. Seen a lot of good stuff here. This Pleb is sitting pretty low, Saksa. He's going to continue to harass a bit. P1 sitting low himself. Still has Tango, still has plenty of regen. Just has to be careful that he doesn't sit just a little too low, though.
This is another one of those games, by the way, where Tiny is Tiny 4 positions going for tree grab and just playing to deny. I like this a lot. This is like a way stronger laning Tiny than just running around trying to toss people back. Sorry, I was getting too emotional about the Tiny, so my voice cracked pathetically.
You're so excited.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Skeeta gets a kill on Malik here. in the top lane, perhaps just getting a little bit too aggressive.
That's kind of what I was thinking would happen with Elder Titan versus Dazzle. Elder Titan, he spirits and runs at you and punches you for the duration of the spirit. And that's just going to result in Poison Touch being refreshed a bunch of times and slowing you to hell.
Are we thinking that this top lane is going to be pretty difficult then for the side of the boosters?
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Doesn't get easier.
That is quite scary when you consider that Skeeter is one of those people that if the farm is available, he is going to make it very, very efficient and become a huge problem. Be interested to see how they decide to try to address this issue.
And the saving grace is that he is Lifestealer. Lifestealer is a bad hero, so the boosters have that going for them.
They do indeed. But I still feel like, you know, in the hands of someone who is as skilled as Skeeter, probably is not going to be that big of a hindrance.
Yeah, I mean, he's a master tier Lifestealer, so these master tier Lifestealers will play it on any patch and make it work. Like Hector's the same. Some of these people just really enjoy the hero and know how to like go in and out of fights with rage and infest and be really annoying.
Yeah, we saw that the other day too with an Earth Spirit got picked up. And again, not the most common hero that we're seeing a lot of is we end up losing Mad Frog and Mad Frog's courier. Yeah, this top lane is feeling kind of bad here for the side of the boosters.
Yeah, Zeus is not a hero I expected to go down. As Soxa, he's looking for the plays on P1 down here. He does have mana for both the toss and the avalanche because he has got a few mangoes to work with. But not
seen a couple pings on it too. Top lane, just again, the harass is just so real here coming out from Saiyan Skeeter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, this slow and steady. They've got the double slow to work with and a ton of damage too. As mid, how's mid going? It's about even. They both got a decent amount of denies, decent amount of CS. Two big fat guys versus each other. It's the classic at this point.
Now if I call Kunkka a big fat guy.
Yeah, he is. As top lane, really? Malik.
Oh! Yeah, and there's a toss into the bottom as well. Malik sitting very low. P1 looking like he's going to die, and they end up losing both of those heroes over on the side of the boosters.
These lanes not going well for the boosters is concerning. Whenever you're against Nature's Prophet, Dazzle, who is a healing sustain hero, these towers could start falling very quickly. And Nature's Prophet can solo Roshan at 15 minutes with the Ag Shard. Like, you legit just need the Ag Shard. And I know Dahak knows that. It's it's like new tech that a lot of people don't realize that you can do. It just takes a while. It takes like a minute. It actually doesn't take that long. But I'm saying completely solo. You can be 5 position Nature's Prophet and solo Rosh.
A little bit of movement here over to the mid lane. The Avalanche with the X here. Get the spear back, but it's going to be brought right back over. And not much mana left over here on 9. They're just going to harass Evo a bit. Sox is sitting a bit low here too. Didn't end up dropping a ward. Top lane though, Snake King, he's going to be able to teleport out. No, they should be able to get the final hit here. He's pretty fast though. We'll chase after the Dazzle. Snake King healing himself. They need a little bit more. There it is. There it is. Malik will get the final hit.
Oh, that's a silver lining. All right. Got the creep wave as well with that. Soxa. Wow, he's looking for the
look at this
deep wraparound.
Makes this rotation over to the mid lane. Soxa was already in position, and there's gonna be that arena. They've got a boat and the X, so Evo will end up dying. And with this rotation from the Hawk, they're gonna just start putting pressure on the mid tower.
Yeah, that's on the catapult wave too. I mean, that's
efficiency.
That's a dream rotation for Nature's Prophet. Which, by the way, he is saving a point. I hate to be so focused on him, but I love this hero. I love this guy.
Ooh. Again, it's basically a master class here, and watching him work this hero. So
he needs to buy Dota Plus though. He's bronze tier on it.
He knows he's good. He doesn't need Dota Plus.
He's a big streamer. He can afford Dota Plus. Come on, especially after this tournament. Let's go.
There you go. Message him afterwards. Tell him you should get Dota Plus, bro. Flex those muscles there.
Somebody gifted to him, dude. Surely he's got some subscribers that are on his friends list that can gift it to him. Let's go, boys. Is he refusing?
Well, then become friends with him, Jenkins, and give him a Dota Plus subscription.
No, this is gonna remain as a parasocial relationship. This one.
Seeing a little bit of stacking going on, using that spirit over in the triangle, and I'm interested now to see how they are going to start moving around the map, because they did just make this great rotation over to the mid lane to take the tower, coming out from the side of Tundra. I'm interested to see if we're going to see any more rotations to put pressure down this bottom lane soon.
I think that's 9. Malik, he's got a TP. If he wants to TP out, he could.
I think he's going to need a little assistance, and it shows up here in the form of Evo, Malik. Oh, but the Nature's Craft going through will clean up the Elder Titan. Mad Frog thinking about going in there, but then turns around, decides, nah, not gonna go for it. They do know that there's a ward over here on the side, though, so. Bottom lane, I hear a rupture, I see a boat, I see an X, and I'm thinking I'm gonna be seeing a dead pleb in a moment. Yeah, that Tidebringer. 9 just standing his ground.
Yeah, 9 took some stacks, chilled in the triangle for a bit, used those stacks to buy a couple of bracers and a wand, and runs down to the bot tower. That's the only way they open.
Yeah, Jakiro, this is not looking good for him right now. Had the ice path, but 9 does not care. Gets the final hit, and with these treants, they'll be able to take yet another tier 1.
Yeah, that's a rotation that needs to happen. Like, otherwise, I don't think any of these other heroes will push a Bloodseeker out of lane. It has to be 9. So he's just playing this one clinically. Like, there's no other way to open that tower, and I think that's probably the earliest you can get it, especially when they take the mid tower so early.
Ooh, Skeeters is getting punched to death here by Malik. Malik?
Oh,
he just
dead.
solo kills him. Yeah, gives the tip to Skeeter too. Skeeter's like, yeah, you know what? Sure.
He just could not get the infest off in time. He was right there.
Uh-oh, watch out here, Snai.
Staking's got to be careful.
Him to death, yeah.
Oh my god, Malik and this Elder Titan, like, he could have 1 point in Earth Splitter. Instead opts for Natural Order. This is the build that he does. 100% about just punching people to death.
Well, I feel like it's kind of needed to kind of equalize some of this trading back and forth in the top lane, because both he and Frog were having some difficulties dealing with the Lifestealer, dealing with the Dazzle, so they'll take what they can get for the time being. Evo is here.
He's going for his Mask of Madness build, by the way, in case you were wondering. This will be the Mask of Madness Elder Titan again, just punching people. He's 100% committed to just slapping people with the briefcase.
Another courier snipe over here. Little trees wandering through, cutting the waves. Anyone gonna try to clear those up?
Radiants are scanning.
You go for a scan. Double damage, though, snapped up here by Saksa, so they need to be very careful over on the side of the boosters.
Yeah, 9 is TPing back for the bottle refill. It seems more often than not in this meta, supports take the runes, because both teams are usually fairly cognizant that if a mid gets a rune, it's just GG. So always the supports tend to get them now. As they go for a smoke, actually, on Tundra.
They
They're
know
gonna run
that there's
into
these
Malik.
stacks. They saw the stacks earlier. They're looking to make a wide rotation here. It looks like, no, they're not going to go over towards the triangle area. They're just scoping out what they can find. Snaking's smoke breaks, 9. They do see Mad Frog. They see these big, juicy stacks, though. Getting into position now, throwing out the Spirit. Bit of dancing back and forth here. Malik, that's a big hit, but Saksa toss up into the air. X marks the spot over onto Malik, and they'll follow up, though, with the arena. Be able to go and connect over onto Malik, but Saksa is going to be protected over here in this arena. They use a shallow grave. They'll heal him back up again, and we see a huge rotation up here to this top lane. They are not willing to let those stacks go, not willing to let the tower go, and already you see the Hawk has just made his way back bottom. It's like, all right, if we're going to have all 5 heroes here, I'm just going to TP away.
Yeah, that was all 10 heroes in the game. Like, everybody was top. I think anytime that happens and there's a Nature's Prophet on your team, it favors you. Because he can just get out and then in 20 seconds get back to the fight. It does mean the stacks all go the way of the boosters, though. It cost them 5 heroes for this, though.
I mean, you really don't want to give any more gold lead, though, over to the side of Tundra. They're already sitting at 4K gold lead right now, so if they were able to, you know, take a decent fight and then also get those stacks, oof, feels bad. Saksa is just going to teleport out. No problem here. So the Rupture gets used in the top lane, but doesn't amount to anything other than just a TP. And we have armlet buddies going on. Nine and Skeeter just finishing up their armlets almost exactly at the same time. They're looking to be in good shape going forward.
Armlet Kunkka, a lot of the time you see a BKB rush from this hero these days, but he feels like his game is going so well that he can go for the armlet and still get the BKB at a decent timing. This is definitely the right play. He's huge.
I was about to say, he's sitting at the top net worth currently, so yeah, he definitely feels confident in where this is going.
Yeah, he should... it's a
lot
tier
of sentry wards. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna go. Perhaps just hoping that they're still hanging out in this area, scoping out. There's a little bit of a stack left, not much. They'll happily take that, and they'll put the pressure on the tier 1 top.
Yeah, it means they get the tier 1. So yeah, his little invis play didn't end up working out, although he has smoked.
Ooh, okay, they find Malik. Go for the X into the boat. Toss up into the air. They're just going to see if they can burst down Malik, and it looks like they're not going to be able to quite find the last hit in, as it's a nice arena, going to be able to hold 9 in place, but he still just hits back right after Mad Frog gets the X mark spot off over at P1. He's sitting so very, very low. That's a nice, simple, easy double kill. And Saksa, okay, Evo doesn't end up getting hit by the avalanche, but is going to get held into the trees, and he has a quelling blade, but the toss up into the air. Another Rupture is going to get used over onto Saksa. They'll use the infest, will pop back out. Pleb running for his life. He cannot get away. It's a nice try, and good heals coming out from Snaking, ensuring that Saksa survives this. So, very nice play coming out from Tundra.
That almost looked really good for the boosters with the arena being on 9 there, but between the armlet strength and the ghost ship damage reduction, it's just too much HP to plow through. This is the problem. Like, you snowball this early in Dota, and you can make really good plays, and still, like, the enemy team just has legit too much effective HP for you to kill them. And that's just what that situation looked like to me. 9 is just too strong. They need a lot of heroes to kill him, and they're bringing a lot of heroes.
Yeah, they do tend to be responding as a pretty large group here. And while we're talking about that, the Hawk, the entire time, he's got himself an Orchid. He's just been doing Nature's Prophet things. He's working on getting himself the Aghanim Shard. He's making really good timing here.
Yeah, he's basically just playing like a carry, which I think is what you would want your offlane Nature's Prophet to do most of the time. Like, you very rarely, you more rarely see the, like, utility Nature's Prophet with maybe like Vlad's Wraith Pact, that sort of stuff. It's almost always like Orchid for so many patches. So
an arena. Yeah, there's an arena over by the Roche pit, and Snaking, he is silent, so he's not going to be able to get the Shallow Grave up, and they'll be able to collect themselves a kill.
It is just the pause 5. I think he was walking around to try to put some wards down, but he was walking past a ward right in front of the Roche pit, which scouted him out, and he got himself killed.
Yeah, look at the vision that they've placed around in this area. Like, it's just so clustered. The Hawk finding himself an easy pickoff over on Mad Frog with a little help from Saksa. It's just so scary. I feel like if you're playing a Zeus, especially a... it doesn't matter if it's a support or not, but definitely much scarier. You have a Nature's Prophet that's going to be able to globally jump in on things, and then, of course, you've got the Tiny making his way around too. It gets very, very scary. It's like they're gonna go and try to get the kill over onto the Hawk, the pin over to the side, the toss up into the air. Is the Hawk gonna survive this? He's got the Shallow Grave. Looks like he should be able to teleport out. They have the infest. No, he can't. You can't run from Mad Frog, as he does have the Zeus ultimate. The party is kind of wheeling back around. They see Malik here. Will they go in for the kill, though, is the question. 9 having the double damage, gets another heal off, turns back around, and they are just going to town. They do manage to get the kill on Malik. Pleb now is caught in the tree line. 9 gets himself a double kill. And now the X marks the spot over onto Mad Frog. 9 sitting very low, but he's got that armlet. He is toggling, and he is doing a great job. It's a triple kill. Is he going to get anything more? Are they going to get Evo? Yes, it is. That is a team wipe of the boosters.
Tundra's doing a really good job at protecting 9 here. Like, his net worth is so high, if he dies, it's disastrous. And the boosters, I mean, it was a 7k gold lead, so it's not like they're exactly back in the game. But the way they get back in the game is by killing 9. He's beyond godlike at this point. But he has so much effective HP with the ghost ship damage reduction, and also snaking is like constantly spamming all of his spells onto 9. So they're doing a great job protecting him.
Get the haste picked up over on 9. Saksa playing around here with Malik, trying to be a little cheeky with the toss and avalanche, but he looks like, okay, snaking in the right position, gets off the shallow grave here. As in comes 9. Don't touch my friends, he says, as he throws out another boat. The X-Marks ends up getting kill on P1. Evo, he drops the arena, and it's a nice arena, but they just don't have the damage to deal with it. So the rest of Tundra, they're just going to kind of walk around in a little circle for the time being. They get the X off. They're going to bring Saksa back in. It's going to be able to fill up the bottle again for 9, and they're just ready to go if they want to.
Dude, Mad Frog is just like, oh, if only I had ult, bro. Like, these people are such
Look
low
how fast
HP.
Pleb is. Pleb's just zooming around here.
Exactly, and they know they're low HP because of the Bloodseeker. By the way, Mad Frog gets dove and tossed back into the Lifestealer.
Huge slap from Skeeter.
Yeah, this secures the tier 2 tower and the outpost.
This is looking very clinical for the side of Tundra in the way that they've been making the moves. Gonna see the Heaven's Halberd picked up for Skeeter soon. What does the boosters do here? Because like they're trying to find these openings. I say that Evo's had some really good arenas, but I feel like they're just lacking a lot in the form of damage half the time.
Yeah, they're waiting for Pleb's BKB.
Look at Saksa. He drops the ward over onto the high ground. Immediately, the avalanche will slow them down. The Hawk teleporting on in should be able to get the final clicks off. And again, it's 9. He gets the final hit on Pleb. He's ruptured. I can't tell you how many times this guy's been ruptured. It's either been him or Saksa. And he just doesn't care. He just stands his ground and says, yeah, that's fine. Come at me.
Yeah,
10-0-3.
Not the hero the boosters wants to die either.
Big trees.
Because it's their timing. It's the BKB timing they're waiting for. And yeah, this is I mean, it's just a free Roche. There's absolutely no way the boosters could fight this. So even outside of it, they could have 0 good Roche heroes, and they're still going to take this at their own leisure.
They don't even have Saksa over there. Like, yeah, this is fine. We got this. We've got the giant trees tank for us. We've got plenty of damage, negative armor, whatever. We got this. So now they've got the Aegis online for Skeeter. He's got the Heaven's Halberd completed. What do you do right now if you're deboosters?
Mostly lose. But
what's your Hail Mary play? Because like, you know, it's starting to get to that point where you've gotta make not the impossible happen, but you know, you don't want to just lie down and die.
Yeah.
So say this Malik in the top lane. Okay, followed up with the Hawk showing up. The gang squad's here.
Yeah, he will be lying down. I don't think by choice, but yeah, I mean, I think if you're deboosters, like there's one play you can make is a double Mars Spear with the Ag Shard. Like that's a Hail Mary. A non-Hail Mary is to wait for Pleb's BKB, which is he'll have it at about 1,000 gold. But Tundra, they're knocking at the high ground, and this is not a team. This team will dive your tier 4s if they have to.
They will indeed. Evo gets a nice arena off, but again, he doesn't have anybody to put any more damage in here. As P1 stuck over on the side, they have the X, they have Torrent, and they're just gonna chase down Evo. And a little toss up into the air. Okay, he's still alive. He's bottling through this. Go for the splitter. Saksa, though, he has an Infest Bomb, and ooh, nice play here coming up from Snaking, just keeping him alive for just a little bit longer so that Saksa can escape, and Skeeter's just gonna go walking right past everything here. So he starts clicking away at Pleb, clicking away at Evo. The heals just don't stop here from Snaking, although they do finally end up getting the kill on 9, and that is a huge amount of gold that they're gonna get for that. Skeeter, he's gonna start just kind of wandering back and forth a little bit, still has that Aegis online, but I feel like with the death of 9, it might be a better choice just to back off for the time being.
All right, Rupture Spear of Mars, I guess, is a play that you can make. I mean, 9 had BKB, but...
Ooh, Saksa. Toss back over to Skeeter. He says, oh, thank you for that. Let's use the Halberd. The chase is on, though. He's just found P1 here. P1, oh, he just bought back, too. That is a dieback. And now Skeeter chasing after Mad Frog is going to respect the tower, perhaps? No, he says, I could probably chase after you because Sox is here. But Sox are also sitting a little bit low, having to be careful. We'll back off, and they have a Cardi wave over in the mid, so they'll probably just turn their attention to that.
Damn, Skeeter went for the open wounds, the Ag Shard. I mean, I think there's an underrated Ag Shard. It does a lot of damage. It's like the Bloodseeker Shard, but also...
The Blood Mist?
No, that's the Aghanim Scepter. That's like the worst Ag in the entire game.
So that's why I was confused for half a second. I was like, wait, no. That can't be it.
No, like percentage damage. It is physical damage, unfortunately, unlike the pure damage. But also, did you know open wounds festers, and it spreads to a non-infected random enemy hero within 700 radius. Yes, you heard me correctly. It festers.
Yeah, it actually literally uses the words fester.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Thank you, Valve. Shoutouts to whoever put that in there.
Some colorful flavor language there, for sure.
Yes, the flavorful fester. That's what we like.
Festering wounds. But yeah, no, that's something I think a lot of people don't always recognize with this. I remember back when open wounds was just a regular skill too, but I don't think it ever festered, did it?
No, there's no festering.
Smoke, Evo. See, Snaking realizes this is the person we have to get rid of, because if we don't, he's just going to shallow grave. Some of BKBs are going to get tossed out. Evo is separated, though, from the rest of his team. Is 9. He's going to try to man fight over here against Pleb, and they'll go and use the Infest. The chase is on. They've got the X up over onto the Bloodseeker. He's sitting so low, but they don't manage to finally get the hit. And now 9, again, just punching away here against Malik, but they have so much CC, it doesn't matter. He just wants to punch. He can't. He cannot do it when he's got all these heroes just CCing him.
Tundra's team fighting is immaculate. These guys are just, they're really good at like knowing when to stop chasing certain heroes and protecting their allies. Like it's a huge bait to like want to keep chasing the Bloodseeker out of the fight, or like going on the guy that you're focusing, but they get too far away, and then you can like ditch your team, and then all of a sudden, 9 dies. Like how close was 9 to dying in that fight? He almost died. Yeah,
well, because also Snaking died like right away. They saw the target. They had identified that, we got to get this Dazzle, because Snaking, his positioning has been so good, and he's had so many shallow grave heals, especially on Soxa, I feel. Seen that multiple times, but they're gonna smoke and maybe go back in. The Aghanim Scepter is completed though now for Elder Titan, so he's gonna be able to perhaps hit a little bit more, punch a bit more, and he's not gonna be, tossed up into the air like he was earlier. But the Aegis getting reclaimed. They need to be a little bit careful on the side of Tundra. Malik?
All right, so Malik wants to hit all 5 enemy heroes with his Ags, so he can get that 10 seconds of magic immunity and massive damage. That's the ideal here.
Nice stomp, nice force staff forward though. Going to protect 9. Evo with a beautiful arena, but where's the damage? They'll follow up with the Ice Path, the Michael Prize Snaking. All right, they end up losing the Dazzle. He's not going to be there, but Skeeter, he's doing so much again now. 9 running for his life. He's having a little bit of difficulty because Malik, he just punches so gosh darn hard. Mad Frog's going to be the next one to fall. Soxa with a beautiful avalanche. Needs to put some more damage out here. Nice stomp will end up just putting Skeeter to sleep. They're going to force staff him forward again, so that way he doesn't get hit with that Earth Splitter. Now Skeeter walking right back in. He's got the Hawk nearby. They need to be careful. This guy punches super hard if he gets enough spirits. It's gonna be the buyback now. The Hawk, he's sitting in the trees. Gonna get the punch that he can. The power of this Elder Titan with the axe. They finally kill Malik, but they'll end up buying back now on the Hawk. Skeeter, he's looking like he needs some assistance, and they'll find the kill. The Hawk teleporting back in. Doesn't manage to get the Orchid off, but he's gonna have to teleport away. And you'll see the blink away from Soxa. What a fight. What a reveal of the Aghanims.
Yeah, unfortunately, Malik bought back. He is buying a Daedalus, though, next on the Elder Titan, so... You think that was a lot of damage? Just wait. Just wait.
Yeah, you see the tips coming out here, but I don't think they realize, they knew what it was coming, for sure. They know how Malik plays. There's no way that they don't. But the amount of damage in that fight was just absolutely bonkers.
I don't think anybody has a good grasp of how much damage the ET Spirit does, or the damage that it gives you, because nobody does this. Nobody does this other than psychopaths.
Snake King here. He's gonna have to use that shallow grave. Heals himself back in because the Hawk makes his way over. Oh god, Mad Frog. Careful there, my friend. 9 making his way over, trying to get the vision. Nice ice path will slow him down. They still have Evo though over here in the Roche pit. We'll try to put out a little bit more damage. 9 waiting patiently though. Will get speared away. And those are the big trees coming into play. Plus a Hex. That's a dead Evo. As 4 heroes over on the side of Tundra show up to defend Snake King. And we're seeing more. The Hawk, he's looking to see what else he can get here.
Mars has no
P1,
buyback.
try to slow. The Hawk sees Pleb. Throws out the trees. He's got that one big tree just slapping away here, but the poor step forward will ensure that he can make it out. And in the mid lane, just keep pushing in these lanes and putting the pressure down.
What's this? What are we looking at? Is this
You got the replay of the
big spirit slams? Yeah, that's I want to see that. Just beats
look at
into
9, like he's just like, oh god, oh no, and then he's just dead.
Yeah, 9 is one of the few heroes that has plus armor, so he could even do more damage. Like if you look at Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet especially, Nature's Prophet has 17 base armor. He has no armor items. This hero just has insane stat gains. So the ET is actually a counter to Nature's in that respect.
Mm-hmm. Go back to what you were mentioning earlier. I remember when the Elder Titan Ags got first reintroduced, and it was that little bit of magic immunity or whatnot. Or rather, that was and I think it was Brax who was playing it. That's like how long ago it was. Back when Brax was still playing Dota.
Hey, he stood in for No Ping, I think.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's played in DPC technically this season.
Oh man. My boy, Brax Dota.
Yeah, he's awesome.
No one will give him a sponsorship, that poor boy. He's always tagging every single fast food chain.
That is true. He does do that. He does enjoy fast food.
Oh, look at the Soxa. Seeing the opening, finds himself a Mad Frog, tosses him up, and that's a dead Zeus. A little bit of that infest now in Soxa. If he can find the opening. He's got the glimmer on him. 9 sees Pleb. It's gonna be the jump forward here from Sox. It does have the BKB.
Dude, look bottom. Look bottom. Get this on camera.
Oh my god. That's so all right. The Hawk P1. He's gonna be the next one to fall. They're up the Earth Splitter. Malik though, he looks like he's got nullified. As now they'll chase after him, and Evo gets left behind. They'll end up getting the kill on Pleb. They lost the buildings. They lost 3. They bought back over on the Jakiro. And now Tundra will turn their attention. Look at all these trees. Oh my god. This is the stuff of nightmares if you're a Timbersaw for sure. Buyback now on Pleb. This feels very bad to be having this happen to you. As now again the Jakiro getting tossed back. The chase is on. Skeeter's just gonna slice him into ribbons. Mad Frog barely making it back into the base. Damage is being done as Malik over on the backside. He was big, he was powerful, but he is now dead. And now Pleb with the X marks the spot. Gonna go right back into the arms of Skeeter. Sox is gonna toss him up into the air, and they call the GG. And they see if they can get maybe one more kill, but not looking to be the case.
Yeah. That was another Gaben level shellacking. I hate to say it. That was a bit of a Gaben level, as we can see that Tundra pretty calm and collected there. Just another day at the office for them, it seems. The boosters, these boys, you know, they're still smiling. Maybe a couple of them.
I can see Malik looks like he's been having a decent time, but they seem to be in good spirits. You know, that was just game number 1. They put up a pretty decent showing. I mean, it's not every day that you get to punch 9 to death as an Elder Titan.
That's true. That's true. You got to punch the Hawk to death too. That one's got to feel good as well. So, yeah, Malik
now, one for your highlight reel.
Yeah, he's looking solid. He's looking very solid.
And of course, we do have an MVP, and of course, Jenkins Dota, most likely the one who picked this one.
That's right, Moxie.
Does love him some the Hawk Nature's Prophet. And honestly, he played very, very well. I would say that this is well deserved.
Yeah, let's go ahead and ignore 9's performance in that game and how he carried the entire game, and Sox off how he had no deaths, and talk about the Hawk because he was Nature's Prophet. And we talked about the festering infestation that is the Lifestealer open wounds. But the Hawk really was the festered wound infestation of this game with his split pushing Treants in Nature's Prophet. As we can see, the ring, the circle of Treants, the circle of death the Ring of Fire, if you will, Moxie, in that bot lane with the trees. What a pain! What a pain this guy is to play against. I feel like you play against a Hawk, you gotta ban the Nature's Prophet. You play against the Hawk, you gotta ban the Visage. You know, that's your 2 first phase bans. Then you're letting Puck through, you're letting Marcy through. It feels bad. This guy's a menace.
He's definitely a valuable player to be picking up, especially, you know, in this case with the stand-in, because he has, you know, those heroes that are just he's such a
Those
specialist
two.
at
The Nature's. As we saw at the major, it is those
Visage.
two. Yeah,
but that's two bans. That's 2 bans right off the bat, right?
That's
so
right.
that does open the door for all these other heroes to kind of slip through if that's the case. And you know that, you know, especially with a team like Tundra, they can play so many heroes, especially that 9 guy. But, you know, the boosters, they're going to have to come up with a new plan, maybe ban the Nature's Prophet, which might open the door for the Visage. I don't know. But we are going to take a short break. We'll leave you with some highlights. And when we come back, we'll have game number 2. Welcome back to the B stream here for the Riyadh Masters by Gamers8. We've got a great day of Dota still ahead of us, and we'd like to take a moment though and thank our sponsors, because without our sponsors, this $5 million prize pool, it just won't happen. So Jenkins, take it away.
That's right, Moxie. I was just listening to Taylor Swift shake it off on this. That would be Spotify. Shout outs to them. I had a really bad pub this morning, and of course had to shake it off with that Taylor Swift. And then we got Asus as well, who I'm looking at actually the screen of an Asus monitor while reading this and seeing myself and also you and Moxie and also Asus Republic of Gamers on there. So shout outs to them. They're legit.
They are indeed. I think my monitors are also Asus as well. But yeah, so thank you to our sponsors. And we're getting ready now for game number 2 here against the Boosters versus Tundra. And the first game was very Tundra favored, but I would say that the Boosters definitely had moments where, you know, they had some nice highlights. We saw Malik, he got to play his Elder Titan again and just punch down the Hawk and 9 several times. So that's one for your highlight reel for sure. We saw a couple really nice arenas that came out from Evo. They just needed a little bit more damage, but at the end of the day, it was, you know, despite you handing the Hawk the MVP, and he's a great player, don't get me wrong, 9 played almost flawlessly. I think he died once the entire time, toggling fantastic, just making all the right plays. So going to be very interested to see how they decide to draft for this game number 2. Is it something where, you know, yes, the Hawk played well. Is that worth a ban of his Nature's Prophet? Because they just let that through. And we saw, as you called it, the Ring of Fire down in the bottom racks area where it's just all trees fighting while we had a whole team fight going on. I love that, you know, I'm focused on the team fight. You're focused on all the trees just hitting the buildings.
Oh yeah. It was like that the bottom barracks had ate a really spicy burrito, and it had that Ring of Fire down there. It was just the Hawk that was that spicy burrito down there.
What an image.
I think it's worth trying to ban it just because he's the stand-in. You know, he plays 2 guys. Just see what happens, like, when he's uncomfortable. Like, can you feed off of the Hawk if he's on some, like, you know, hero that's... Because the problem with, like, Visage and Natures is that they're carries. The Hawk's a carry player right now. You know, but those are also offlaners. So ban those and put them on, like, an actual offlaner that's not just one of the ones he plays as a carry and see how it goes. I think that's a totally fair strat to give a go.
Well, we'll have to see if they value that. But of course, if you're banning things like, you know, the Nature's Prophet against the Hawk, you're banning the Visage, you are also opening the doors for things like a Dawnbreaker, a Marcy, a Puck, these other heroes that are very powerful right now in this meta. So have to, you know, weigh your choices here, because also you don't want to get so far into another team's mindset. Like, you know, oh, we have to play against this. And, you know, you start to, like, overthink things and doubt yourself, like, well, I want to play this hero because I feel comfortable on it, but, you know, it's not going to be good here. In a case like this, I feel like comfort heroes are really powerful, and also give you a better chance to have those moments where you can kind of shine and maybe catch them off guard, which was what we've been seeing with Malik, of course, being on the Elder Titan. The offlane Keeper of the Light didn't do so well. The idea was there, but, you know.
Yeah. They seem to always go back to the offlane coddle when something else doesn't work. Is the one thing. I feel like Malik's Elder Titan has actually looked really great in the games that he's been playing it. It's just weird, but it feels like it's one of those things that if it was empowered, that maybe it might actually work. Like if they run some IO with it and pick an active carry, not maybe like a Bloodseeker or Monkey King, maybe a little more active, like a really run at you hero with like a stun, CK, maybe even go like Leshrac level active, you know what I mean? And just entirely be like, this whole game is about the Elder Titan, rather than just having a draft that has good heroes and a decent draft and then throwing in the Elder Titan. Be like, we're gonna entirely commit to get an Omni Knight, you know, make this guy even stronger with the strength, you know. Yeah, Omni Knight, buff him up, put an IO in there, get some stunner for him mid, and just punch the hell out of people. Like that sounds kind of cool.
That does sound pretty cool. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I like the idea of it, trying to enable him a little bit more. Seeing the bans come out though, Dawnbreaker and Marcy, both heroes that we talked about earlier, you don't want to see. They did still leave the Nature's Prophet in. And I'm also curious because we have the Viper that got banned here on the side of Tundra. I'm not sure if that's something where they know something we don't, or it's one of those things where they're thinking about something with the pass of whether it's, we've been seeing the Bristleback quite a bit recently. People just throwing their weight around with that. I think that was Nigma that played that last series, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, maybe.
I know they did the other day.
They played it. Yeah, they played it both days. Like maybe it's an idea with Bristle if it does get picked. Maybe I'm thinking too much about the Bristle pick here, but maybe it's an idea with Bristle that like if Viper's out, there's no other hero that really counters it to the same degree, and so it's just an instant win because every carry player has ranked Bristle as being S tier. Man, they're at 1 minute 30 seconds of reserve time left. They're really thinking about this first pick. Like you might be onto something with the Bristle.
No,
nope,
they're gonna go
Nature's
for the
Prophet again.
Yeah, they go. I mean, why not? Like this guy again, he's master tier. He's excellent. He got the MVP last game.
He did. That's a huge prestigious award.
The Jenkins
Screw the
Dota
money.
MVP.
Who cares about the money? The millions of dollars.
There's an idea
MVP
for
on the
an
B
idea
stream.
for TI. You have your little segments last year. Just have the Jenkins Award every single time.
Oh,
At the end of the
God,
game,
not
they
those
just
again.
check in. They just check in with you, like Jenkins, who was your MVP.
That's a good idea. I'd rather do those. The segments. I
Just-
lost my mind doing those segments.
Oh, we
slowly.
know that you lost your mind.
I had
I
to work-
watched you lose
I
your
had to
mind
work with
in real time.
BSJ. I had to work with BSJ. Anybody that spends that much time with BSJ is gonna lose their mind.
The best is if they had you and BSJ do that sort of thing. Brian would be completely serious, and you'd just be like, this guy's just so much fun to watch, and like just do something ridiculous. You'd have like the exact polar opposite.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
because he can't tell when something is a joke, because to him, he is
very literal.
He's a psychopath. He's reading into every single sentence somebody's saying and just listening to the words and not the emotions. So if you're like, you know, Brian, you're a good guy, that's not a joke. If you did a joke, you did a knock joke, he'd be like, you know, there's no door here. There's no door to knock on.
That's not a psychopath thing, because both Purge and Cinderin have that issue sometimes too. You'll like talk to them and they'll take it way too literally, and you're like, no. That was a joke.
Anyway, and that's another psychopath and a narcissist, that Purge. But anyway, here's where I was going with this. Owie 6000, this gentleman has played with BSJ and would agree with me. And he would agree with me entirely on what I'm saying. He had to lane with BSJ. And he realized that for some players, you just need to give them what they want. You give them what they need. And maybe it's not the best thing in the world, but you give them what they need. And that's what they've done with the Hawk here. They say, you know what? Screw it. We're going to win if you're Nature's Prophet. Why, you know, fix a dead horse, as they say. There's no point. It's already broken.
I don't think that's the phrase. I don't think fix a dead horse is a thing that you can do.
Well, you get where I'm going with that. It's, and there he is. Absolutely beautiful bubby right there. Fantastic fellow. Love this guy.
What a guy, that Curtis. Very, very smart, very kind individual. Big fan. Big fan.
He
for sure.
ate an entire macaroni and cheese, hot macaroni and cheese, with his bare hands. And nobody believes me when I say it. The man has
I believe you.
The man has millions of dollars because he won a TI, and he eats macaroni with his bare hands. Even when I offered him a fork, he said, no, it tastes better this way.
I think he was doing that just to mess with you, though. You do realize this, yes?
No, he wasn't. He's serious.
No, I'm pretty sure he was just like, all right, I'm just going to try to make Jenkins as uncomfortable as possible.
It made me more
worked, because
comfortable.
clearly, I don't know. You sound very disturbed about that.
Yeah, it's because nobody believes me.
I told you I believe you.
Yeah, but you're out of your mind as well. You've lost it. You've completely lost it.
Oh, yeah, I do work in Dota too. We are seeing some different heroes, though, this time around. We've got the Tiny Grimstroke, the idea of that Ink Swell with a blink in, stun, avalanche toss, all these things. Be able to do some nice bursting. And also, I like the Grimstroke because it'll be able to also just kind of clean up some of those treants. If they're all clustered together with that Stroke of Fate. And then, of course, we've got the Clockwork. I think this is going to be a Snake King Clockwork, if I had to guess.
That's a classic. That's a classic. Snake King
Yeah.
and Clockwork. He looks so good. I mean, he's been playing this thing for like 7 years at this point. It's very nice for him that it's become a position 5 just as he switched to be a position 5 player. Very convenient for him. Anyway,
Man, I'm just glad. I'm so sick of like where was he playing? Was this still with Tundra, where he would just play Necrophos every single game?
I could see that. I could see him.
It was so boring. Oh my god.
He's the type of guy that he's willing to do that for a team. Like he does what it takes to win.
Like Zai always playing Viper.
Yeah, and then they laugh at him when he plays Viper. But I do want to talk about the Tiny Grim. I feel like this is one of the easiest combos in the game right now to just guarantee that you get a kill. The second easiest one, or the first easiest one, would also involve Tiny. That'd be Tiny Sky. Like with these 2 heroes, you can just run around and kill everyone without any other assistance required, which is insanely nice. It makes the game incredibly easy to play. Lots of magic damage, BKB piercing with the Grimstroke ult. It feels good. It's a really good combo. It's a lane combo as well. These 2 heroes can lane together extremely effectively. So yeah, I like this opening from D-Boosters. This means like whatever else they pick, they can just pick their best heroes, pick to counter, and they're already gonna have like good synergy.
I thought for sure you were gonna say the Dragon Knight Grimstroke combo, because that is also very, very powerful. Of course, he needs a little bit more items because he does need the shard then, but
it's a little like the DK doesn't do enough damage, but it's good. I mean, obviously it's very good. But I love Tiny because Tiny, it's like Tiny needs like 1 extra nuke of damage to kill people, or 1 extra stun, and like Grimstroke actually provides that. And also you let Tiny gap close with the Grimstroke Ink Swell. You don't even need a Blink Dagger. That's why I like the Tiny better, the Tiny Sky and the Tiny Grimstroke better than the DK Sky or the DK Grimstroke, because DK needs a Blink and Tiny does not.
That makes sense. I'm curious now looking at the D-Boosters lineup, because we've got Tiny Grimstroke Tusk, and a lot of the times people will be like, okay, you see the Tusk, you think that he's immediately placed in the 4, but I know that D-Boosters likes to do things a little bit differently, and I'm not sure if they necessarily want to run the Tiny as that core position either, because I feel like a Tiny 4 paired up with Grimstroke can do quite a bit and free things up, but also Malik likes to pay different things in the off lane. What do you think the chances are for the positions on these?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think Tiny offlane with the Grim 4 is also good. I think Tiny mid with the Grim 5 is good. Grim could be 4 and play with the Tusk as a 3. Tusk could also be the mid. Like, these heroes all have multiple roles, which is always problematic. The only thing you know for sure in this draft is that this is going to be the Hawk Nature's Prophet. That's the only thing we absolutely know for sure. Until maybe this pick. Phoenix. Okay.
My burb.
Still a little confused. So Snapfire mid for 9, I would imagine. Phoenix.
I'd say that's a Soxa.
For
that's
Soxa.
Phoenix.
And then Snake and Clockwork. I see. Okay. This makes sense. If it wasn't 9, I'd be like, what on earth is going on here? But yeah, with 9, it's like Snapfire mid. That's a classic for him. He doesn't play normal mid heroes these days, it seems. It's just become an expectation for him to play something that's like, I don't want to say Snap is off meta because people do it, but they do it because of him. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it is off meta originally.
I had a lot of fun. I was interviewing the guys on Tundra because I was doing like social media during the major, and I was just sitting there hanging out with them, and Snaking turns to 9 and goes, dude, you should try to play. And I forget what he said. It was some hero that, you wouldn't normally see mid, and it sounded like he was joking, but he says this, and then he look over at 9, and 9 just looks really thoughtful for a second. He's like, yeah, if you bought this item and did this and this, yeah, you could probably run that mid. I'm gonna go try that. And I was like, oh man, that's gotta be so much fun to watch someone like 9 just sit there, figure out, this hero that you never see go mid, and just create some sort of wacky build in like the right scenario where it can happen. I just thought that was so cool.
Do you ever think these Dota players, if their brain worked like that in any other facet of life, it would just be so useless? Like, imagine a teacher being like, I could like teach a kid by like, I don't know, giving them Skittles every time they got a question, just do experimenting on children, that'd be horrible, horrific.
They've done that before.
Yes, they have. Well, not Tundra. They've not done it.
No, not Tundra. No. So we get a close-up on Owie over here.
Yeah, this man is a like, child experimenter. Horrible guy. No, it's like, but in Dota, That's the right attitude. I kid. This guy would probably be an engineer if it wasn't for Dota. You know, it's they all have very problem-solving brains. So I joke, but they're all very geniuses in their own right.
You look at Ben Wu, you look at Merlini. That guy knew Dota inside and out, and one day he was just like, "Yeah, you know what? I think I'm done with Dota. I think I'm gonna become a surgeon." He just went off and became a surgeon. Like it's really wild when you consider like how many
I've heard 3 things about him now, and I don't know which one is right. Is he a surgeon? Is he an accountant? Or is he a friggin' engineer? Because somebody's got to tell me. I keep hearing all these different stories about him.
Honestly, he probably could be all 3 knowing him. Okay. He's very, very smart. I haven't had the pleasure of really getting the chance to talk to him, but
press 1
all
in
the
chat
stories
if you think he's an engineer. Press 2 if you think he's a surgeon. Press 3 if you think he's an accountant. 1, 2, or 3.
You'll have to report back with the findings.
No.
But anyways, going back to the draft, we do get a Bloodseeker picked up now from Tundra. So their draft is completed, and Boosters realizing, okay, there's no Viper, there's no Batrider. Why don't we pick up this Bristleback? Why don't we take the bristly boy and see what we can do with it? So kind of interesting here. I'm not sure what their last pickup is going to be.
There is good percentage damage against the Bristle in this game, though.
With the Sunray.
Phoenix Bloodseeker is pretty strong. Even Snapfire Kisses with a Clock Hook. I feel like there's solutions to take the Bristle out. I go for the Monkey King.
I kind of like this. I like that this is very active coming out from the side of D-Boosters, but I'm also concerned because Tundra's got a very active lineup themselves. And I'm not sure they can aggressive. I don't even think that's the correct term, but be more aggressive than Tundra in this particular lineup. They do have some cooldowns that they can play around, though, on the side of the Boosters, right? Because you've got Snapfire Kisses, you've got Phoenix Egg. These are things that have relatively decent cooldown timing, so perhaps they can just skirmish. But I don't know. What are you thinking about this?
I feel like the Boosters has 3 carries, which is, if they go late, it's gonna be decent. Bristleback offlane. I'm not a huge believer in this. It has like a 40% win rate, maybe even lower, depending on like when you look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker.
You would have liked to see it as a core.
It seems to be a significantly better carry.
Yeah.
But I feel like Malik has been playing like mid or carry from the offlane anyway. And so if the Boosters continues to enable him as such, then this might look better than their other games, just because I feel like they're playing into what was happening anyway, if that makes sense. I don't think it's going to be enough to beat Tundra after watching that last performance, but it might be better. And I feel like I've also said that at the start of every one of these games. So
it's because we're hopeful, right? We're hopeful. We want to see them get that momentum, start to put these pieces together, maybe get a victories, because nobody wants to see a stomp.
No, it's much more interesting to see.
Phoenix.
And then a Saxa Clock. All right.
All right. I'm still down for that.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, well, Snake King, he likes his Phoenix as well. It's a good Phoenix game. There's nothing to kill the egg. Monkey King is trash at killing the egg. I mean, all of these heroes are. Like, there's not a single egg hitter on the Boosters. It's actually a free Phoenix game.
That always feels really good as a Phoenix player, just knowing that it's going to be very difficult for them to get close enough to me. Hit the egg. You land those fire spirits just right.
Four melee heroes in a Grimstroke. Like, none of these heroes want to hit egg.
No.
It feels so bad.
A lot of vision placed down here. They ping it out. They've seen the ward over here on the side. Let's look at these little tree boys, though. Are they gonna go for that play again?
Dude, no way. No way he
there.
gets away with it a second time. No.
Yeah.
The couriers they're not even outside of the base. The boosters learn they're not going to do that a second time. God, the Hawk is so cool. Has big muscles.
All right.
Oh, on the other side, the Monkey King, he's going for it.
Okay, all right.
He's trying to get revenge for last game.
Yeah, you see the tips come out. Like, what you doing over there, buddy?
That's funny. He's still in there. Oh, he's waiting around. He's trying to.
Not what you typically see from your position 1.
No.
You're gonna be just waddling over. Hey, he's gonna.
Oh, he's getting it. He's actually getting it. Revenge.
There you go. You got that courier carrying the mango.
And that's one less mango for Soxa to work with.
Hey, that's extra regen. That's extra mana right there. He could get scurvy now because he doesn't have enough vitamin C.
That's right. Robots typically get a lot of scurvy. Get that rust
Hey, a
scurvy.
lot of robots are solar days, you know?
Oh, that's
So,
right.
yeah, that sunshine. It has nothing to do with scurvy, but
No, that's all right.
it's fine. This is fine.
Nobody knows about scurvy. Nobody's had scurvy in 2,000 years.
That is not true. There are plenty of people that still get scurvy.
Okay, well.
I feel like you would be a high candidate for scurvy.
Oh, is
I've
that
seen
what
what
that
you
is?
eat.
Is that what that is? That's
Or jaundice, one or the other.
I probably have.
Top lane, just a little bit of harassment going back and forth here. They go and they grab themselves the creep wave. But, pretty standard stuff right off the bat. Couriers respawned now, so.
Oh, a bit of space from Soxa. The Hawk is free farming and just feeling himself. It's always
Gotta
nice
feel pretty
when
good.
it's always nice when there's like two heroes chasing a support around, especially with Clockwork. Like Clock feels kind of useless against certain heroes like Monkey King, Grim. You can beat Grim in a 1v1, but like long range, Grim's gonna beat the crap out of you.
You gotta take advantage of those moments when you can. But yeah, he is taking quite a wailing.
Top lane, a little weird. Two melee heroes desperately trying to get XP, trying to get some last hits. Wave cutting.
Bottom
results in,
lane.
like, massive double wave.
Nice trees coming out here from the Hawk. They might not be able to turn this around. They get the kill on Pleb. Nice jabaiting coming out here in this lane. I thought for a second Soxa was in trouble.
That's really cool. Dahak level 2 goes for Sprout. He was holding the point. That's why he held it last game too. Just in case he needs it for some sort of kill in the lane. That is exactly why you should hold your points in Dota. You never know when you're going to need a skill, even though it's not typical.
I mean, that's one of the cool things about Dota is that you can use these... Oh god, look, Soxa. He wants the courier. He gets his revenge on Pleb.
Oh, come on. He's got a tip now. Where's the tip at?
No tip.
He's too humble of a player. He's not going to do it.
And then we get the little bit of the creep cutting action. Snake King's courier dies. This is just a game of couriers now.
Yeah, they're all just sniping couriers. That's what happens when you're like some useless
Ooh,
melee
top
4
lane.
position.
Felt like for a second Malik might go for a little bit of a dive, but Skin does have that stick, so Mad Frog having to be careful. It's taking some damage from those flame spirits.
Bloodseeker seems like a really good pick against Bristle offlane. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that are good against Bristle offlane, but it's one of the few heroes that can just like utilize the stick charges to completely regen through the Bristle Quill Spray.
What is this? All right. Pleb gets himself a kill here. He goes for a very big dive, and looks like Malik gets a kill on Snake King in the other lane.
Ooh, nice tree and blocks bot too.
Dahak,
Dahak gets a
all right,
return
yeah.
kill.
Oh my god, everyone's dying.
Yep, they're all dead. I mean, this is shaping up to be a pretty normal game, though, which is good for deboosters. I feel like we'll see with the early rotations how this goes, because they have often lost a lot of momentum on this early like tower push. Like they'll lose a mid tower, for example. You know.
Top lane do have the snowball coming out here from Mad Frog as he's going to try to run away from Skeeter and Soxa. That's going to prove a bit difficult here. They drop the blood right. Pretty fast. In comes Snake King, gets the burn damage down, zipping through. Gonna go for the Icarus dive. Skeeter's still gonna manage to get the final hit off. So a good rotation coming out top here from Soxa.
Yeah, the wave is just super pushed in for Dahak bot, so he doesn't need any help in the lane. It means Soxa can run around, do whatever the heck he wants. Getting some wards down now, some warding action. Ancient creeps blocked. It's a Bristle back on the off lane, of course, so presumably the booster's looking to stack that up.
Oh god, this Kiss is over in the mid lane. They just kill Evo. And it's rinse and repeat, because guess who's in the mid lane now? It's the Hawk. Sox is already in position. You're gonna see a TP coming out now from Mad Frog. I'm a little concerned that this is not a great idea for him right now, but P1's also in position. They've got the Ing Swell, Snowball, 9. Oh, they get the kill. And they'll turn it back around as Sox are chasing him. They've got a couple of these treants. They're gonna try to put pressure over on P1, but need to be careful. More teleports are coming in now. Shards. Not going to be able to quite trap Sox in the way they like, but they do have the Avalanche, and Evo's here. Toss up into the air. The Hawk's still getting nearby. There's not too much that he can really do. Snaking also making his way over, throwing out those Flame Spirits, getting just enough of a slow so that way Sox can walk away without ending up dead. But he's still left behind. Look at the Phantom's Embrace off. More trees coming in. They finish him off as Pleb also makes his way towards this mid lane. And another courier dies.
This is a long fight. This is a long fight. He just starts off by Dahak and 9 completely ignoring the presence of the Grim and the Tusk there. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to keep hitting the tower. You guys can't kill us. Yeah, they could. They could do that.
As we saw there, for sure they could. There was a lot of rotations, though, as well. Snaking has the Icarus dive. Doesn't seem too concerned. Malik's got this big old stack. Snake gonna try to put out the damage. Dahak rotating in. No mana left over here on Malik. Throw the tree, the blood right on top of it. We'll chase after him. He's silenced. Another couple clicks. And that will punish Malik.
Unfortunately for Malik, he went for the Vanguard Rush, so he has no mana regen to work with. Otherwise, he could have gotten that stack, as well as maybe even killed a hero for rotating on him like that. But completely out of mana, he was relying entirely on the passive quill sprays that are coming from the Bristleback. So not enough damage. Mad Frog pings out, by the way, that the Ancients are blocked. Or I think that was Malik pinging that out because he has the bristles, so he wants that juicy farm.
Yeah, Frog was trying to stack over there, but with that sentry in place, not going to be able to do it. So nice foresight coming out from, I think it was Soxa who placed that. Makes sense whenever you have a bristle off lane. You got a lot of aggressive vision. Seeing some teleports, though, going up top now. They are just sun-raying Malik to death. The Scatter Blast will finish him off. And we did get a teleport now coming out from Evo to the top lane.
He's got an Arcane Rune, too. Skeeter's a tough kill, though. Even with the Tusk, like, yeah, it's... He's pinging it.
I like this ward over here that got placed over by Tundra, right over by the secret shop, right by the stairwell. That gave them enough information to realize that Mad Frog was making his way forward, so...
Yeah, that's a nice ward. I really like that one. It almost never gets dewarded because the eye spot deward doesn't cover it, and then also like the lane ward deward doesn't cover it either. So that's a super nice spot. It's very hard to figure out that it's there.
They also have their observer right on the edge of that sentry over in the triangle, so they still have plenty of vision coming out from the side of Tundra. I'm liking this. I'm gonna use that other ward in my games by the stairway.
Look at these sentries too in the triangle. They're barely don't catch this ward. It's right out of the ward range, unfortunately for the boosters. So they feel safe and secure here, but they're not for the next 2 minutes.
Bit of pressure being placed on the bottom. You've got 9 down here just kind of hitting creeps while they push the way forward, and it is very textbook, right? You know, you go after the mid tower, you're gonna go after the bottom tower. Gotta catch yourself a monkey though first.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they tried to find him. They tried to time the
look at all these pings.
The cookie. Oh my god, another sentry too. They're not hitting that D ward. That is a pain.
Oh.
So they're gonna see Malik here, but I don't know if anybody can really do anything about this with the regen that he has. Like maybe Dahak hits a snipe with the Wrath of Nature. Now it's on cooldown.
You know, 5 stacks of Warpath, it is going to be pretty difficult. Pleb's still down the bottom lane, though. Look at Sox. He's just kind of methodically cutting through the trees, trying to find this Monkey King. Throws out a rocket flare, but it's more than happy to just assist in taking the tower because there's not too much that Pleb can do by himself with all 3 of these heroes down here.
I thought maybe he was going to look for the creep wave, but doesn't even want to risk that. He could get Mortimer's Kisses and die even if he's in the trees, so playing it safe.
The Arcane Rune picked up on Evo, but they'll find themselves a Mad Frog, and they will be able to slay him here in the mid lane. They do have Egg online now for Snake King. He was sapping XP in the mid lane while everybody was pushing in the bot, and Evo already finds himself the Hawk, throws him up in the air, but they have to be very careful because they have Snapfire Kisses, they have Treants, they have everything as they'll run down Evo and now finish what they started in this mid lane for this tower.
Some heroes, when you play them mid, they just become such insane damage dealers. Like Snapfire mid, you get levels in Scatterblast and Fire Snap Cookie so quickly, and Mortimer's too, of course. It's even a hero like Tiny, who's very tanky normally, can just die full to 0.
Feels like they want to make another play here in the top lane. You can see the pings. Everybody's moving up. P1 hiding in the tree line. Malik trying to just throw his weight around. Again, they still have the eggs. They'll open up with the Sunray. Try to use some of that percentage-based damage to get a silence down, though. And there's the egg. This is not looking good for P1 or Malik as they just kind of turn their backs and accept their fate. For a little bit of a hook shot over here. They'll follow up with the Sunray, trying to keep the clock alive, toss up into the air. They're doing so much damage, especially as the Hawk joining back. And Mad Frog will die. Evo's next to fall. And this little bird just gonna Icarus dive away as they get themselves a kill on Pleb. It's a team wipe.
Oh boy, that's a very early team. And once again, a hero like Nature's Prophet, there is not going to be much of a break for the boosters to recover here. You know, Nature's Prophet, he's going to take down all the tier 1 towers. Once he gets that Ag Shard, he's going to take down all the tier 2 towers and Roshan as well. This is looking like another clinical game from Tundra. The no egg hitters issue is definitely a problem. Just being able to get that bug off. I mean, look at these. The Grimstroke trying to run in.
He was trying to hit it. He definitely was trying, but yeah, that Phantom's Embrace almost was enough to cancel it out and get the kill, but nope.
Jeez, yeah, and this is all the heroes. I mean, you can rotate 5 heroes to a lane too when you have Nature's Prophet on your team because he keeps all the waves permanently pushed in. So it's not like a 5-man rotation with other heroes.
I'm just gonna hook shot away over to Snake King. They've got ways of just running out. They really have put a lot of emphasis over in this triangle area against the boosters. A lot of resources coming out from the boosters as well to protect, try to get rid of all these camps that are blocked. Just the vision. So they go for a smoke play, and it looks like they're gonna try to get the jump on Pleb.
It's just 9. It's just 9. He's just going with haste.
He's got the haste, got the cookie.
That's nice.
A couple clicks off here. Scatter Blast. In comes the Hawk. The Sunray. Oof.
He had no vision. He just assumed that he was at that camp. That is cool. Am I crazy? There's no vision. Yeah, that was just a bold assumption.
I mean, they saw that he was like off to the side in lane, I think. Look at this. The hit train does not stop. They see Evo. Nine's already teleported over to this mid lane. They find themselves a Mad Frog and a P1 instead. So the Hawk jumping onto the back lines. They know that Mad Frog's already going to be dealt with. The Skeeter just runs at him. Nine collecting yet another kill. No brakes on this train. Coming out from the side of Tundra.
Well, and they're going straight to top with that rupture.
Boy. Yep.
Hookshot is there, so he cannot just TP.
Well, they end up using the hookshot anyways with the Sunray, that percentage-based damage, the push with the cogs, and it's a dead Malik. Evo showing up at the last minute here, trying to maybe slow them down, trying to help out a little bit, but look at Skeeter. Oh, look at the Snapfire Kisses tossing from other side of the screen. What an ultimate. They even go for the egg. They're going to cut down all these trees. Evo, you can't hide, my friend, but he looks like he is going to survive. Asaxa was hoping, maybe? Walrus Punch coming out from Mad Frog. Zox is just having a good time here. He's going to battery assault dance his way through. Nine does have a blink dagger. They have to be so careful here.
And he's going to bot.
Might as well.
Yep.
Might as well go poke away over here at Pleb. Doesn't land all the spells, unfortunately, but Pleb's got to be pretty happy about that. The Sunray does connect. You can see the Hawk. Look at this immediately. Pleb just says, nope, 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 nope. Dances across the trees. Gets a little bit further in here. Doesn't want to have to deal with this. It's just been kill after kill after kill coming out from the side of Tundra.
Those are nice jukes from Pleb. Like, he actually juked 2 spells there from 9. just with his like erratic movements on Monkey King. I mean, this is one of his favorite heroes, Master Tier. So Pleb is looking fairly good despite the game being absolutely disastrous.
Like that and Faceless Void, I've seen him play like so much of in the past.
And Drow and Morph. He's a pub spammer.
No, it's time. We've got the Shard. We've got a Prophet. He's in the pit. He's even got a Deso.
Oh,
he knows what he
yeah.
wants. He knows exactly what he wants to do this game.
Yo, let him solo it.
Nah, man, they're a team that plays together. They've got the power of friendship. They've got the power of Saksa over here with the hook shot. Phantom's Embrace doesn't matter because he's already gotten off all of his spells. So this is just going to be a very dead P1.
I love the Deso on Nature's Prophet. This can be such a good item if you get it in the right game.
Got it.
I do see this Tusk here. Oh, Mad Frog, the cookie hop for it from 9. Yeah. Bad luck to be over there.
He was trying to go for a steal. But, no.
A for effort, I guess. You know, the spirit was willing, but the hero was not strong enough. And there's just an Aegis sitting here in the pit. I'm guessing Skeeter's gonna pick that up eventually. Yeah, I love these treants. These treants are so weird looking. They're actually the ones that I use.
I have the horrific looking ones from the new chest. That's what I have. The ones that there's the Reddit post that put the big bum on it. You know, the witch doctor thing has the bum.
No, I don't.
The witch doctor, the little monkey that dances on the never mind. All you need to know is that these treants look absolutely horrific and disgusting, and it's perfect. He has the Halloween ones, which I think are probably second best. Maybe the mushroom ones are up there too. The mushroom ones are solid.
The Halloween ones, to me, they just look like, please put me out of my misery.
They do. I mean, a lot of them do look like that.
Which makes it very funny to me. And they're still hunting over here. Skeeter has vision over onto P1. Chasing after him. The hookshot does not connect, but they'll still kill off Pleb's courier as a consolation prize.
Look at the scoreline, Moxie, real quick.
Funny haha number.
Yeah, that's right.
No such thing.
So that is,
we didn't miss it this time.
We did not. This is quickly going to go away, though, just given how the level of shellacking.
They're playing? Yeah. Pleb, jumping down, gets ruptured. They've got the vision, they've got the spirit vessel, they've got the sunray. This is gonna be one heck of a dead Monkey King. And they'll get themselves a tower, eventually. Once the fortify is done. Yeah, look at this. The Hawk is like all about, all right, I'm here to hit these towers. Take apart armor. Top lane, C9 gets kill on Mad Frog. They just can't do anything against Snap. And it's just gonna TP right back down with the team. Says, hey guys, what's up? I just got a kill.
Yeah, he did. This tower has -8 armor as well. Yep. That's rough.
This feeling like a faster game than game number 1, even though they had a better start. 40 boosters.
Yeah, it is. It is. Malik is trying his best here with the old back-turning strategy, but nobody's even paying any mind to him, so... Oh, now there.
Oh, the trap into the trees, into the hook shot. They'll get the soul bind off over onto 2, but it doesn't matter because they're just happy to stay here. They dive a little bit onto the back lines, trying to get this damage over onto Snaking. Malik is just taking so much. He is quilling left and right, but Pleb, he's trying to stay alive, gets kill over onto 9. He's trying to man fight Skeeter, and he just can't seem to do it. Skeeter now with that BKB. They've got the Sunray Shard. They'll get another kill. P1 and Malik will fall. As Skeeter is just having the time of his life chasing after Mad Frog. The Hawk is here. He's going to throw out those trees. It's going to be a little bit of a snowball back over on Skeeter. They'll send in some of these treants. Nah, they'll back them off for the time being.
Skeeter really wanted the rampage, but
he did.
Mad Frog was not giving him that, denying that rampage, of course. Skeeter got a double blood right kill in that fight. I think it was a double blood right kill that killed him up to like 50% HP. Otherwise, he could have lost the Aegis there. Maybe that fight looks a little bit different with 9 dying right at the start. Like 9 dying is quite impactful. It's very strong. But nope. Skeeter got the double kill, full HP. All of a sudden, gets a rampage almost.
Almost. Do get a snipe on a courier. The Hawk was over by the secret shop. Just seeing so many couriers die this game. Yeah, in fact, we can see here in this replay that nice initiation over onto Malik. And the snowball going pretty deep here, dragging back, trying to get snaking. The Quill's doing quite a bit here because Malik just constantly, you know, quilling out. But Skeeter starts to sit a little bit low. You can see him fighting with Pleb. There's the first kill. There's the Blood Right coming in. Should be able to take Malik and P1. Yep. Like you said, the double.
Instantly heals. Yeah, that's the dream for a Bloodseeker. He gets so much effective HP that way.
That's so frustrating as a player. We're like, oh, we've almost got, and then at the last second, they're cutting down trees. Hi, Pleb. Throw down the cogs. Not quite.
Does that not reveal him on the trees?
I thought it would. Is it just like a weird spot?
Saksa had a quelling blade. That's weird.
He cut down one tree. I know.
Maybe it doesn't reveal within the cogs, and it's only like on the cogs. Technically in the cogs in that moment.
You have to test it. See.
I'll just assume that he was letting him go. He was just being a very
I don't know about
virtuous individual. He just let him go. You know, we'll give you one last fight.
I mean, Saksa is a very nice person, but the hook shot comes in. The egg, the sunray, plus the snap fire. Mortimer kisses. This is looking like two very, very dead boys. And no buyback for the Monkey King or for the Tiny. Aegis does get reclaimed during all of this, but now that you've got your big damage dealers coming out from the side of the boosters that are no longer alive, I don't think you really care so much. As again, another Rupture gets used. 9. Skeeter finds a kill on P1. Snowball will connect over onto the Snapfire, and they do get a kill on 9, but again, Skeeter, this is the Skeeter show. He's just running after Mad Frog here. He'll get himself yet another kill. Buyback comes out from 9. He's ready to get back in. He's already here. He's got the high five up, looking for some high fives for sure. And the trees just ripping through the buildings along with everybody else over on the side of Tundra.
Yep. Yep, this is quite the shellacking.
And I just feel like... level? Which level? Shellacking? Top hat?
Yeah, I hate to say it. It is Gaben. This is probably mustache level. I don't think it's quite top hat level.
Okay, well, it's not over yet because they are just tossing Skeeter around back and forth. The Soulbind connecting over onto Snaking and Skeeter, but they'll just Delta hug it up. No problem because they just got Mega Creeps. There's a courier flying over here. It's the Perseverance from Alec. Long range Snapfire kisses. Good lord, look how far away he is doing these.
Blood rages him too.
Oh my god.
That juicy extra damage, hell yeah.
In comes the trees. And
yeah,
they come marching one by one. Don't even care about Evo. They're like, oh, we're just gonna go hit these buildings. Hookshot comes in over onto P1. Saksa already in position. A Sunray should be able to help clean it up. Pleb's still trying to get these trees off here, but it is proving very difficult. Mad Frog, of course, ruptured. Just taking a wailing from the trees. Like, guys, help me out here.
Oh, he tosses him.
No, he tosses him. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, he's playing for Tundra now.
I like the all chat. Oh god.
That's how you formally apply to join a team. It's like, guys,
Tiny
I'm with you now.
Please leave my base alone.
Just realized Saksa has an Orchid.
Yeah, Saksa, he's been making the plays. He's done quite a bit of work this game. Does end up getting hit a couple times here. They chase after him. They've got the cogs up, so in comes Snaking as Skeeter kills Evo. This base totally belongs to the side of Tundra at this point. Saksa's still somehow alive. All right, finally they get that kill. The egg comes out. Blood's gonna die to Snaking. Malik's gonna run away.
Look at the fountain. Doc's just feeding trees to the fountain instead of ending.
Yep. We've reached that level of the game. Yeah, the GG gets called by Evo. They put up a fight, but at the end of the day, you know, Tundra, they are a very highly ranked international team.
Did they put up a fight, or did they put up a fight like a toddler play fights with their dad, where the dad like holds them at arm's length and the toddler's just wailing and wailing, and then maybe the dad gives like a free hit every now and then? I mean, yeah,
it did feel a little like that. I'm not gonna lie.
It's Tundra. I don't even think this is the full roster that the boosters played in the qualifiers with. If I'm not mistaken, I think.
Who are they missing?
No, I'm pretty sure they had Funnick, and
Oh,
Malik
that's right.
is in for Funnick. So yeah, it's a this is what we would expect. Maybe not in such a shellacking form, but yeah, Tundra looks really good today. I don't know if they've changed their drafts. I would love to ask them that in an interview. Yesterday they did pick Nature's Prophet. They picked a Visage. Okay, so they've been drafting exactly how you would expect with having Dahak on your team. I thought maybe in yesterday's series, which was going on simultaneously as we were casting another game, so we didn't get to watch it. I thought maybe in that series, like they didn't pick Dahak as heroes, and like that's why it looked shakier against Secret.
Shaky,
but nope,
yeah.
they did. Secret's just super on point, but Tundra looked extremely good in this series. The boosters, they have, I mean, there's glimmers of hope for them, which is exactly what you would expect when they have like high tier players such as, you know, Pleb, Malik, these like pub spamming players. Just as a team, like, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's really good for Malik, though. The fact, you know, yes, it sucks that you don't have Funnick, but it's giving Malik a chance to kind of shine because he has kind of been stealing the show a little bit, right? You know, playing some of these heroes. This game, not so much here because he's had a little bit of trouble. But, you know, the Elder Titan, we keep coming back to the fact that he plays one heck of an ET. Oh, Jenkins, you did it again.
I just want to get your reaction. I have, of course, selected Dahak as the MVP for this series. Moxie, be quiet, please. It's very important. Clearly ignore Skeeter, the fact that he was 15-0-6 and just completely dumpstering. We'll go ahead and focus on instead Dahak. Actually, Dahak, this game, 3-0-15. That is a good performance at the very least.
It is. No, it is. And we saw him, you know, start the Roche and whatnot. But I think, you know, Skeeter probably gets the MVP on this one, personally. I thought that he played excellent. No deaths at all. Did the right itemization. Yeah, almost getting himself a rampage.
Real MVP will go to Skeeter. We'll give it to Skeeter. I just want to see your reaction. I like the Hawk a lot. But we'll go give it to Skeeter. Almost got a rampage. I mean, he played legit flawlessly. The laning was... set him up for like a really good game too. Like his decisions to actually go on Malik, where Brisbane is this hero where if you are wrong about your calculations of whether or not you can go on him and you're not clicking on his mana, you're not clicking, you know, looking at how many quill stacks you have, you're not like paying attention to these like minute details, Bristol kills you and then you feel horrible for the game. And Skeeter like dumpstered him in lane.
There were so many moments where definitely, you know, Skeeter was pushing the limits on his hero because we saw so many of those quills getting thrown out, but he knew exactly what he was doing. But we do have an interview for you guys, and we have it with none other than the king himself, Snake King from Tundra. Hey, Snake King.
Hello, Moxie. Hey, Jenkins.
Yeah, what up, Snake?
So we have
thank you so much, guys.
Sorry, we have a bit of a delay here. Apologies. I'll let you finish.
No, that's go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, well, congratulations on your victory here against the boosters, and we do have a couple questions for you. One of my questions was, were you guys at all surprised when you saw Malik taking that Elder Titan? There was one fight in game number 1 where he just started running at the Hawk, started running at 9, and it just felt like you guys were like, oh my god, this guy's doing so much damage. How surprised were you by that?
I think we have all played versus Elder Titan where he gets a lot of stacks before. He's definitely very strong. It's kind of to be expected, but even though it was expected, he was doing a lot of damage. I think he almost 3-shotted the Hawk, and then I got the Grave in time, but he still ended up dying. It was a bit of a spookers.
Yeah, you were on point with those shallow graves. Very hats off to you.
Thank you.
Jenkins, do you have some questions?
Oh yeah, I got some questions. Okay, Snake King, as a muscle kind of jacked gym guy, and having Dahak as another kind of Goliath type character, I'm wondering if you felt that you had any extra synergy with him, considering you both have big giant muscles. Did that help in bringing him on the team as a stand-in?
I mean, it for sure contributed, right? It's like it's like Dota auto chess. Like these synergies, like the big muscles from the Hawk definitely counts, and
like
every
a
little bit of
synergy,
synergy
yeah.
counts.
Right. Okay. Question number 2. Question number 2. Who is, including Owie, the weirdest guy on the team, and what is the weird stuff that they do that makes them that weird guy?
I think for sure it has to be Skitter. Skitter has a lot of his own quirks, which makes him very funny and laughable at the same time. I think, for one, it's like he's very used to his own world and how things are done in his way, and it's like a culture shock to him that a lot of things are handled differently, and it's kind of like AI is kind of like a big brother / dad figure and on the team, just kind of leading and teaching him a lot of things.
Okay, I guess one serious Dota question. Do you think Nature's Prophet is an S-tier hero? Is he actually a good hero, or is it just because you guys have the Hawk, you're first phasing it?
We think we have a stand-in for this tournament, so we're just playing the way we think is best suited according to the stand-in, and obviously we don't know what is the best way to, but we're just trying out some stuff and seeing what works.
Okay.
Are you at all surprised that they're letting you guys get this Nature's Prophet, considering that you do have the Hawk?
Maybe a little bit, but there's a lot of heroes they have to ban. It's not like they can just focus on the Hawk. So I think the enemies will always have to give us something, and they just have to choose what they want to play against.
That makes sense. That's definitely fair. As much as I'd love to ask what things are normal in Skitter's world that are not normal in everyone else's, we should probably let you go. But thank you so much for this interview. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and congratulations again.
See you tonight.
Hi.
I want to know what Skeeter, like what's normal in Skeeter's world that's not normal for everyone else. Like, I'm actually very curious. We got to ask them at some point. But I'm sure
awesome. I love that guy.
they want to do something else here to get things going. But yeah, no, very impressive play, especially, you know, that game number 1 when he was playing Dazzle. Saw some really good shallow graves, really good positioning. And game number 2, you know, saw some really great eggs and sunrays that were facilitated by Soxa with also having those cogs. So very impressive looking team. Obviously, you know, Tundra has been a favorite for a while now. And the boosters, you know, they're getting a lot of good experience, I guess is a good way to put it. They're getting some LAN experience. They're getting some, you know, exposure being on the stream, playing against teams like Tundra, Secret, whatnot. It's a bit of a struggle, but definitely, you know, it's a valuable time, and that prize money, right, Jenkins?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're happy to be here. I'm sure they're going to go back to the hotel, have some drinks, have a good time. And, they're walking away from it with a big bag of money and experience. Like, how could you be upset about that? They're having a good time.
That's true. All right, guys. Well, we have one more series left for the day on the B stream, which is going to be TSM FTX versus Royal Never Give Up, which should be a really interesting match watching, you know, the NA Dota boys versus China. But we do have to go for a little bit of a break. So we're going to leave you with some awesome highlights from that series we just watched. And when we come back, we will have that game for you. All right, well, after that bit of a break, we are back with the last series of the day here for the Riyadh Masters here by Gamers8, and it's going to be a great one. Jenkins, we have TSM FTX versus Royal Never Give Up. We got North American Dota facing off with China Dota, and I can't be more excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, because usually when we've seen NA Dota versus China Dota, even back when China was at majors, it was EG. So this is great. I mean, it's been a long time coming. So I'm glad to see this. I'll be excited if we can see also, LGD duking it out with the NA boys if TSM can make it that far. But RNG, they've looked incredibly good so far, as that's what people would expect for the first seeded team in China. They went 1-1 in both of their series, and TSM, they 2-0'd and then went 0-2. So actually the same score, technically speaking, right now.
Yeah, well, let's get hyped up. We have a great video here with TSM to get us all cheering for some NA Dota. And oh gosh, we lost Dubu. Some of these guys didn't show up in time to go and get their photos done, but you can see here we've got Min Meander, captain, and NA Dota legend Saberlight, who is, a very just a fun and interactive player. Tomato coming out from the SA scene, that Peruvian pride, and of course Bryle. I know he's grown up now, but whenever I see Bryle, I just think of him as baby Bryle, because I remember casting him like way back in the day. I think it was Animal Planet when he was with Kit Track, and he was just this little boy. But he is doing such great things here with TSM. And of course, you can see Misery over there. Just looks like he's talking to himself.
Yeah, see, I just couldn't stop thinking about something during, all this that's on the screen. It's to imagine being Tomato. You're just born with these genes. You're just insanely good at Dota. And just 10 out of 10, perfect, handsome looks. What a lucky little devil he is. What a lucky little devil. And, some of us out here, we got to struggle being bad, being ugly. God, what's wrong with you, Tomato? Share some of the love with the rest of us. Ridiculous.
I don't think it doesn't work that way, Jenkins. He can't share genetics like that, where it just gets
I think it's
absorbed.
like power. I think it's like power. Like Nen from Hunter x Hunter. He can give it to... you can't even do that in that world. But, on the flip side... I'm going to steal the segue from you. We got an RNG hype video for the handsome guys on the other side.
All right, and like you said, we got some very good-looking guys coming out here for the side of Royal Never Give Up. Ghost, of course, living up to his name as being an actual ghost, but you have
every time that comes up, it's just like, I see. I thought it was a joke originally, but there's a few of these guys that were not at the photo shoots. They were still enjoying their business class amenities.
Must have been the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we've got the roster here. You got X-Nova, Somnus, also known as Maybe, Chalice, Kaka, recent new addition to the team as was Ghost, and they're looking ready to play. It's been a long time since we've seen the Chinese teams participating in international Dota, and I'm super excited to see, what they're going to be able to bring here and how fast they're going to be able to adjust, because we saw the other day, which team were they up against? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Was it Nigma? I think it was Nigma.
RNG played Nigma. They went 1-1, and then they also won one. Who was it? Who else was it?
OG, RNG. I think.
OG.
I think it was OG.
Yeah.
So
the
like
big boys.
they adapt pretty quickly from what I'm seeing, because they had a little bit of trouble, and that was one thing that we had a criticism of, is that the Chinese Dota scene right now, the regional area, tends to play a bit slower, whereas Western Europe has been playing a lot faster. And it seems like they're starting to make that adjustment. It is a LAN situation, so it's not like DPC where you have a week to prepare for each of your matches. This is go time. You want to get that first place. There's a lot of money on the line, and you can see that they are making those adjustments. So I'm super excited because TSM, being all the way, North American Dota is so different from Chinese Dota. So I'm very excited to see how these teams are going to match up. What do you think we should be looking for here?
I just want to talk about one thing that you said about like China Dota being slower. It's like interesting because it's not like it was before where it's like a farm fest in China. That's definitely like not the narrative that I think is true anymore. I remember looking at a stat on Lee Mayer's website, spectral.gg. Shout out to Spectral. But where it was like, I think LGD and another Chinese, I think it might have been Vici, at the time had like the games ended slowly, but some of the other metrics for playing fast were really high. Like they had the most D wards, so they would enter into areas and like play incredibly fast. And it's like they focused on kills, they focused on sweeping around the map as opposed to like taking towers and ending the game. So it's like they end the game late, but I wouldn't really say that they play slowly anymore. It's more that they just don't end the game quickly, which I think is an interesting distinction. But you're right that the Chinese teams on average, like they would take longer to end the game, but they would get a ton of kills.
Yeah, it's just an interesting distinction because I was talking with people that have worked the China DPC, and I was trying to get a better feel for, it was very difficult for us where we were, of course, doing the Western Europe and the NA DPC, trying to catch some of those games. But that was a distinction that they had made. And it isn't necessarily, like you said, it's not the Spore Protect one. It just has a different pacing to it. And it's not necessarily a farm fist. It's just they have a very different idea of how they want the game to flow. But again, we're seeing this adaptation coming out not only from the Chinese teams but also from some of the Western teams when they're playing against them, because they're trying to figure out now, okay, what is their mentality, how is their mindset going to work in this particular game? So pretty interesting stuff.
For like every metric outside of pacing, like this is going to be like for every element, this is also going to be true because it's been so like the region has been segregated for like two entire majors or three or whatever, two majors, for a long time. So it's like there's always this, I don't want to say rust, but there's always this like thing that you have to shake off at the start of an event where certain elements from your regional Dota don't necessarily translate to inter-regional Dota, and you have to take the things that are good from the other regions and integrate your stuff to it as well. And with China, it's like they've been in their own sort of meta for so long that it feels like there could be a lot of stuff to shake off if they're not right about their meta being good. And chances are they're right about a lot of things, but wrong about a lot of others. So like it is a question for LGD and World Never Give Up. Like how well can they shake that off? And this would be true for any region, but just more so for China because they've been locked for so long.
I feel like, we had that same issue for a long time with South American Dota as well because of the fact that their servers are just so far away from everyone else. We definitely started to see like either they would come in and they would have this completely different way of playing that, the first couple of days of like, oh yeah, let's go, SA Dota, they're looking real strong. But then there are also those moments where they get figured out very quickly and then they just can't keep up with the meta. You start to run into issues like that, or they're completely lost. They're not used to playing against, that particular style because they are, kind of trapped more within their region. So definitely one of those things to keep in mind and be able to see how fast that we see that adaptation coming in. But
NA
again,
new with SA, NA and SA, like I think there are these regions that are like fairly intertwined when it comes to their pubs or their like regional like tournament scene. Like for instance, like the BTS Pro Series in NASA, like the NASA teams both play those. And
I'm talking way back in the day though, even before we had the BTS Pro Series.
Geez, I don't know if I was around back then. I feel like BTS Pro Series is ancient at this point. They've been around forever. But like SEA and China would know each other better, I think, than like, China and NA, for example, because like the servers are so far apart the regions are so far apart that there isn't going to be this like inter-region mingling that happens, whether it's in pubs or a team picking up, you know, like a Malaysian player, for example, and flying them over and flying with them. Like these things can happen within the inter-regions. And so you can have a similar meta between the regions, or at least they understand each other better. But then when you see like NA and China, it's like, this is going to be the biggest gap in play style. You would think, just because of the gap in like, these guys are basically never playing with each other compared to some of the other regions.
That's true. And I also think that for a very long time now, China has kind of been that region that's been setting the trends that people are, you know, keeping a very close eye on. I know, like, during DPC, a lot of the times, you know, Fog would get into the shuttle every morning and he'd be like, guys, you can't believe what, like, China's running right now. Like, they're running the Skywrath Mage thing with this. And, like, I'm trying to figure out exactly, you know, what it is they're doing with it. And it's been interesting, you know, to see them doing a lot of innovation, and then also seeing the way that, you know, a lot of the innovation will come out from Western Europe, occasionally from South America, depending on which carry players are, you know, really showing off something different. So yeah, very interested in this. And we are trying to get you to this game, guys. There is a little bit of technical difficulties. I promise we're not holding this up on purpose. We're just trying to get this lobby going.
Yeah, the Dubai server seems to be having some issues right now. Finding server. Maybe it's a patch.
We're queuing for a pub is what Tomato was joking about. That's what it feels like.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're still trying to find a server here.
Yeah, it says that they're gonna remake. Maybe I'm not sure if we should head out for that yet or what. Okay, it's been remade. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with us though and listening to us talk about, you know, the differences here, because this is a very hype match. And don't mind us right now. We're just going to try to get back into that lobby. See if it goes up.
I'm getting in the lobby.
That's what we're both doing. Yep.
Am I on camera? I am on camera. Hello.
We're on camera. That's why everybody. We do have a little video though. So while Jenkins and I get set up in the lobby again, we're going to let you hang out with the TSM guys.
Three, right? Yeah. Two actually, because I only need to count. Oh, yeah, one pass. 15 seconds left. Oh my God. This is way harder than what it looks like. 5 seconds. No. 3. Yeah, oh, one shot. 2. 1.
Now I know you're super jealous of Tomato Jenkins, but at least
there's no challenge. That
was the challenge to see how many basketballs that he could get into the tiny net. So you know, he's got a lot going on, but he's not the best at little tabletop basketball. You can feel good about that.
Moon Meander versus Tomato, or he's competing with himself. He's just like, this is hard. What the heck?
How many of those do you think you could have sunk?
It looked like he had what, 60 seconds.
You think he got 3 total, yeah?
Probably 1. I actually think 3 was pretty impressive. That did not look easy. You could hear the like reverberation on the little basketball shooter thing. Like that had quite some power to it, you know? That's not easy.
Yeah, you gotta adjust. He's too powerful. He's hitting it too hard. You watched the last one just fly up and over, man?
Yeah, yeah. And you know, the thing with Tomato is like, yes, this man's got muscles, okay? Big sexy guy, he's a hunk, whatever. Doesn't matter because he's a carry player, and we saw at the major when he did the Manta style challenge, he was very on point with that. His reflexes, his dexterity is top tier. It's excellent. If Moon Meander tries to do that, he's a support player. Pathetic 0 out of 10 in the 60 seconds.
That. I don't know. I feel like support players, depending on who you're playing too, like which hero. Like we just watched Snake King. He's a support player. Get those shallow graves off like right in the nick of time. You have to have fast reflexes for that. You gotta have some dexterity. Otherwise, your teammates flame you to high heaven and ping your shallow grave.
I can get behind that argument. I can kind of get behind that argument. I feel like for Snake King, I can get behind that argument, but I don't know about Moon Meander. He doesn't seem the dexterous type, you know?
I don't know. I think he's probably pretty dexterous, but we do have another challenge. This time it's going to be RNG who sees how many basketballs they can sink.
Oh no. I'm so bad. So close though. Wait, can I pick it up? Yeah. 10 seconds. One more. Done. Okay.
So support players, dexterous. What do you think?
That was a fluke. That was a fluke. X-Nova, professional basketball player in his spare time. That doesn't count. That doesn't count towards the Tomato. Come on, you're a joke. You're a joke, Tomato. You're supposed to be repping all the carry core players out there, and you've made a laughing stock of all of us. Good one, Tomato.
What is the voice line? I don't care. I just said creeps.
That's right.
You know, that's not someone saving someone's life with
question.
a snowball, with a, an IO relocate or shallow grave. That's a guy who just sits there and
listen, Moxie. You want a medal for doing your job? You want a golden medal? You want a purple rose or whatever the American thing is that I don't know? What do you want? Oh, you shallow grade me. Oh, thank you. Yeah, let me get out there and die 50 times as an offlaner, making space for the carries and the supports. Nobody's like, nobody fights for offlane players. Nobody does. It's always, core versus support, core versus support. What about the offlaner? We're like the halfway in between guys. You know what I mean?
You guys are the crazy guys. No. I enjoy offlaners are some of my favorite players, honestly, because you're most interesting. You're very aggressive. Like as a support player, especially as like the soft support player, I love hanging out with that offlaner because they're the ones that are going to go and do stuff. Like I don't want to sit there and babysit the core the entire time. That's super boring. I want to go run around and murder people.
Let me tell you something, okay? In a family, the oldest child is the one that is eldest.
Yes, that is true. The oldest child is the eldest
by
child.
definition. All right, you've got the eldest, the wisest. The parents give all the responsibility. There's a lot of focus on this child. The youngest child, that's the little baby. They're the prodigy, the protege, whichever one of those is correct. The one that's going to be president someday. The middle guy, nobody cares about that one. That one gets ignored, and that's where the offlaners are at. The offlaners are this middle child. Nobody seems to care about us, and we're just fighting to have a minute of mommy and daddy's attention. Please, mommy and daddy Valve, please, give me a buff. Buff the Centaur War Runner. Buff the offlane heroes. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Look, you got Pudge buffs, all right? What more do you want, Jenkins?
No, that's it. I'll take it, honestly. I'm desperate at this point, so I'll take that. Yeah.
No, I think I have very high esteem for people that play offlane. Again, I think they're the most fun to be paired up with because, again, you're moving around. You're doing stuff. Like, I don't want to sit there and just, okay, time to stack the camp again. Time to pull the creeps again. Time to harass the enemy and watch as my core just hits the creeps and is like, don't do that. It's also one of the things where, like, whenever you miss one of those key spells, like to save some, whether it's a snowball, whether it's, the shallow grave or whatever, then you got that jerk who's just like starts pinging your spells. And it's just like, you didn't get this right. You didn't get, like, it's such a big deal that you didn't land that spell at the right time when in reality, you're like on the other side of the map half the time because this guy is like farming the wrong portion of the map.
So here's a question for you, Moxie. If you had to guess, how good would a carry player be at drawing compared to basketball? Would they be any better?
I don't know, but I think we can find out because I think we have your favorite person, Mr. Tomato, who's gonna show us a bit of his drawing skills in this next video.
Who's your favorite hero?
Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend?
Yeah.
You're just choosing him because he's easy to draw, aren't you?
No. I have 1,000 games with Shadow Fiend.
I'm gonna make you draw Shadow Fiend. Now.
Shadow Fiend. Oh my god, okay.
I'm gonna give you a minute and a half and hand you a bunch of markers.
Okay.
And I'm gonna time you. You have 1 minute 30, okay?
Okay.
So you tell me when you're ready, and I'm just gonna start the timer, and you just start drawing. Get in that zone. Or are you good at drawing?
Not good enough for this, you know, not good enough.
Alright, perfect. Well, I'm gonna count you down.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Draw Shadow Fiend.
Cute. I don't remember like his face. That's like the biggest issue.
Stop.
I mean, the worst part I got is the face. I think you cut out the face, it's okay, you know, you can recognize the Shadow Fiend from like here, you know. I like the immortal one, the claws, those are my favorite ones. I think that looks really cool. But I tried to do them direct cost.
I mean, if we had a purple marker, could have been even better, but that's a masterpiece right there.
Thank you.
Well, clearly Tomato's drawing skills are much more solid than his little tabletop basketball skills. I thought that was pretty decent. I would be able to guess what it was. Would you?
Yeah, but it's like the Rorschach test where, you know, if you showed somebody just a blot of an ink blot and said like, this is techies, it's like, oh, there's techies. It's like really a picture, you know, a donkey, but it's techies. You see what I'm saying? It's like, because we know that that's Shadow Fiend. Otherwise, I'd look at that and be like, that's a building on fire. That's a burning barn house.
No, that definitely looks like a Shadow Fiend.
Has embarrassed core players and the NA region. How dare you with your drawing skills? Come on. You got to study. You got to focus. Take some Bob Ross classes.
I think it's fine. I thought it was pretty good. I could tell what it was.
Well,
I've seen some of the other guys. We've done some stuff with Dream League where they've drawn some pictures, and it's like, ooh, I really don't know what they were going for there.
Yeah, that's true. Dota players are typically good at only one thing, and that is flaming each other.
You got us in the first half there, for sure. But we have good news, guys. We do indeed now have a lobby going, and looks like we have connected, so we should be able to get into the draft fairly soon, and we can start getting the show on the road, because I know we're all excited for TSM versus RNG, which is just a lot of letters back and forth here.
TSM FTX Moxie versus RNG. It's 9 letters.
Technically, Royal Never Give Up versus TSM FTX Jenkins.
That's right. That's right. So,
and already we are seeing some very different bans from what we saw earlier today. We see the Nyx Assassin that's been removed, which makes me wonder if we might see a Dawnbreaker for TSM. And the Enchantress has been removed. So TSM cannot grab that. It's a very strong laner. Been seeing more and more of that recently.
Yeah, I feel like Nyx is just a solid counter to a lot of things that are currently in the meta. That almost always seems to be the case whenever Nyx becomes a like first phase ban and pick. It's really solid versus the Puck, which we just saw banned. Really amazing versus Dawnbreaker, like every spirit hero.
All right, well, here's the big question. Is Dawnbreaker or Marcy getting into this now? Because it is indeed open. In fact, TSM opting to go for the Beastmaster Warlock very, very quickly. Man, they're drafted at the speed of light. My gosh.
Yeah, that happens.
Razor.
They've like spent so much time waiting for the lobby to start that they're They're
Got a
just
fidget
like,
spinner.
let's get into the game. Yeah, how ADHD these guys are with the fidget spinner and the Instapick drafting. Very North American.
I mean, I know that feeling. I've got a fidget cube that I mess around with a lot of the time, so it's good, you know. Puts that energy someplace while you're getting amped up and excited to play.
That's right. That's right. They're ignoring all the OP heroes.
Nope, there's one.
Never mind. I lied. Yeah, I mean, Razor comes out first phase. It's just name a better hero to pair with Razor in like the current meta than Marcy. It's like there isn't one. A Marcy Razor, Marcy Viper. This is just not a possible to lose lane. It's super strong. Like the move speed with the Razor, even the sidekick lifesteal and damage on top of the static link is very powerful. It's impossible to win this lane.
So how do you not completely lose this lane, I guess is the next question, because you're not going to be able to win it, obviously, but you don't want to feed too hard. So how is the best way to kind of deal with it?
They need something that lanes with a Warlock that can somehow escape the Marcy Razor. Weaver seems pretty good. Morphling would be amazing, but it's banned out. Faceless Void, another ban from RNG. That's just one of the few heroes that people use to deal with the Razor. Void actually would have been pretty nice because the Marcy the Dispose, you can dodge all the damage that they do to you in the Dispose, and then also like jump out of the link. So that actually would have been a really good pick. I would say like Weaver is the other decently like obvious one that TSM could pick as a carry that will do a little bit better in this lane. Let's see what other carries are.
I feel like Weaver's just not a powerhouse though in the way that like a lot of these other guys are.
I think Weaver's okay. I mean, it's like, I would agree with you maybe like a couple of weeks ago, but people are picking Weaver a lot more. I think because it's good against the Razors. It's really good against Dawnbreaker. It just feels like the heroes that are in the meta do struggle against Weaver, even though like the hero itself like has been nerfed. Like the base hero doesn't feel as good as it did when the bugs were 3 hits at all levels, and when Sakuchi had a much lower cooldown at level 1. He's definitely punishable now, but I think it's really good in some games, just in the game.
Have to see if they opt for it. They are going for another ban right now.
And they ban out RNG. They ban out the Tomato TA, just taking out some of his comfort heroes.
Okay, get the Rubik pick up.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I like this with Beast because Beast is such a strong laner that it makes up for Rubik's like lack of laning ability, and stealing Dispose is insane on Rubik because you have so much cast range on him that it's much more powerful on him. I remember a lot of people were picking Rubik as a Marcy counter. Like every time a hero comes into a Dota, Rubik always trends for a bit because it's like the only way to get a better version of that hero on your team, because you have just their abilities that are OP because they're new with cast range. And
yeah, the Arcane Supremacy is super good.
Yeah, and it's also status resistance reduction, or what is it? Debuff amplification is what they call it.
I feel like Rebound's got to be pretty excellent too, being able to steal that, because Rubik loves to have anything that'll be able to give him that extra movement speed.
Yep, and he builds cast range items as cast range, so he can rebound from like super far away.
Next pickup is the Kunkka, or Royal Never Give Up, so let's be able to sort of challenge any sort of bad placement that you have on the map with that X marks the spot. Also gives you a little bit more durability, being able to throw out the rum buff, and just some team fight, which I think is pretty valuable.
It's pretty good to counter the beast summons too. Like you kill the beast summons a hawk in a fight, with which you do usually with the die bomb Aghanim shard. The boars, the dom creeps, like you'll be able to cleave through those with the Kunkka cleave. Also against the warlock, he's gonna drop the rock and fatal bonds, and it's all about like killing people and like, you know, the short amount of time that you have the warlock golem before it dies or people just run away from you, and the rum buff is gonna let people escape from that, and so is the snowball from Tusk.
It's a lot of just melee strength heroes on the board right now, coming out from the side of RNG.
Yeah, this feels like kind of a debate to pick Timber or Necro, like one of these percentage damage, like melee strength owning heroes. Or maybe they instead go for like Enigma, because all of these heroes are going to be in melee range.
I don't know. I feel like with what they've got on the board at this point, they cannot go for.
I know, and that's precisely why RNG is more comfortable picking 3 melee strength heroes like this, is because
maybe a Timber Saw. You could run a Timber mid. Brile has been known to do that on occasion. I don't know if we like it though. I guess they don't have like super great burst either.
Razor
like in terms
is
of like a straight up nuker. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. What's like a mid percentage? I mean, Death Prophet would be pretty solid too.
Ooh, that would be.
It's a little punishable by the Tusk rotations though. Like a Shards, she struggles to deal with that, and I feel like she can get bursted by these heroes. I'm pretty sure Razor has a decent win rate versus Death Prophet, but that also goes both ways. Like Death Prophet can kill a Razor because sucking her damage doesn't do anything to her damage, but on the flip side, Razor, if you man up against him, like if he has, you know, a little bit of net worth on you, he just kills you before you kill him.
Right. Also, Razor, just a lane dominator, has traditionally just been one of those heroes you'd usually see like Viper or a Razor just set up to win that lane. So it would make sense that the win rate would be what it is as well.
Yeah, I mean, Razor's insane. Razor's super strong right now, I think. Wow. Okay. Storm.
The Stormy boy. I know who's going mid.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see what they last pick for TSM, because I feel like this is just a bad hero. You cannot do long zips anymore. I'm trying to think of like what the synergy is here. I mean, Beastmaster Vision is always good for Storm because he wants to zip backliners. With that being said, the Hawk, the radius on it, the vision has been nerfed significantly, so that's not a huge factor. And also Storm, his long zips are pretty awful now because of the lack of mana cost reduction items in the game. And they did revert the like shadow nerfs to Storm, where his mana cost on a bunch of his stuff got increased. But with that being said, the win rate still is not that great. But I know some people are on this train of like, Storm is still good. People are overrating the Storm nerfs. I mean, I'm personally not one of those people. I think that it's pretty bad playing it. Like, you cannot fountain zip anymore, which very much sucks, especially for defending base. It feels pretty weak. But I know a lot of mid players are like, nah, it's overrated, these nerfs to it. Like, people are totally overrating it. I'm more than happy to be proven wrong.
All right, one more ban here for the side of TSM. It looks like they aren't 100% sure who's going where, when, what. I would assume that it's probably going to be Somnus, maybe on the Kunkka for the mid, but you do have that flexibility. Razor most likely in off lane, so probably some sort of position 1, which both teams need. And there's just so much that's been removed here. You know, it's got the Spectre, the Terrorblade, like they're all Tomato bans, actually, if you look at this for the most part, other than the first 2. So, okay, we get Nature's Prophet, your favorite boy there.
Wow, against Storm. That's interesting. I mean, the thing with the Nature Storm matchup is that the leash talent at level 20 for Nature's absolutely demolishes Storm. I would be interested to see what the win rate is between these heroes and how it's changed since they added that talent, because I feel like if we're talking that leash talent, probably the hero it counters the most in the game is Storm Spirit. Out of all the heroes that don't like playing into that. And you get an Orchid too on Nature's, so I don't think this is as much of a Storm beats Nature's situation as it was before. It might even be the polar opposite, and it looks like RNG, they either agree with that or they think that Nature's is just good for the game and it's worth picking it into a counter pick. TSM has 2 seconds to pick this.
They got it. They go for the Naga Siren. There's not much left in the pool for Tomato to play, so they're gonna have to go for Naga.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that means Ghost probably wants to go for a Radiance, possibly, on Kunkka. And Nature's Prophet, Somnus, he wants to... It's a mid-Nature's Prophet, by the way.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Somnus probably wants to build into a Gleipnir, which probably he was already going to do anyway, because that seems to be the build on Nature's Prophet these days. But yeah, not much to deal with the Naga Siren illusions from Tomato. This is a pretty good Naga pick, but we'll see if we'll see if Storm is a good hero or a trash hero very quickly in this one. I think.
Yeah, I'm very curious with how the tempo is going to move for both of these teams because Naga Siren typically tends to play a little bit slower because she's a harder of a carry. But at the same time, RNG, they have stepped up the tempo with this particular draft, with making, Kunkka be that position 1 and having the Nature's Prophet in the mid lane. We're going to see a very active team, I think, coming out from the side of Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, they have Nature's Prophet mid, which actually is the highest win rate role for Nature's Prophet by like a very large margin. I've been looking at that win rate on like every single patch because Nature's Prophet always has like a 45% win rate, and it feels so bad because like my theory is that people just suck at the hero in pubs because this is like a high like 7k plus win rate, so I think people just suck at it. But the mid win rate, even when he's like 45% win rate total, the mid win rate is usually like 57% or something, and I feel like it's just because the pace that you can set from mid is insane. Like you can TP to towers literally before anybody can even clear your treants, and you get this like massive net worth lead, and you can farm anywhere on the map and TP in without stealing your carry's farm. And you're always a +1. You're incredibly active. You don't need runes to do it. You can also TP to runes and send treants to runes. Like this is an underrated mid hero for sure.
Yeah, for all those reasons that you mentioned, it does hit a power spike quite early. You also have a great ultimate that's able to be global, the teleportation, all of that stuff. I also just want to shout out the fact that Dubu had like 100 and something games, or rather, the win-loss on him. This is a dead saber light, but I did see one. There it is. There's the first blood. It's going to go over to Kaka. But I think his win rate was like 124 to 47 or something. He has a lot of Warlock games. Yeah, it showed up on the
oh my
game
god
screen.
That's sickening.
It's disgusting.
Dude,
he's played that many games and he's got that kind of a win rate, so clearly knows what he's doing with this hero.
He is very good at Warlock for sure. Absolutely monstrous at dominating the lane. Dubu is so annoying for that. He's probably my most hated guy to play against in NA. I know I say that a lot on the NADBC. Like Dubu is so frustrating to play against, and I feel like Warlock is one of these heroes. If played by a good hero, a good player, it can feel very frustrating to lane into. Despite it being like mostly a healing sort of harass guy, it just feels like a buzzkill. You know what I mean? Like you can never kill anybody. And he went boots just so he can stay in a good position. Boots first on Warlock.
I think that makes sense, right? When you consider what his kit has to offer. I do like the fact that they went for the boots, because you are up against a Razor, and you have to be very, very careful in your positioning. Because does Kaka have something specific on his tusk? Like,
yes,
I'm getting some weird particles.
Yes, he does. That is a very expensive set. In like glitched set that I don't even think you can get those anymore. I like the boots on Dubu because I feel like his Naga is not going to need any healing or help really. And the only way for RNG to punish this lane because of the last pick Naga is if they kill Dubu. So he gets boots to prevent that entirely. Like his job is to just not die down there.
Should be pretty successful in that, knowing how many games he has played on this particular hero. But Kaka's just going to do some cheeky creep manipulation, cut the wave, force Tomato to hit underneath tower. Never feels super great.
Yeah, Dubu did get the range creep though to the hard camp. That's pretty big. The lane will come back though because of Kaka's wave cutting. But Dubu gets a deny, so they're pretty happy with that.
I'm curious now because they ended up, sending this Tusk down to the bottom lane, and we talked about how Marcy is just so good paired up with Razor. I wonder why they opted to do that.
Something about Tusk Kunkka just seems really bad. Like, I don't see where the synergy is between those heroes at all. Whereas I feel like Marcy Kunkka feels a lot better. I think it's probably that. And Tusk Razor is good as well. I mean, it's probably not as good as like a Marcy Razor, but it's really close. Like Tusk with any ranged hero is going to be really good because you can actually use the tag team. So yeah, I think these are just better lanes, but it's like largely based on the Kunkka.
That makes sense then. It's just they want to give yourself a better lane here. Is in the top lane to get the dispose off over onto Saberlight. Just gonna have to try to chase after him here, but Moon Meander, of course, hitting them with the Fade Bolt. Reduce a bit of that damage here, and was looking to get the final hit on this courier, which looks like he's gonna be able to do. So a nice turnaround here coming out for the side of TSM.
Saberlight is quite
another rebound.
Quite low though.
Gonna toss back again, like we said, but they have the lift from Moon. It's gonna be able to protect. And I have a feeling this is just going to be a rinse and repeat kind of lane. So if Saberlight gets a little too low, most likely they'll be able to find a kill. But Moon Meander's in a very good position. Still has himself a mango too, if necessary. He can go and protect. And look at this. Yeah, Xnova is like, all right, I've had enough of this. We're gonna turn our attention to Moon Meander. No, he still doesn't have that that lift up just yet. So they're trying to punish him as much as possible.
They're trying to do the combo. I mean, I can see why they laned it like this, because there's actually potential for a combo, whereas with Tusk, there's not so much. But
They're
it's so
diving.
hard for them.
Even fortify the creep wave here.
The stupid thing about Marcy is like how many abilities you can cast before you're out of mana. You just, every time your skills are off cooldown, you can just go and it's a good trade. It's always a good trade.
Pretty good. Marcy enjoyer over here.
Sickening.
I like Dawnbreaker better though, personally.
That's it. That is disgusting. You need to relax. This is a PG stream. Somnus is dumpstering the mid lane. 12 denies. Nature's Prophet doesn't really lose mid lanes too much because you get those high levels in the treants and have lots of extra damage to work with.
Taka chasing after Duba's courier. Be able to get that removal. And Tomato is doing all right down here, but he's sitting real low in terms of health.
I was gonna say with this lane, like I feel like people pick illusion heroes to deal with Razor because it's like decent against the static link. You can just outpush the lane, but everybody's maxing plasma field now anyway, which does a lot of like generic harass damage, like enough that you just win almost any lane with Razor. Yeah, look, he clears the illusions just like that.
Yeah, I mean, that is a way to deal with what Tomato's got going on here. We are seeing the point of that Shadow Word getting picked up to kind of help Tomato up, because he is taking a decent amount of damage from the plasma field each time.
And Dubu gets his juicy stack off and pull, which is the dream.
Oh, does get cleaned up here by Chalice. Get the Fatal Bonds off, though. Tomato put a little bit of that pressure over here. The Nature's Prophet ultimate coming through, but they get the kill on Moon Meander. And the other line, as Saberlight is getting chased around his tower. The rebound from Xnova. They're chasing them into the trees. They have the TP from Somnus. They'll get a couple clicks off. That's a dead Saberlight.
Yeah, that's the power of the Nature's mid. 5 minutes in, you're able to press that ult that does way more damage than anybody has in HP. I've even seen it like almost one-shot somebody at this point as Moon gets jumped on. Can they do the combo? Yes, they can.
Yes, they can. There it is. Gets the lift, but he's still going to die to Xnova. So this top lane going very, very well for the side of Roll Never Give Up. And Somnus making this mid Nature's Prophet look very, very good.
Yeah, and there's a big juicy creep wave there too for his Tusk to take in the meantime when he's making this rotation towards top.
Well, does have himself a double damage. He's got it bottled up. He's got himself a bounty. Would like to see him perhaps try to get a gank off here. Dubu not necessarily the best partner for this, but Bryle popping the double damage. Waits patiently because I can see that there's a teleport coming in. Sip over, finds himself Ghost. Dubu getting into position. The snowball, though. The stun over onto Bryle. They'll turn the attention back onto Ghost. Love to get themselves this kill. And there's going to be the TP, though, coming out from Somnus. Bryle, he's out of mana. He's out of life, even. So that gang going very, very badly for the side of TSM.
I hate to be that guy, but if that was Old Storm, he would have been perfectly fine there.
Yeah.
I feel like he did a few zips and he's just completely out of mana. They don't even need any disables for him. Yeah.
Why don't we see this Nature's Prophet mid more often? Because for all the reasons that you mentioned earlier, like this is a great hero that's able to provide a lot early on for the tempo. Tomato. A little bit blocked off here. They'll get this kill on Tomato easily. Dubu having to teleport away, realizing they don't have anything canceled. Although Chalice is doing a decent amount of click damage to him, though. Oof.
Yeah, he's chunking. It's Nature's mid. I mean, like I said, I personally think it's underrated in general. I think it's better than people think it is, but there is a problem of he does lack disable. So if you go to a side lane that's not a Beastmaster, if like, I don't know, you go to a side lane and there's like, I'm just thinking of heroes that are mid heroes, like Queen of Pain, like Sand King, for example. Like, you're not going to really be able to gank a Sand King as well as you are a Beastmaster. It's a lot of these mid laners like have stuns. That's a big reason. Some like hard lockdown, and Nature's Prophet doesn't have that without items. But even with that being said, like I feel like still it's very strong as a mid.
Yeah, I definitely value the capability of being able to easily push lanes. I mean, I just feel like today has been the Nature's Prophet show too. We got the chance to watch the Hawk earlier, do some very fun stuff. Also with the way how clinically they played on that particular game with Tundra, you know, just making that rotation around, what was that, like the 7-minute mark or so, over to the mid lane. They get a gank, they get a tower, and that's just wash, rinse, repeat. Slightly different this time because it is a mid-natures, but he's being very active. And this is exactly what I was hoping to see from RNG, is just to get very, very aggressive and to put the pressure down.
Yeah, they're destroying. 3K gold lead at 8 minutes, and this is with making rotations. Like, usually when you make rotations to these towers like this, especially when it's that offlane tower, you like lose gold. Like, usually you don't have the gold lead because it's an eventual gold lead you get, right? It's like getting a tower is an investment. So they have this gold lead, but then they also have towers. So the momentum is definitely very much in their favor.
I mean, the later that this goes, the better chance that TSM has. Obviously, with the Naga Siren, this Beastmaster is going to become very much an issue. And then your Storm will get those items that'll make it much easier for him to get what he wants done. But on the flip side of that, it's just, do they have that time? How do they make that time is the next question. Because when you have a lead like this over on the side of Royal Never Give Up, it's going to be more difficult for you to try to swing it back around, I feel.
Warlock ulti is a timing. They have the Beastmaster Dom now, so that's something.
Zip forward. You see themselves next Nova. They get the roar off over onto Marcy, so they'll end up losing X Nova. They're silenced over onto the Storm. There's going to be a snowball rolling his way. Does have that little bit of mana, though. It's going to be able to turn back around and meander, giving off a couple clicks. Zip forward over onto Kafka. They'll throw out the axes. Bryle's giving himself a double kill, and he is X'd up, though, so that little bit of leap there with that mana is going to get wasted, as Ghost now will try to teleport out, and he's going to be able to do it.
That
Good use of the arcane
close.
room, though.
Yeah, that's the one way to make Storm feel like previous patch Storm, is getting the arcane rune. Because the way the mana cost reduction stacked was not additively, it was diminishing. So if you had an arcane rune and a bunch of nulls, it would be, you know, not that much better than just an arcane rune. Not by like a huge degree. So yeah, when you have arcane, this hero feels very strong. And also, Saberlight picked up a mana aura creep for the Storm too, which I think is pretty cool.
Oh, even better. That's one thing that I've always really liked about TSM, whether it's Dubu playing, you know, the Chen, or you've got Saberlight playing the Beastmasters. They pick very interesting creeps a lot of the times. It's not the standard, you know, just always going centaurs. They have a rhyme and a reason and a method of madness and like a weird potpourri of different types of creeps, especially when Dubu is playing the Chen.
I was gonna say, I think that's an influence of Dubu Enchantress, is that when he was playing a lot of that, the creeps had been buffed, and so a lot of his ideas are towards that hero are probably like what creeps you use in what situation. Doom is the same. Like I think if you're playing these heroes, it actually helps you a lot to know what the jungle creeps do. Because the auras and the things that they provide now it's very effective. Like it feels situationally like almost any creep is good. Like the break creep is legit. I've been broken on Bristleback and I get ganked and just die because I don't have the Bristleback passive, you know? Trying to farm an easy camp. It's like, what the hell?
I mean, even with the Harpies, right? When they had that change and then the rally creeps, Bryle realizing something doesn't seem quite right. They weren't able to get that X off on him, so he'll just zip away. And Dubu is standing nearby to provide any sort of support. Does have that chaotic offering if they decide to hard jump on them there. And
Bryle's got a regen. Okay. Speaking of ways to make Storm feel like the old Storm, this is another one. These are the two runes.
And the plasma field over onto Chalice. Saberlight still standing nearby. Kaka going in for the roar, but Somnus going onto the back line. Should be able to get the clicks off over on Moon. And the follow-up for the chaotic offering. They had the zip in from Bryle. He's clicking away. Finds his kill on Chalice. He'll find it. Saberlight sitting a bit low, but they have the Shadow Word. Gonna follow up with the boat. It should be enough to get rid of Saberlight. The disposal coming up from X Nova. He almost survives. Oh my goodness. What a play there.
Yeah, that ice shards into torrent boat dispose, that was insane. I mean, that's just really nice comboing. And unfortunately, because of all of the like random damage sources that were going on in that fight, Bryle was not confident in pressing the regen rune. He still has it in the bottle. So he just completely ran out of mana and then was overcommitted and could not press the regen because he was taking too much damage. Like, he would have instantly gotten canceled.
I mean, on the bright side for TSM, they have made some space for Naga, so Tomato continues to farm, but you can also see the net worth right now favoring the side of RNG. 6.9k on a Nature's Prophet, and then the 6.2 on Kunkka.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is the one thing TSM has going for them. Like, Naga is a, like, 3-item hero. You don't really want to show up before then. Whereas Razor, Kunkka, and Storm, or sorry, Razor, Kunkka, and Nature's Prophet, I feel like all of these heroes, they get, like, 1 item or none, and they're perfectly okay showing up to fights. Like Kunkka, as long as boat is off cooldown, he wants to go. Razor, he doesn't really have cooldowns. Like, maybe you could argue the BKB, but that's a 1-item timing. Nature's Orchid, you want to show up to fights. Like, Tomato has no business showing up to any fights, so he's like, all right, good job, guys. You're like, you know, I'm farming. You're like doing okay in fights. Whatever. See you guys in 2 items.
Well, we've got the Asha completed for Tomato, so it's making his way there. Moon is gonna go grab himself a little something here from Chalice. It's gonna be the plasma field. Use that to help him farm a bit. And there is a smoke here, Kaka. They do find Dubu over in the top lane. A couple clicks here should be more than enough to get rid of this pesky Warlock. And Somnus is now dominating as Bryle teleports away.
It's funny that even with that pick, TSM is... They're the ones that are like... The gold lead is going in their favor. It's like swinging between like 3k and 4k when it was solidly at 4k for RNG. Because Tomato is just like flash farming the map, and so is Bryle. Bryle, very unlucky, by the way, does not get the Fairy's Trinket. They did not get that. He's working with the pig pole, so that's very sad. Storm loses some of his power when you don't get that item.
Oh, he's just got to play it on hard mode, that's all here.
Yeah. He's not on like nightmare mode or something, you know.
Nightmare mode.
Could
I
be
don't know
worse,
about nightmare mode, yeah.
Nightmare mode is like you're against a silencer and he's like stolen a bunch of your int. That's like nightmare mode.
Yeah, that's playing it as a Dark Souls game then.
Damn, they just smoked on a ward. It died right after too, so if TSM was paying any attention, they know that this is a smoke that they were seeing. And they're gonna go
look at the way
anyway.
that they're grouping up. Well, they have the send Marcy in first. X Nova gonna get dragged back, but the teleports around. The chaotic offering gets dropped. Does manage to collect over onto Kaka. But now we've got Chalice who's teleported over here to the mid lane. They want to protect this tower. They have to get rid of this Cardi here to finish it off. But while this is going on, Saberlight in the top lane continues to push. So they've got the attention in the mid lane, and they'll force them to come top as well. Now is Ghost just gonna X himself, try to clear up some of these creeps in the Cardi, and go right back. Double damage though, picked up by Bryle. Picked that up happily, so again, not nightmare mode.
That's kind of cool from TSM that they get scouted in the smoke and they know that they're scouted in the smoke, but they still like try to connect the smoke to the mid tower because it's low enough that they thought that they could just blitz it, even though RNG knows that they were going there. As RNG, they're looking to blitz the mid tower themselves.
They are indeed. They're hoping that they could get a pick off too, but got all 5 heroes over here in the mid lane. The fortification gets used.
Ghost.
Again, Ghost every time is just like, gosh dang it, this Saberlight with his pesky critters.
I'm just realizing
now,
Ghost has got boots of travel. I just realized that. So he's really looking to like stay with his team and do this X shenanigans, dealing with like the beast split push. Because with Naga, Storm, Beast, like all 3 of these heroes want to just sit in lanes and split push. I think that's a really good choice to go for boots of travel, even with the Nature's Prophet, who has global wave pushing ability. Like, double down on it, sure. It makes
Look at the way
sense in
they're
this game.
hunting. They just send everybody except for Ghost to this top lane to deal with the Beastmaster. They are just had enough of Saberlight. But they go for their own smoke play. See if maybe someone's home in the triangle. Get some sort of a pick off so they can open up that mid tower.
Yeah, Kaka's got his blink now, so they're trying to get something done with this. Blink reveal. I don't know if the Hawk scouted it before the smoke was off, but it looks like either way, TSM is well aware of the smoke coming in, especially because of this ward that's getting hit behind the tower. That probably doesn't help.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I wonder where they are. Still, neither mid tower goes down. We're just both teams just unwilling to give up the mid tower, but also unwilling to really take any big fight around it.
Again, Naga just wants to continue to farm, have that space. Do you have the Manta style completed? Going for the Agnum Scepter. Looks like next.
That is the correct build always on Naga. That item is incredibly strong. I feel like Naga for the longest time was this very boring carry that would just split push lanes, get very tanky, the illusions would never die, and it's like, aha, you can never kill me. It's like, well, yeah, but you can never end the game, dude, so I don't know what to tell you, you know? With the Agnum Scepter, the way that you end the game is you kill somebody. You can ensnare through BKB, you can ensnare in the Song of the Siren and set up on heroes like, Storm, who would or Tusk, who can snowball, like heroes like this. So it's like a kill item, and people usually go for Bloodthorn as well and just play to like kill heroes to end the game, which is an actual way to end rather than just being tanky.
It is indeed. What TI was that where it was just nonstop Naga Siren? Like every TI, single game.
Every TI, dude. Yeah, that's every
That
TI.
or like what was it? There was also the Alchemist where he was getting the Radiance Manta and just split pushing the entire time.
Yeah, the Radiance Manta Octarine. Was it Burning that started that? It was like was it DK, or am I thinking back to too many years?
I don't know.
I think it was DK's mid. Whoever's mid for them. Maybe it wasn't
I have
DK.
a pause. You could look it up right now.
Yeah, I could, but it's way more fun to
to just speculate wildly.
To ponder, yeah, to ponder. I mean, I don't even know how I would Google search something like that. Was it DK's mid?
What do you mean?
Okay, exactly
Like
what would you type in then?
So you would type in like TI, and go through all of the old. You'd think of like, okay, was it TI3 or?
And go through all of them? How long is that going to take?
I don't know. I figure it might jog your memory.
If it takes 5 minutes or 2 minutes for each TI, that's 20 minutes already. If it takes 30 seconds, that's 10 minutes. That's what I'm saying. If this is where AI comes in, you just say,
you have one job.
All right, AI, tell me this thing, and it does it.
We found the big boy Philly over on the side of TSM, so one of Esports gonna be very happy. And Saberlight is getting chased around here. They walk into Kaka. No one has any detection though.
I wonder if he heard the axes like hit somebody on the way back. Because it makes a noise. I wonder if we can hear that and they can't.
I feel like that'd be a pretty big cue to listen for. They saw the bump though. They definitely bumped into him.
Yeah, it's hard to notice that though when you're just out in the open.
True. When you're playing, there's so many other things that you're focused on.
I feel like Kaka's running around with this Fairy's Trinket just to spite Bryle, just to show him like, yeah, I got one. This is useless on Tusk, but I'm still rocking the Fairy's Trinket. Oh, that's
they found X Nova though. I'll get a nice pick off here.
Right in front of Roche. Tomato has the damage. Does not have an Aghanim Scepter completed yet.
And it's pretty difficult for them to kind of approach this here, coming out from the side of RNG, because they siren with the song. In fact, yeah, look at this. Because he saw this in the bottom lane. He's going to try to put pressure on this tower. They realize that they can't really fight against this, so it's going to be a Aegis of the Immortal for Bryle. One of the best carriers for that Aegis, the Storm Spirit.
I got a question for you, Moxie. Click to the bottom lane and... Oh, never mind. Wait until Somnus summons Treants.
Okay.
It'll be 18 seconds roughly, unless he presses Sprout, which I think he's about to. No, he's standing there doing nothing. I see.
Yep. You debated our observer too. Way to go,
Just
Jenkins.
pontificating. Where shall I go next? It'll be top. I'll go get some juicy farm up there.
All right,
there they are.
Yeah, the big mushroom boys.
Did
Fruity
these
boys.
look like they want to die more than the Halloween ones?
No, these just look angry. The Halloween ones look like they're in pain.
I see. Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I do. I understand. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying that. That makes
You're
sense.
welcome. We got the big ancient granite golem and the AoE heal here. So this tower, they don't have to do really anything to it over on the side of TSM other than just send some of these creeps. They're smoked up. They're hoping they can grab Saberlight maybe on the way out.
Yeah, they're looking for the trade for the tower. Like they don't want to just give it away for nothing. Saberlight's showing.
He is showing. They're turning back around because they have the zip forward here from Bryle right into this boat, though. They were so prepared for this. The silence over on Bryle. The Aegis is going to get popped. They go when they drop the chaotic offering. Follow up with the roar. X-Nova, though, running back in with the dispose. Throwing Saberlight right back in the zip forward. They'll get the kill on Takaka. Now Ghost popping that BKB is trying to run. They're trying to body block using the Granite Golem, but he's just not quite fast enough. As we do get the Song of the Siren here from Tomato. They'll throw out the net and they'll throw out plenty of damage to kill the Razor.
All right, that was really sick from Tomato. So he just Song of the Siren, not in the middle of the fight, at the edge of the fight, so they could just isolate Chalice. And the whole fight was going on, and Chalice couldn't get there because he was songed. And then so the fight progresses, RNG has to back out, and then Chalice is still songed. Tomato doesn't use his root. He waits until the song is over, so Chalice has to BKB, and then he roots the BKB. It's just like a nice outplay.
Yes, indeed, and we can see the power of the Nature's Prophet. Although when you have a Storm Spirit like this, it is going to make things a little difficult. But again, like I said, the power of the Nature's Prophet. Look at this, man. Look at this psalmist, Nature's Prophet. They tried to gank him, and they were the ones getting ganked.
Dude, Moon tried to dispose. He tried to dispose Somnus, but he disposed Bryle instead. It actually would have made the difference. That damage. That's crazy. Oh man, that's unfortunate. He had the stolen dispose, and he misclicked it.
These things happen. Yeah, I can see the replay on this. The zip forward from Bryle. We have a fight going on in the game, so Tomato does get picked off by Somnus.
Oh god, I don't want to watch that again. Get that off. Get it off. That is pain. That is a solo double kill.
Yeah.
Oh man, and did that transition into Bryle went or Tomato went down? I mean,
Tomato died to Somnus.
And Somnus is going to be huge. I think I've been saying Chalice because he's Nature's Prophet, but Somnus is massive.
There he is again. He's found himself Saberlight, and Saberlight has found pretty much all of RNG over here, so he is not going to be allowed to continue his movements here in this top part of the map. Not right now, anyways, as Somnus continues to put pressure down. He's got those Shroomy boys making their way over, and they were chasing a bit. Kaka blinking forward, hoping he can grab someone, but they're just a little bit too fast. And they're not going to be able to get their hands on anyone else on the side of TSM. Not yet, anyways.
TSM needs a pause, man. Like, that was just bleeding deaths after
I mean, they already paused. I think Bryle had to go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, they need another bathroom break, I think. Because it's not even that bad for them. But RNG is just, like, running them over in the last couple of minutes from that double kill that we saw. And RNG, like, they smell blood. You can tell that they're just running around. They're like, well, these guys are crumbling.
Clear sailing now.
God, do you see it? I'm just so impressed with the way that Somnus is playing right now. And I know that he is, like, you know, the flashy mid player. This is a guy who's going to be able to carry games from the mid lane. But just even, you know, he went top. He went and he sprouted the Granite Golem. And then immediately after, just turned the rest of those trees over into his greater treants. Like, he's just being super efficient. And it's really fun to watch, honestly.
Yeah, he's a big boy, and he's feeling himself. I mean, after that solo double kill, it's like he doesn't even need a carry. He can just 1v5. And this hero, I mean, he's got some stat gains on him. He's got the best total stat gains in the game.
Well, this is a nice pick off. They do manage to get Kaka, but it is just a support. It's TSM trying to take over this triangle area. Maybe put some more pressure over here on this bottom tier 1 that's still up. But they're really moving together, aside from Tomato, right? Because Tomato does have, he's got Song of the Siren, he's got the Orchid, so he's got a little bit more freedom here. But otherwise, they're running pretty tightly together because they don't want to get picked off by this combination of Somnus +1.
Yeah, Marcy, Tusk, like Kunkka, all of these heroes, very effective at jumping people around the map. So there's a lot of like heroes for Somnus to be a +1 with as well. That's why it feels pretty scary for TSM. And also, it's kind of this thing as well where like Naga takes all of the farm on the map and pushes all the waves anyway. So you don't really have to split up for any reason. It just doesn't make any sense, you know? You don't have to push the wave. She'll do it all for you. So you can go group as 4 and feel pretty comfortable.
We do have the BKB completed now for Somnus. So he is just kitted now. He's got a BKB. He's got the Orchid. He's got a full Mjolnir. Do you get the zip in, though? They're going to see if they can make a play over to Chalice. Good roar coming out, but the Snowball going to be able to buy them just enough time to keep Chalice alive. For the time being, they'll turn around. Big Walrus Punch coming out. They'll kill Saberlight. And now Tomato, they have the BKB on Ghost. They've already lost Dubu. Going to have to throw the net out and try to walk away. But the blink forward coming out from Kaka, they want this. There's going to be the Orchid, the zip forward from Bryle. They're going to see if they can get this kill, and they will be able to find the Disposo coming up from X Nova as Ghost jumping back in. They'll be able to get the kill on Naga. Somnus joining in now, waiting patiently for this Storm Spirit to land. Somnus is godlike. Somebody stop this man.
Yeah, he's got the leash talent now because he's level 20. Like from this insane early to mid game that he's been having, he's super high level. As a result, yeah, Bryle, he has a Yules, so he's like Yulesing himself to deal with the Orchid, and he just comes out and he's leashed anyway. So yeah, he's just screwed. That Snowball save, by the way, was amazing from Kaka. Completely hard carried the fight. Chalice was actually able to heal himself up with 21 charges, get his BKB off. He got netted, and he has the Lotus for that too. So just barely escaping, but it's enough. Turns the entire fight. And then they just slowly chase Tomato down from that turnaround. Kaka tries to go for more. Unfortunately goes down, but the beautiful double dispose there on Tomato ends up killing Bryle as well.
It's really well played coming out from the side of RNG.
Somnus is a big juicy boy. He's doing very well in this game.
Drums are getting popped. They've got the boat, the axe on Tomato. He does not have anything to protect himself with, so all 5 heroes will be able to take down this Naga Siren. As you can see Dubu in the tree line, like, please don't look here. Please don't look here.
That camp is just the like trap for carry players, honestly. They feel like they need to get out of the base and farm something. And they go to that camp, and all of a sudden it was being camped by RNG.
Smoke play coming out from the side of RNG. They're gonna go comb through this triangle area. We'll see the courier going by, so they know that somebody's up here. They're placing up the vision. I have a feeling that their eyes are on this Roche over here that has respawned. This is, of course, the second Roche, so you're gonna be able to get yourself an Aghanim Shard. And boy, they are making quick work of this.
Let's see, who's got a good Aghanim Shard? Probably Ghost takes it, I would imagine, for the tidal wave.
Gonna be a waterbender?
Yep. The other ones are kind of useless. Kaka's, he gets the ice thing. That's weird, yeah.
Rubik got the trees.
I saw that, yeah. He got Sprout, and he's got Egg Shards.
Those are some big trees.
Yeah. But, you know, once again, it's funny, because, like, he doesn't need to split push in this game just because he's got 3 cores that are doing that anyway. So in any other game, it would be like, all right, split pushing action for Rubik. But in this game, it doesn't matter so much. Like, they're already fine on wave pushing.
Satanic completed it for Somnus. This man, I don't think he's gonna die this game, Jenkins. I think it's gonna be very, very difficult for them to get this kill with an Aegis, with a BKB, with a Satanic.
Yeah, this is kind of what I thought he would do after he gets that double kill. Just go for like the full right-click carry build. You know, not going for like a Hex or something like that. He could have completed the Bloodthorn earlier too to help his team do damage, but or AC. But instead, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna carry this 1v5. That's what the Satanic tells me, is that he wants to carry this game.
I mean, Ghost is also doing a great job here. 3-0 and 13. He's got himself a completed Silver Edge. They just don't even care. They're gonna go right over towards this tower.
Radiant's middle
And
tower
Chalice is going for an Aghanim Scepter, so they just want to push. That's what they're
Yeah.
looking to do.
They're sending some people home. They're gonna send Meander home first. But look at these trees, man. They're doing so much damage. Coupled with Somnus here again. It's like he sees Dubu.
Oh,
He sees
no,
him.
Dubu.
Come here, little warlock, he says. But
he pathetically
his
walked
life.
away. Good for him. He's got no TP. He's screwed.
Chalice does eventually go home though, because they are putting a decent amount of damage down. Dive bomb will slow him down just a little bit, but does have the Eye of the Storm active, so they'll force off the creeps and only managed to get that one tower here in the mid lane so far for RNG, but they don't seem like they're in particular any sort of a rush at this time. They have the Aghanim Scepter if they want to get it too for the Razor. He's got the gold. Zip forward from Bryle, but the Orchid coming into play. Kaka getting lifted, but he's at the Snowball. Go for that chaotic offering. Bryle forced to zip out. Now they'll use the Roar. They end up losing Moon Meander. They've got those Fatal Bonds down. Kaka taking a decent amount of damage. They're chasing after Saber Light, but they're gonna back off. Their attention now over onto Tomato. Kaka eventually falling. The X-Marks is spot being placed over onto Dubu. I don't think he's getting away this time. Not with the double damage, not with that tidal wave. Zip 4 though coming out from Bryle with the dive bomb over onto X-Nova. See a couple of these axes tossed out. But RNG, they're gonna back for now. Wait for the creep wave. And then probably look to finish off these racks.
Just the two supports being dead is honestly enough, just because the Brawl's trying to do some fountain zipping action.
I mean, there's 6 HP left over on this one Rax, but they're not too interested in it because they have the Aghanim Scepter here for Chalice. They are doing so much damage to these buildings. They try to slow down Somnus a little bit. Let's throw out a net, and he's just happy to stand his ground and click because again, he does have the Aegis. He's got himself a BKB and he's got himself a Satanic. So he will just happily sit here in your base in these little trees. So there is a couple big trees that are fighting the Nature's Prophet.
He's happy to fight him though. It's that's just satanic juice, you know? That's just giving him HP. More things to lifesteal from.
Another zip here coming out from Bryle. But again, Somnus, he just doesn't feel like he has to leave at all. And honestly, I don't think he does. Still has a minute left on the Aegis. Chalice, again, he's used the Eye of the Storm. They just ripped through these buildings.
And Somnus is going for a butterfly next too. The absolute shad build of, I mean, it makes a lot of sense versus Naga. If you've ways of taking off the Bloodthorn if it comes out. And Naga doesn't like to build an MKB, so it is a lot of effective HP and lets you actually trade with her.
Yeah, Naga does have the Scotty, but she's got to get close enough to this Nature's Prophet. Seems to be the issue. As we do see a boat tossed out, but the 4-staff forward will be able to protect Tomato. Now Kaka getting lifted here. God, the Eye of the Storm on Rubik looks like he's just farting.
It really does. I was thinking, like, is there a pudge in this game? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of cloudies.
That's a pay-to-lose Arcana, as cool as it looks. Because you get it, and it's like you know what spell is Rubik's. It's not confusing. Yeah. The more confusing, the better, usually in Dota.
My favorite is when they reuse the same sounds.
Oh,
when they, so like the Legion, what was it? When you got that free BKB, it was still like the BKB sound or something like that.
That's true.
There were certain sounds that were always like reused, and you get confused and be like, wait, was that the BKB or was that just, you know, the use of the shard or whatnot?
Ursa in Rage looks exactly the same as the Ursa Ag shard in Rage. And the like animation on it lasts like longer than the actual Ag shard in Rage does. So sometimes he's like weak but looks strong.
Yeah, the Sand King Epicenter, or the Pulse that you get too.
Yeah.
Dota can be very confusing.
That one kind of makes sense though, because it is a pulse of epicenter, you know?
True.
So that one's like just a cool like buff to Sand King. The Ursa one's annoying. I'd complain about it way more if he was OP, but Ursa's kind of bad.
All right, there is one tower and Rax left over here in this top lane. And they're doing the best they can on the side of TSM to force them back. Keep them out of this area. Moonmeander just has to be careful because there is a Kunkka wandering around. Does have that sentry ward though over here on the side to protect. and the Observer. I'm curious now what the next move is here for RNG. Because the name of the game here is to stall the game as much as possible, so that way Tomato gets the big boy items that he needs. But it's proven difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he beats Somnus late game with the items that Somnus has. I mean, probably eventually he does. Somnus is going for an MKB. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the math works out. If you just sit there and man fight with Nature's Prophet, with Mjolnir on you, with MKB, like, do you clear the illusions fast enough where you can, like, man fight the Naga?
Is
Not
indeed
sure.
a question. Get the X off over onto Bryle. Kaka with the Walrus punch. In comes Somnus, and the lift coming out from Umiander is enough to save him. They did go and drop the Chaotic Offering over onto Multiples. A little bit of a drag back, but they've got the Lotus Orb. Jump forward here. They'll be able to get the kill over to Kaka. They find themselves Moon Meander. They'll be able to punch him to death, as now they go for the Roar play. Saberlight running for his life. Dubu trying to too. And he's got this little mushroom boy chasing after him. Saberlight somehow still alive during all this, but the Song of the Siren does get used by Tomato. The zip forward coming through, just bursting that X7. Chalice is not looking too healthy either. Is Somnus, but it doesn't even matter. Oh my god. They call it.
Huh. They had buybacks, and that fight was actually looking good for them. That is an interesting GG call. I want to see the cameras on.
I was surprised, honestly. That seemed very abrupt in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, that seemed like a bit of a tilt GG call almost. Wow.
Who officially hit the GG?
That was
I was
Moon
so
Meander.
focused. Okay, Moon called it. All right.
He died and he called GG. They had buybacks, and it looked like his team was still setting up to fight. Like, I don't think that was any like for fun gameplay from them. It seems like there's a bit of a disconnect. They're gonna need to have one of these powwows, team powwows after that.
I mean, they're looking very serious right now as they're staring at their screen. So they definitely are unhappy with the way that went down. And Royal Never Give Up looked very, very strong. And this Nature's Prophet mid, man, it paid off for them very, very well.
Yeah, Somnus carried at all points of the game. Ghost did amazingly in the fights he was contributing, like a Kunkka should. He was always boating, always right on time. Like, everybody contributed, but mainly like Somnus. We got to give him the MVP for that. I hate to give MVP to Nature's Prophet 3 games in a row, but this one is unironic. He 1v2'd and killed 2 guys. He killed the enemy mid and killed the enemy 4. And that wasn't even probably that was the highlight of the game for him. But even before that point, he was setting the pace of the game, taking all of the towers, always showing up to the fights. Like, Bra would go in and it's like, I'm going to get you with this DD. And then all of a sudden Somnus comes in with the Orchid. Like, he was always there on time in a matchup that a lot of people would consider, like, Storm wins that matchup in the game because you can't do the split pushing on Nature's Prophet, but Somnus was too huge.
No, I thought it was very impressive the way that he was super active the entirety of the game. Like, you were seeing him, once he got that level 6 online, and whenever, they saw like the opportunity, all of a sudden you would just see Somnus there. He would make his way around. He was just super efficient in the way that he was farming. Even just like little things with like, seeing that Saberlight kept sending, the same stone granite golem or whatever towards that top lane. He just TP'd up, would go tree it so it couldn't move, click it down, turn it into, those greater treants, and then make his way back into the jungle area before he was like, oh, a fight's breaking out. Immediately TP away, throw down another sprout. Like, it was like just so much fun and like very textbook way to
APM.
see it. Yeah, it was honestly.
StarCraft player levels of APM. I also want to commend RNG on their itemization. I think this was really important. Yeah, here's the 1v2. I mean, this was insane, and this is what makes me think Moon, like, the GG call at the end was like tilt. Like, how could you not be tilted after something this insane? 28 HP. I think that's the lowest HP that we saw there. But anyway, back to the itemization. RNG, they had 3 Lotus Orbs. They had Blink Daggers. They had BKBs as well. Satanic. all of these are things that will take off the Naga net through BKB. I think the itemization was perfect. Also, the Lotus Orbs are super effective against Fatal Bonds, against Storm Spirit Orchid. Like, they're great things to dispel. Beastmaster Primal Roar. It made it very difficult. Even when TSM got these like huge ultis from Dubu, it still made it so that like they could survive the fights by just snowballing and then using Lotuses and BKBs at the right time to like dispel the right things. Just brilliant itemization from them, which helped the excellent play as well.
Yeah, definitely great itemization, a great being able to like move around the map, being very, very aggressive, which is what I wanted to see from them. So, you know, in this first game here between Royal Never Give Up versus TSM FTX, it's going to go over to the side of RNG. But of course, it is a best of 2 series. We're in the group stage. It's round robin, so everyone's playing each other. So we will have a second game, but we are going to take a quick break and we're going to leave you with some fun highlights.
I go eat.
Welcome back. We've got one more game left for you today, and it is game number 2 of TSM FTX versus Royal Never Give Up. Royal Never Give Up. They brought the pain. They brought the aggression in game number 1. I don't think I've ever seen a more terrifying Nature's Prophet than in the first game where they ran it mid on Somnus. What do you think here, Jenkins? Is it worth a ban?
Worth a ban? Maybe, maybe not. I feel like they just tilted TSM into oblivion.
Okay.
It's like, I feel like he could have been any hero, though. Like, the Nature's Prophet looked phenomenal. I think the hero's good. I think they obviously agree with that. But I also think that they probably believe they could do the same thing with, like, a few heroes that fit a similar archetype, or even a different archetype, just with, like, a different draft. I don't think it's I don't think it's even a problem with the Nature's Prophet. I think RNG just like completely outplayed TSM in that game, to be honest.
So just a full-on old-fashioned dismantling, just with the way that they played. I mean, you were really hyping up the fact that they made very good item choices, and the fact that like their positioning was always very, very efficient as well.
Yeah, their items were good. I feel like their like it wasn't just the Natures. Like Ghost also was everywhere that he needed to be in that game, and throwing boats, and you know, maybe he's 4-0-16, so the scoreline looks good. Not a lot of kills, but like he didn't need to get kills that game. He just needed to be a tank. There were multiple times that there were like 2-man disposes, you know, 2-man like torrents and boats. Yeah, it's just like Chalice like surviving, you know, 10% HP, like wanding, you know, Lotus orbing himself. Like their whole team, they played fantastic. It's like to the degree where like TSM probably wants to entirely rework their draft or have a like different attitude or idea going into game 2. Because if they do the same thing and the drafts are even, RNG is going to win this. But TSM, it's like this is the second place major team. They'll lose for the first game and then win the next 2. Like you can't count them out. They're fully capable of making a like mental recovery or like a mental switch where they're playing entirely differently on game 2. The last time Noman and I were casting, and he said that, something similar, they pulled out the Enigma, and it didn't end up working out. So we'll see what their pivot is in this game. I would imagine that there will be a pivot.
I mean, that's one of the hallmarks of an internationally tested team. And it's the same thing with RNG, because RNG has gone 1-1 in almost every one of their series. And some of the games, you know, they end up losing that first game and they make that adjustment. And the same thing could be said about TSM, because like we said, this is an internationally ranked team. They've done very, very well in the past. So it's a lot easier for some teams to be able to make that conscious shift after game number 1, shake it off and be like, okay, let's approach this completely different. And Moon Meander is one of those captains that I feel is able to adjust and look at something pretty quickly and be like, this is what we did wrong. And if he doesn't find it out, you know, this particular game, he's going to be able to look at those replays later on and sit down with like the coach and everything and just pick it apart and be ready for the next one.
Yeah, it's to the degree that he like legit GG'd out of that game when there was like still potential to win. He's just like, this is such a low percentage chance that we win. This is not worth playing. Like we already screwed up the points of the game that like we shouldn't screw up. Let's just go next, not like ruin the team morale and fix it for this next one. So we'll see what the pivot leads to. RNG, they seem to know. They ban out the Enigma, the Dubu Enchantress as well. They're not going to be able to play with that comfort pick.
And you can see that TSM doesn't want to see the Razor or the Marcy. That was a little bit too much of a difficulty for them to deal with in game number 1. So until they have a better solution for it, they are going to just remove it from the choices.
Wow.
This is something completely different. TSM now.
Totally different, which is what we anticipated. I think it's like fairly, with this team, it's like fairly obvious. Okay, and then on the flip side, also, RNG goes with something completely different, and they go with the hard counter to the IO. And it's not even just an IO hard counter, because you counter the healing that IO provides and the save, but also Death Prophet is a healing hero.
Yeah,
it's a
that's a value pick.
Healing hero. It's a very value pick, and it combos extremely well with Tiny too, because you Avatos somebody with an AA Blast. Like, name a hero that survives that. None of them. No hero in Dota. Like, even Lifestealer, like Magic Immune heroes, like, yeah, you just can't. It's a super strong combo, and very good against the TSM draft so far.
Couple more bans coming out. They don't want to see the Saberlight Night Stalker, and on the flip side of that, they don't want to see this Bloodseeker, because the aggression coming out from RNG was intense last game. So seeing a lot of these high tempo heroes being removed from the board.
So I think the pivot here for TSM when you see the AA come out is that you don't want to use the IO. Oh God, Jamada's sleeping. That's not good. That's not good.
He's awake. He's blinking. He's blinking over there. You know, normally if he was at home, like we saw in the DPC, he'd be, you know, making a snack, folding some clothes, doing some vacuuming. So he's just like, I don't have anything to do. I just relax here, wait for my captain to decide what to draft me.
He's chilling though. I respect the vibes. He's chilling.
He's vibing.
So I think for TSM, what they probably want to do with the IO pick is not pick something that is based on like standing there and man fighting and healing. Like if this was an IO Pudge, I think into AA, it feels really bad because the way you want to play that is by just like sitting there and life stealing, and that's not going to happen with the AA as the fidget spinner. Oh, he's put the fidget spinner down.
Oh, he means business.
Wow. Okay, he's not screwing around this time. So
he's
the pivot,
in mode serious.
The pivot is to get some other hero that benefits from the IO, but more of like the map presence of the IO. You know, maybe like an IO Ursa, IO Gyro, although Gyro kind of man fights with the Satanic, but some hero to just run around and like farm creeps and be relocated in and use like the map presence of the IO rather than the healing part of the IO.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Having some sort of global presence, being able to bring people over is something that they're definitely going to have to be very cognizant on the side of RNG. Almost like bringing some of those assassin heroes that you've talked about in the past could be a potential.
Yeah, I think those are often the good heroes to. I mean, those heroes like set up for IO, which is nice, because like if a Storm jumps somebody somewhere and you have IO relocate in, it's like Storm always has a +2, which is very good, although I don't want to see Storm again. I feel like that looked quite rough despite having total rune control. But yeah, assassin type heroes very good with IO, even to benefit from the IO. It's pretty good.
They do have the puck. Whoa!
Wow.
Whoa!
Okay. This is out in left field. Wow.
That is a bounty hunter.
I'm
what in
curious.
The what?
Where does it go? What role
That's the
is
question.
Is it a Saberlight BH? I mean, I see Death Prophet. I see an AA on the enemy team. I feel like you throw the Death Prophet to a free position.
Yeah, you don't want that in 1 or 2 with the AA.
Bryle mid BH? Is that it? I mean,
don't know.
It was a thing at NA for a while. Like, I'm pretty sure Bryle does play the BH.
Just because it was a thing in NA doesn't necessarily mean that this is this is the pick.
I think
we've seen some interesting things in NA.
I think you're underestimating the like NA mid players. Like they really share the same hero pools. They talk a lot together.
Oh yeah.
They've got a little click. Although I don't know if you want to play that mid BH into mid puck. That sounds kind of sus. Very strong combo and synergy from RNG side. You can break the puck coil with Tiny. It's a +1. Like Tiny and Puck are great +1s for each other. They both are heroes that need like 1 extra nuke to kill somebody. Obviously, they both also have nukes, so they provide that for each other. And then the AA blast on top of a Tiny or on top of a Puck.
So much
that
damage.
Globally is it's a ton of magic damage.
I'm surprised they didn't pick the Puck up for themselves. Like I just feel like that hero is so good. They go for the lone dwarf. Just everybody's just shifting gears completely now.
Jeez,
with these picks. My goodness.
Against Death Prophet too. That's interesting. So I feel like Death Prophet actually does very well against Lone Druid. You just siphon the bear. In lane, it's pretty strong. In game, it's also strong, but not so much in this one because they have the AA on RNG. So otherwise, like DP can just stand there and siphon the bear and be full HP. So the AA allows the Lone Druid into the Death Prophet pick, which is pretty cool. It's really cool drafting from RNG. Void Spirit. Okay, so
so that's our mid.
It's slowly like whittling down where this BH can go. This is either a 4 or a carry now, which I kind of hope it's a carry. That sounds dank.
Is it going to be enough to win? Like when you look at this lineup here, I don't know.
I feel like Moon, it's going to be a Moon BH, just because I think Moon is the type of guy to have practiced something in pubs that he thinks is really good but really weird, and something that he could like bring out in a tough situation, and that like this is his pick because of that, because he's like, okay guys, like we feel bad, we just lost this, we've lost like a bunch of games, don't worry, I've got the pick, like I'm gonna bring it out and bring out the cheese, you know what I mean? Like
I remember seeing a bounty hunter, and I don't know if it was I feel like it was TSM that picked it during DPC, like the first half. And I'm trying to remember if it was Moon Meander or if it was, because that's very much a Moon Meander kind of pick too.
Yeah,
I recall him playing it, but
it is
I don't.
a Moon Meander pick for sure.
I feel like I don't know. I really don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious to see also what the build's going to be, depending on which role it fulfills. Because this is not a hero we see much of. And I remember Lacoste like making a very, actually no, this wasn't this DPC, it was the past DPC. But I remember Lacoste does not like this hero.
Yeah, so TSM did pick BH against Liquid and won, and it was Saberlight BH.
Okay.
But I guess that would mean you could do Saberlight BH, IO in the safe lane. Oh no, sorry, IO 4, so Moon IO, and then 5 Dubu Death Prophet, which was a thing. Maybe because of the AA pick, you flex the DP to 5, which also gives you DP versus Tiny, which is pretty good for DP because Tiny has the highest base strength in the entire game, and DP has a percentage-based suck. But
I think you do
it's hard to
flex
say
it at this point. I think like that sounds pretty smart to me with the way that they've drafted currently. It would also be a very Moon way of drafting as well. Final pickup, ugh, adds a Viper.
Viper Tiny, a very strong lane.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, is this
all right?
Is this gonna be
the Moon Meander Bounty Hunter, Saberlight, Death Prophet, Dubu on IO? Yeah,
they've been theory crafting this. They did pick this in DPC, and they said I think they played.
Oh, the jacket's coming off. Did you see that? They're ready. They're ready. RNG.
Dude. They're
Let's
like,
go.
yeah. They're like, we're playing into an arc warden, boys. We gotta be a shipper for this one. Damn, dude.
Look at the focus, though. Oh man, yeah, they aren't messing around over on the side of TSM. They want this.
These are cool picks from both squads. Other than Tiny, it's like all. I mean, we're not even seeing Puck today because it just seems to be getting banned. It made it through to the second phase there, which is kind of insane. So yeah, I mean,
Tiny was like a first pick opener in China during the DPC, so it makes sense that they want to pick it up because it is a flexible sort of thing. But
yeah, that's the only thing that's not surprising about this draft, I would say, is the Tiny first pick.
Yeah,
like the rest is just pretty insane. I mean, well, it's a Moon BH, so it was the Moon BH, but that's not even the centerpiece of this draft. The centerpiece is the Arc Warden, which a lot of people are theorizing is actually a very strong hero. And I remember, I think Moon did an interview during the DPC, and he was like, yeah, Saberlight's got this like weird offlane Arc Warden stuff. He promises that it's good. And they've just not they picked it for everybody else, all the other cores other than Saberlight, which is hilarious.
Well, it's not going to be Saberlight playing it this time. It is, of course, Tomato, but it should be an interesting game. And like I said, we've got some different heroes coming into play with this Bounty Hunter, so I can't wait. I always like seeing something new, being able to learn something.
I'm curious to see how they play this. I mean, these heroes are all very strange. I think RNG has a lot more like obvious heroes for how they should play the game. You know, they've got the coil plus AA blast. They've got the tiny spells plus AA blast. Viper Tiny, get a couple of stacks of poison attack, toss back. Lone Druid, you're going to be running at towers. Like it's fairly obvious how you play. But Arc Warden, BH, like these are question marks to everybody, and when it comes to competitive.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, well, everybody's getting into position. And we'll see who's going to take game number 2 here between TSM FTX versus Royal Never Give Up.
Remember what you said during the draft about the BH before we got interrupted by the crazy picks. that Lacoste hates BH.
Lacoste hates Bounty Hunter.
If Moon could somehow win a lane with BH, Lacoste will be rolling in his grave.
I think Lacoste is at this event even.
Oh,
but they're doing a lot of good work here because Chalice, he's getting clicked down. He's forced to use a Fairy Fire, and Dubu will get the first blood. Kaka also just getting chased down here. This does not feel good. He's gonna have to go through a bunch of his regen. They continue, a couple more hits. Are they actually gonna get a double kill here? Nah. They'll back off. Chalice is back.
All right, they're doing weird picks and not weird play. They're
okay.
So yeah, I mean, this is Tomato has magnetic field first too, and I've heard this build theory crafted. A lot of people say like, yeah, dude, this ability 50 mana for like 50 attack speed, 3.5 second duration. This is really good at level 1. I've never seen it actually skilled though, and especially in a competitive match. By the way, Saberlight is just wave cutting. He's got a bunch of regen, and the cool thing about this and doing this tri lane for TSM is that there's not really that much that an AA does to you. However, the bear is pretty annoying for connecting the wave, as we can see here.
Look at this. Damn, Chalice is dead. He's dead. All right. This is interesting to watch because you've got, Tomato's able to just hit creeps, and then when you've got the IO paired to Moon Meander, you've got so much survivability that you can go toe to toe with a level 1 Viper. It's just, you're too powerful.
Saberlight on the top lane, though, because of the pressure that's being put on the Viper. It means Saberlight's also having a pretty rough time. Less of a rough time, though, because he is getting solo XP.
I mean, Saberlight is also very good-natured. Like, in my times of, like, talking with him, this guy, he's gonna stay very positive. I think it's one of those things, he's like, all right, I know that my Tomato is getting all of this farm, he's getting all this space, they're shutting down this off lane, like, I feel like he's okay with this.
Yeah, he definitely is. He definitely is. He's not doing too bad up here, honestly.
Yeah, there's other offlaners that definitely, oh boy.
That would be a Mar. That would be a Mar.
raging.
Yeah, that's a Mar that you're subtly referencing there. That would be a Mar that would not be okay with that.
Toss back underneath the tower. Okay, Moon gonna get tethered here by Dubo. They make the rotation from X Nova, so Moon is going to die, but he does manage to get yet another kill on Chalice, and they force the TP out from this AA. So I think you're okay with this because again, Tomato hitting creeps, not getting bothered, moisturized, flourishing in his lane.
This is kind of nice too. Dubu connects with Bryle mid to save himself from the supports that are running at him. It actually means that he can salve himself and also salve Bryle at the same time. So Bryle's full HP on the mid lane from that like forced rotation from Dubu. Nice little efficiency play there.
They do have a sentry ward down, so they can see Moon Meander. But I feel like they don't care that they can see Moon Meander because he's just going to keep running at them. And again,
Dude,
here we go.
Chalice is level 1.
Yeah, they just keep killing this guy. Plus the magnetic field on top of that. They'll turn their attention now over to Kaka. And the heal is just doing enough where Moon Meander is just able to do so much here. Eventually he is going to die. But Chalice now having sat down so far, he has no regen at all. He does have the salve. Okay, he does have a salve, so he's going to be able to retain in the lane. But this is a very costly lane for the side of RNG.
Yeah, this is a toughie. This is a toughie for him. And Saberlight's actually doing kind of okay because he's against Lone Druid, so he can just suck the bear for regen. Kaka's trying to rotate. He wants to tri-lane this solo offlaner here.
They get the root, they've got the avalanche, toss back, and again, it's a death prophet, so decently tanky, but is going to struggle a little bit. Oh, no.
Whoa,
Oh,
the range creeps, the range creeps. It's those 2 creeps. If it was 1, he would have been fine.
Oh, man.
That's funny. That's funny. Like, he wants the 2 range creeps because it's like XP for him, but then in this case, it actually gets him killed.
Well, this time, Jenkins, we will see the water runes get picked up by at least 1 mid player. So Moon Meander grabs the other one. So it isn't just always the supports that are getting those runes.
Yeah, 1 in 10 runes. As Saberlight TP's in top, these are 3 range creeps that he's working with here.
He is getting bullied a bit here with Kaka on this bear, but again, with the Spirit Siphon, it's helping out quite a bit, doing the damage needed.
Saberlight's level 4, Chalice is level 2. Okay, he just got 3. So this
It's been a hard knock life for Chalice.
It has been. So this laning setup is working for TSM 100%.
Yeah, you look at Tomato's last hits, like He's having a good time down here, and he's been a part of a couple of these kills as well.
Oh, the toss back again.
Yeah. This is kind of what we expect to happen here. Although Saberlight's pretty fast. Gonna get the final hit off? No, they can't. So it's going to barely survive here. There's nothing global that'll be able to finish off Saberlight. So Moon Meander's gonna get a little bit of that experience.
They got the bear. That's huge. That's bigger than a hero kill. 300 gold, 300 XP. Way bigger than a hero kill. That's hugely impactful to get that bear. That's the Death Prophet counter with the Spirit Siphon. Moon just immediately walks into the lane, starts hitting the bear. Doesn't try to hit the heroes at all because it's worth more to kill the bear. It's literally worth more.
Look at all of these wards over in the top lane though that they're trying to use for vision. Like they've got the one over in the triangle, they've got the one over behind the tower.
Jeez, they're really trying to punish Saberlight here. Wow.
Yeah, they don't want him to get anything. Moon clicking away at Kaka over on the sides. Gonna just try to give Saberlight a little bit more breathing room so he can hit those levels. Make things a little bit nicer for him. Dubu sniping one of those couriers. Makes his way towards the mid lane. It is an arcane rune. They would like that. But Dubu denies it. The step forward here from Briley. He's got Dubu here to try to heal him back up again. Does get a majority of that salve over onto Brile.
Damn, Somnus went for a Glove of Haste on this mid puck. That's it. That's a really interesting build. It doesn't build into Witchblade. It's, I mean, I guess it's eventual treads, but it's interesting he goes for that rather than like the int component to the Robe of the Magi, which now he has. It's cool to see mid laners do these like little build variations depending on what they're up against, depending on what they feel like they need.
The reign of terror of Dubu and Moon Meander begins again as they slow down, put a little damage over on Texnova, but Somnus with this rotation, with the Dream Coil, is going to try to jump forward. They should be able to get the kill on Moon Meander. Brile, though, is also here. They spot themselves Chalice. Dubu is going to attach with the tether. They'll get the kill again over on the Viper.
Yeah, definitely worth it. That's your 4 position for 3 position. Chalice is having such a rough time. I mean, coiling a bounty hunter never really feels that good. I feel like that hero usually contributes nothing. And so if you're contributing, wasting the enemy spells on you, you're more than happy with that.
That's true. More movement over to this mid lane. Moon Meander leading the charge, has Brile right nearby, will open up, followed with that little bit of the remnant. Avalanche coming into play, will toss back over onto Brile. Moon, he wants this though. Needs a little bit more damage. Now he has to be careful because in comes the puck, so does manage to get Kaka, but will end up dying to Somnus.
Worth it for Moon. I mean, he even steals some gold before he dies too. There's a lot of rotations being forced out by this bounty hunter. And, you know, like I said, Lacoste, not a big fan of this hero. I think a lot of people share the same sentiments. It can feel pretty useless in the laning phase. It's very useful once you get to that track. But before then, it feels sussy. And it's looking pretty strong in this game. Like, just making a lot of space for his team.
I feel like Moon Meander really excels on the types of heroes that are, like, kind of annoying, if that makes sense. Like, he plays a really great Monkey King, he plays a really great Techies, like stuff that you have to pay attention to, even if you don't necessarily want. And then we do get the Dream Coil over on Dubu. He's silenced up with the Waning Rift. They threw out that magnetic field. The toss up into the air, though, with Kakas will ensure that Dubu is not going to survive this engagement.
Tomato, though, does have the Midas, uses both of the Midases. He's having a completely free game. I think he's probably top net worth. Actually, Lone Druid. Ghost is top of net worth. He does not have a Midas. He's going for a Mask of Madness. So he's trying to play for the early game. Not that people really go for Midas that much these days anyway on Lone Druid.
We are seeing a teleport to the top as they've already used the Exorcism. Saberlight, though, has Dubu nearby. He's going to be trying to get healed back up again as Brile steps forward. Puts a little damage over onto Chalice and Exnova. But looks like right now, they force the TPs. They're going to back off.
That is everybody from RNG on the top lane. That is not what you want. Tomato free farming on the flip side. Moon also TPing bot for some juicy creeps. He's gonna get a 6 down there. Yeah, now RNG is kind of stuck on this top area.
force them all the way to go top, and now we're gonna start seeing some levels getting picked up on the supports over on the side of TSM. Moon, of course, getting closer and closer to that track, which is gonna make it very scary for this ancient apparition, I have a feeling, and also just very useful to use against heroes that want to roam around quite a bit, things like the Puck and of course this Tiny. So Somnus bottling up an arcane rune. We'll be looking to engage should the opportunity present itself. And TSM, again, they're just kind of floating around here on this top area, protecting the tower. Kaka has that little tumbler's toy. We'll toss back over to Saberlight because there are multiple people here, and they had the Ice Blast, so they'll get a quick pick on Saberlight and could potentially put some damage over on this tower.
Yep, that's the counter. That's where you hit the point where the Death Prophet siphoning. The Lone Druid Bear is not so effective. Used a bunch of siphons for that too.
Ryle getting a little cheeky here, trying to put some pressure over onto the bear. We'll clean up the creep wave, rejoin with Dubu.
Dire structures are fortified.
And they'll hold it for now. They'll go and lift up over on the side of the Dire. We can see the relocate coming out. They want to punish Chalice because here's Saberlight. The chase is on after this Viper. There is quite a few heroes here, and that is going to be a very dead Viper.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Chalice cannot catch a break this game, man. Oh, it's rough. It's rough. Like, he shows up top. No kills happen. He's just to slowly walk back to base. TP's bot immediately dies. My man is queuing up a force stick on the offlane Viper. He knows his position in this game. He's a support. He's not going to be a core in this game.
Yes, indeed. They get the Waning Rift off over into the mid lane, plus the Ice Blast, so they'll get a kill on Tomato. Moon has the track in place. They're going to try to burst down X-Nova as Bryle jumps into the back lines. They'll get X-Nova, but now it's not looking great for Bryle because they have everything they need to get this kill. Toss up into the air over onto Moon. Meander, he's trying to run away. He gets rooted up, and he will be the next one to fall as the pressure continues over on the mid tower.
Man, that is disastrous. Tomato getting caught out with this illusion. It also dies as well, giving that extra gold. 180 gold to the enemy team. It's effectively a hero kill. And then Bryle gets instant rooted when he jumps into the fear. Moon Meander just feeding a kill right afterwards. Also, the tower goes down to RNG. Like, that was a hugely impactful 30 seconds there. RNG gets a bunch of big kills, and then the most important tier 1 tower in the game. Like, that's...
You're an RNG fan, you are very happy after that fight.
It could spell doom. I mean, that's like, I don't want to be a doomsayer, but it's like, that's a big team fight for RNG.
Well, looks like TSM, they want to hit back now. They've got a smoke over on 4 heroes. They're making their way down towards this bottom area. There's a Puck nearby, though. They see Somnus. Moon Meander.
They get
the silence, throw out the trap, the drag back, the CC's there, and they should be able to get the kill on Somnus. So there will not be a Puck. The Ice Blast, though, ooh, beautiful avalanche into a 3-man Ice Blast, and all the Nether Toxin. Chalice has to be very happy that he's able to contribute to this fight, as now they chase after Bryle. Dubu was like, we gotta go home, bro. I'll see you on the other side.
Tiny AA, very powerful. Yeah, looks like Dubu is going to be pathetically going down. He is a position 5
That is the
IO.
life of an IO.
Yeah. So still ends up getting 3 kills for that amazing 3-man avalanche and toss into Ice Blast.
Yeah.
Just not the exact 3 heroes that were in the original combo. Dubu sacks himself instead.
Radiant's bottom tower fallen. Dire's top tower is
Teleports are going out now towards this top lane. The AA making his way over slowly. Bryle trying to take advantage of the fact that it's just Chalice here right now. They get the track off. Followed up with an Urn charge. The Viper strike over onto Saber. Like, they will end up losing Chalice. And it looks like the Ancient Apparition wasn't going to be able to make it over to assist. But perhaps if they wait around here in the jungle. Yeah, Moon Meander gonna walk past 2, and they know that he's here. So they've got the dust, they've got the damage. And that's a quick pick off here for Mr. Somnus.
That is so funny that they TV Chalice top, and there's like not a smoke coming to him. There's no heroes that are gonna TP in to save him. They're just like, all right, dude, you go up there and get like 3 creeps, delay for like a little bit, and you will just let you die, and that's fine. Like, they've just assessed that he's basically like the 5 position in terms of like just soaking lanes and dying to do it, which is really funny to watch.
He gets what he can, you know? Some games are like that. Some games you're just like, oh man, I don't know where to go where I'm not gonna die. And they're like, yeah, just go up there.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get tri-laned as a Viper. I mean, this is like the counter to Viper, is to just kill them. And the best way to kill anybody is to tri-lane them.
What can you do?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like, he needed to go for like a Quelling Blade, Wind Lace, and like cut the wave or something, some crazy thing like that. But
yeah,
I don't even know if that works. Like, you just get run down by the IO and the BH. That probably doesn't even work. Chalice though, he's getting some recovery time in the jungle. Like, he farmed a stack real quick. He's going for a recovery Midas, actually.
Okay.
That is so funny.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, it has been a difficult game for him, so. And he's got himself the 4 staff picked up too. So smoke play coming out from RNG. They're checking out this Roshare and they want to go for the triangle. They're seeing if maybe Tomato's hanging out there. Maybe they can get themselves a pick off. They can also just wrap around if they want to here, because there is Saberlight and Dubu still hanging out in the top lane. They have a blink on the Tiny now too. It's just played, and they see the courier, so they know that they're right into Saberlight. They'll get the Viper strike off, and they're gonna have to go and reload out. But it is a matter of time. They will still get something for this. Maybe not the big person they wanted, but they'll get a kill.
It'll be Dubu again.
Mr. Dubu, yeah, of course. And then they can turn this into a tower push.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Yep. Chalice feeling like he's getting a bit of contribution action going. That's nice. Very nice. Step closer to his Midas.
The I'm helping moment, right?
Yeah. I actually like the Midas a lot on him too, because I feel like he went for Force, he went for Earn, 2 very like useful small items that are not super expensive. And now if he wants to get to those big items where he can have more impact, like there's no way that he's going to do that with without a Midas. And with the Force, and with the Force and the Earn, and even just ulting, like he is going to contribute to these fights. And he doesn't really need to have a huge contribution because Somnus has been given so much space, and so is Ghost. So he can kind of take the space now. He doesn't need to be the one creating space anymore. He can be the guy that's like farming triangle, and it's totally fine.
Yeah, Ghost also having that Desolator online means that they got themselves an easy Roche. And feeling pretty powerful. Mumiander is just chasing Chalice. Bryle is here. They put the track out. Assimilate. He's going to force staff himself away and drops another Toxin, because Kaka also going to join in, seeing if he can help protect. He's got Dusk, but Moonmeander, he's pretty fast, but I don't know if he's going to be fast enough. Those phase boots to get away. Looks like, all right, yeah, they've had enough. But over in the mid lane, Silence, Ice Blast coming in hot. As now Saberlight, he was tethered up. It doesn't matter though, he will die here as Ghost ticking down a little bit. They went and they used the Dream Coil. They'll still get the kill on Dubu. And Ghost is gonna be fine here.
That Lone Druid lifesteal is insane. Yeah, I think the bear stays alive when you die too if you have the Aegis. I'm pretty sure.
Nice avalanche toss back. Tomato. Oh, it's a triple kill for Somnus. Disastrous here for TSM. They are going to have Saberlight coming back up in about 8 seconds. There is no exorcism, though. It's going to be very difficult for them to push them off of these buildings, especially when they have an Aegis. Bryle trying to prolong it's a little bit longer, but of course, they're ripping through the tower, especially with the Desolator and the Orb of Corrosion. They have to be careful because Somnus would be more than happy to just jump forward. And again, they have a blink on Tiny, so anyone who approaches can easily just get tossed back. That Kaka looking for the opening is silenced though, so he is dead. A little bit of a tip coming out there. Wasn't expecting that silence, I believe, but
yeah, that was a nice silence.
Right back to Saberlight.
That was a good silence. Very nice. They do lose the Rax though, so you know, consolation kill there, but much more importantly, the Rax does go down.
All right, well, they're on the hunt coming out here from the side of TSM. See Ghosts a step forward. They've got plenty of burst damage this time around, so they'll be able to just get rid of that Aegis. They're getting ready to fight. Over on the back lines, Moonmeander does get Viper struck, so he's not going to be able to have any sort of support here as he's going to fall. Now the Dream Coil offer onto 2. It connects, and they get a kill on Debu and X. Now Chalice now flapping his little wings. He is still tracked, and there's that Spark Raid flying at him, and they'll be able to finish him off. Now Kaka and Somnus just making their way through, hoping maybe they can get someone on the way out.
Dire are scanning.
But they have to be careful. They are missing multiple heroes over on the side of RNG. Ryle in the mid lane, the avalanche toss, Somnus with the silence. Saberlight is here. It's gonna have to go pop those wand charges, drag back over onto Somnus. It's not looking good now for the puck, as he is going to just get punished for the greed of jumping onto Ryle.
And so is Kaka. He's dead as well.
So is Kaka. Very
Wow.
nicely done from the side of TSM to recognize that they can punish this greed.
Yeah, so they make the greedy play of camping the ward, which I think is a good play. Maybe if they like press the combo differently, they kill Bryle, but like Bryle just has too much HP with the Cayenne Sange and the point booster. He also wants shreds instead of phase boots, so lots of effective HP to work with. Yeah, just a bit of a miscalculation there from RNG and TSM being quick at punishing.
Found himself X-Nova. Step forward here from Bryle, the drag back, but Ghost is just chunking away over at Bryle. They'll throw out the Ice Blast over onto Saberlight. They'll be forced to run away now from the side of RNG, but they got what they came for. And down the back lines, they still managed to get X-Nova. They'll get themselves a trade, though, in mid-meander.
The Moon is just like, whatever, that's track gold.
It's also a time where they don't have to worry about the Ice Blast. Well, they did just use it, so.
Yep, I mean, this is big for TSM. Like, they are getting a bunch of track kills. That's something that can snowball massively. This Rax advantage, it doesn't matter that much whenever you have an Arc Ward and a bunch of track kills going the way of TSM. Like, you can easily push out the wave with the clone, right? At any point, he's got a Gleipnir. It's actually going for an Octarine core next.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Still a very close game at 21 minutes in. Less than 1K net worth lead going over to RNG. Even though these buildings have been just getting removed very quickly by this bear. Over in the mid lane, they found themselves Chalice. Oh, Chalice. He's been trying everything here to be effective. Does manage to go and get the Ice Blast applied, so Brian's going to fall. Throwing out the Gleipnir. Nova making his way over. Does have Kaka nearby, and the bear with the Savage Roar. They're going to try to take rid of this Tempest clone.
And Dubu as well.
Yeah, this is just the life of Dubu. This game, he is the Wambulance. Like we said, it is not going to be the job of him to do that healing. It is the job